Shinichi stood under a tarp, shivering in the downpour. The rain ruined his chance to scavenge cans, and the area felt abandoned. Determined, he stepped into the street, shielding himself with a board as rain soaked through his clothes. A blinding bolt of lightning struck Shinichi, directly. As people rushed toward him, Shinichi's vision blurred. Thoughts of food and regret swirled before darkness took over. He awoke, naked and confused, in an unfamiliar stone room. Questions filled Shinichi's mind as he tried to recall how he ended up in this strange place. Gradually, his memory returned. He was struck by lightning in Shibuya. Realizing his body felt young and strong, Shinichi grasped the impossible. He had somehow been reborn. The stone walls stretched endlessly, with hunger gnawing at him. He wandered the maze-like corridors. A strange jelly-like creature appeared. As he poked it, Shinichi realized this world was far from ordinary, curious and hungry. Shinichi inspected the strange blob. Its soft shape reminded him of a giant gummy. To his surprise, biting into it revealed a cool, refreshing sensation with a spicy aftertaste that quenched his thirst. Satisfied, he sat back and pondered the creature's identity. The word appraisal intrigued him. He wondered about its purpose as a black screen beeped to life. A status window appeared, listing him as 25 years old with beginner appraisal skills. Without hesitation, Shinichi set off into the corridor, hoping to find an exit from the maze-like dungeon. Time passed uncertainly. Whether it had been days or weeks, he was now running for his life from a wolf. Eventually, he managed to defeat it. Hungry, he scavenged the area for food or useful remains. Spotting a skeleton with similar build, he grinned. The armor might just fit him perfectly. Donning the gear, Shinichi admired the mithril sword he'd appraised. Shinichi accepted his reality. There was no one waiting for him back home. With a basic fire setup, he cooked meat and sliced bread. The food lacked taste, but it was edible. Though the texture was tough, he forced himself to eat. Checking his status again, Shinichi noted minor skill upgrades, danger detection and leg strengthening had improved. Magic remained a mystery. While his race now read homeless, he wondered what that truly meant in this world. Shinichi discovered he could identify the names of items, even something as simple as raw meat. Lying back, he realized the importance of these technical skills. Frequent use helped them grow stronger over time. Cravings for real food filled his thoughts: burgers, sushi, ramen. His imagination ran wild, conjuring visions of beautiful women offering food. Embarrassed, he questioned his sanity. He massaged his feet, reminding himself that survival here depended on even the smallest effort. After repeated effort, Shinichi unlocked a new ability: pressure point. He realized that massaging his foot had triggered the skill, just like running improved his legs and evading foes trained danger sense. Excited to test it, he activated the technique with confidence, ready to see its effect. His aim was off. Instead of success, he struck a painful spot and collapsed, screaming from the sting. Limping and sore, Shinichi winced with every step. Shinichi evaluated his new pressure point skill, realizing it could only momentarily paralyze enemies. Two monsters dominated his mind: a massive pig-like creature that ruled the area and a mysterious humanoid he'd nicknamed Jack. Although he enjoyed the relative safety of his hideout, Jack's unpredictable movements made the place uneasy. Suddenly his danger sense flared. Jack appeared nearby, its monstrous presence looming just around the corner. Quietly, he began retreating, hoping not to alert the beast to his presence. The monstrous pig roared as it lunged, teeth bared and tongue lashing wildly. Gritting his teeth, he activated leg strengthening repeatedly and dashed away with every ounce of speed he had. Gasping for breath, Shinichi slumped down, unsure how much longer he could live like this. Regaining composure, he set his sights on an unexplored area, hoping it held something useful or safe. A glow caught his eye. One of the dungeon walls had started to emit light mysteriously. Shinichi stumbled upon what he believed was a corpse: an unconscious elven woman. To his shock, she stirred. The girl mumbled in her sleep, showing she was very much alive. Moments later, the elf fully awoke, stretching and reacting with surprise upon seeing Shinichi nearby. They exchanged introductions. Her name was Elna Fjordarias, and she seemed cautious but composed. He offered her some meat from his supplies, hoping to ease her hunger and build trust. Shinichi prepared a simple fire and began cooking meat as Elna curiously watched, drawn by the smell. He handed her a portion. Hesitant at first, Elna took a bite and quickly found it delicious. Using magic, she cast a spell. Moments later, Elna asked if Shinichi could understand her. Clearly. She reintroduced herself properly as Elna, a mage, stunning Shinichi with her fluency. Elna inquired about Shinichi's situation, prompting him to reflect on why he was even there. Shinichi was shocked to learn they were on the 19th floor of the Mojito underground labyrinth, deep below the surface. Elna explained it might be tied to ancient ruins, but its true origin was unclear. They speculated about the monsters, wondering what lay even deeper. He asked how to escape. Elna told him each floor had stairs leading upward, as he prepared to leave. Elna stopped him, reaching out as if not ready to say goodbye. Elna admitted she struggled to escape the dungeon due to the many dangerous monsters blocking the path. Flustered, she revealed that she was just a beginner mage. Her sudden honesty caught Shinichi off guard. Gathering her courage, Elna asked Shinichi to let her join him on his journey. He accepted, seeing the benefit in traveling together and perhaps enjoying her company more than expected, though he justified it with safety in numbers. Shinichi's imagination fixated on Elna's less noble attributes. Shinichi noticed Elna's long ears and asked about them. She explained it was natural for elves. During their exploration, Shinichi swiftly defeated a skeleton, clearing the hallway without much effort. He humbly noted that while skeletons were weak, many still struggled with them. Elna sensed multiple enemies approaching from 2 directions and suggested taking the safer path. When asked about offensive magic, she admitted she only knew one weak spell. Her strength lay in support magic. Elna cast a bright light spell to guide them, but Shinichi warned it might attract unwanted attention. He sensed something approaching quickly. Elna casually admitted she'd forgotten about the risk. A hulking orc charged toward them. Shinichi grabbed Elna's hand, activating leg strengthening to escape. As they ran, Elna struggled to keep up and stumbled, nearly falling behind. Refusing to abandon her, Shinichi faced the monster head-on, determined to protect his new companion. Shinichi launched a swift surprise attack, slicing at the large orc's back with precise strikes. The orc growled, barely phased. Shinichi gritted his teeth, realizing brute force alone wouldn't be enough to bring it down. She knew they stood no chance in direct combat against such a powerful creature. Refusing to give up, Shinichi asked for her support. Moved by his determination, she agreed, readying her magic. With a cry, she unleashed a paralyzing spell. The orc froze. Shinichi was launched into a wall by the orc's brutal swing, the impact leaving him breathless and bruised. While recovering, he noticed the enemy still standing strong, showing little damage from earlier efforts. Suddenly, the orc grabbed the mage girl, catching her off guard as she struggled in panic. Determined to act, Shinichi recalled a unique skill: acupuncture, push his only remaining option. He struck precisely, channeling his last strength into a targeted counterattack. Shinichi's precise strike pierced the orc's weak point, forcing the beast into a violent recoil as it let out a painful shriek. The massive creature collapsed, but Shinichi realized his arm had gone numb from the blow. Unable to linger, the group decided to flee deeper into the dungeon after hearing flowing water nearby. They moved quickly, hoping the path ahead offered a chance to escape. At the water's edge, Shinichi tasted the clear stream, curious and parched. The elf girl eagerly drank from the glowing stream. Moments later, she raised her staff and cast a spell with newfound intensity, puzzled by the sudden surge of power. Shinichi tried to stop her excessive drinking, but she claimed it would help her become a powerful sorceress. She explained it was holy water, known for bestowing blessings and repelling monsters. Confirmed it through appraisal saint water, a rare magical resource worth protecting. Drowsiness washed over the girl after channeling too much magic, her strength drained by repeated casting. Hoping to escape, they checked an exit path only to find it blocked by stone walls. They continued walking beside the stream until spotting the source of the flowing water. Shinichi noticed something odd about the lion statue and reached for its left eye. A hidden mechanism clicked open a secret door, surprising his companion with the discovery. Warm light filled the hidden room, revealing a cozy space that amazed the young sorceress with its charm. Shinichi stared at his reflection in shock, noticing his youthful appearance unchanged from years ago. Memories of his former life returned, once homeless, now reborn, yet still himself. Grateful but uncertain, he accepted his second chance, raising a fist to celebrate his reincarnation. Meanwhile, his companion had already fallen asleep, worn out from their long ordeal. In the corner of the kitchen, a strange burner caught his eye, familiar in shape but powered by magic instead of gas. Driven by hunger, he decided to cook, curious to test the enchanted appliance. His companion woke to the smell, but her first taste of the meat stew left her disappointed. Accusations flew over seasoning, sparking a playful argument about taste preferences. Taking charge, she whipped up a flavorful herbal soup, impressing him with the result. A single spoonful sent his senses soaring. Flavor burst across his tongue: salt, pepper, herbs, all in perfect harmony. Lost in the moment, he devoured bowl after bowl, ignoring her amused concern. Seeing his enthusiasm, she shyly offered to make more just for him. He leaned in with gratitude, prompting a flustered reaction, while she turned away to rest. Lying back, Shinichi reflected on his new goal to build a stable life here. Stretching after waking up, he noticed an unusual lightness in his limbs, and a surge of energy. Excited, he flexed in front of the mirror, amazed by the sudden transformation of his physique. His noisy enthusiasm woke the sorceress, who scolded him for disrupting her sleep, while he explained the likely effects of the saint water on both their bodies. Reflecting further, he theorized the water accelerated growth through battle-earned experience, absorbed directly into the body. Though the power boost wasn't what she expected, Elena smiled, satisfied with her improved state. Curious, Shinichi decided to use his appraisal skill on her, wondering if their statuses had shifted. The results revealed Elena's background and hinted at her hidden interest in him, sparking quiet reflection. While exploring, he stumbled upon another hidden door cleverly built into the bookshelf. Inside was a secret room, complete with a bed, toilet, and even a stocked warehouse. Elena excitedly uncovered a book by a famous sorcerer named Moore, eager to share her discovery. She described his legendary feats, dragon slaying, ending wars, and shaping the world's history a millennium ago. Shinichi found it odd that records existed after Moore's disappearance, especially from 5 years later. With confidence, Elena declared that the hidden house belonged to the legendary mage himself. Admiringly, she expressed joy at living in such a historic and magical place. Amazed, Shinichi discovered a map leading through the maze, a possible route to the surface. Overjoyed, he embraced Elena with excitement, unaware of how flustered she became by the sudden closeness. Determined, he dashed through dim corridors, evading monsters using speed and precision. Discussion turned to survival as their supplies dwindled and hope hinged on the map's accuracy. When asked about his origins, Shinichi simply replied, he came from a distant, unknown land. Elena introduced herself as a freelance adventurer and explained the basics of monster hunting. Shinichi, intrigued by the idea, considered becoming an adventurer himself. Without hesitation, Elena proposed forming a party. She'd cover ranged attacks while he handled melee combat. Overjoyed, she hugged him tightly, celebrating the start of their friendship. Later, they paused near the stairs, debating food supplies before venturing deeper into the maze. Shinichi remained steady as they approached a large archway. Fear lingered, but his will to survive pushed him forward. Beyond the stone gate, they stepped into a bright forest clearing. Though peaceful, it was still part of the dungeon. Shinichi and his companion walk through a serene forest, deep within an underground area that oddly feels like the surface. They stop near an unfamiliar tree bearing strange fruit. Climbing up, he picks one and inspects it closely before taking a cautious bite. His companion panics, warning it might be poisonous, but Shinichi appears unfazed and continues eating. She finally tastes it and beams it is delicious. The fruit is safe, named the phantom tree fruit. Shinichi pulls a massive root from the ground, surprised to discover an enormous daikon-like vegetable. He inspects it using his appraisal skill, revealing it as a daikon, a water-rich edible crop ideal for cooking. Inspired, he proposes creating a private field to grow vegetables safely away from monsters. Planning begins, with talk of fences and survival. But monster threats remain a challenge. Provoked by doubt, the sorceress vows to prove her worth, despite being considered a beginner. While exploring the forest, the elf girl calls Shinichi over. After spotting something unusual, she reveals a massive spread of rare cure mushrooms, rumored to instantly heal wounds. Shinichi reminds her that despite the find, their escape to the surface remains impossible for now. Their journey leads to a colossal ancient tree, estimated to be 1,000 years old and still alive. He discovers barm fruit, which boosts the 5 senses temporarily, offering another survival advantage underground. Shinichi inspects a strange fruit and confidently identifies it as an orange after comparing its shape and color. His companion takes a bite and enjoys its refreshing flavor, declaring it even better than the peach. Soon after, Shinichi feels a strange reaction. The fruit enhances all 5 senses at once. His awareness expands, letting him sense the breath of all nearby life like never before. Experiencing the effect herself, the elf girl finds the sensation unusual but intriguing. Sensing danger, Shinichi and Arena stand back to back as they realize they're surrounded by enemies. Kobolds emerge from the forest, ferocious, dog-headed beasts acting in coordinated packs, making retreat impossible. They quickly form a plan. Arena will cast a flash spell to create an opening with a burst of magic. She blinds the monsters, giving Shinichi the chance to strike. Seizing the moment, Shinichi charges in, cutting down multiple kobolds with swift, decisive attacks. Shinichi defeats the final kobold with a decisive strike, clearing the battlefield of immediate threats. Despite the exhaustion, he feels strangely energized and ready to face more, his confidence rising. Suddenly, a larger kobold variant appears, mutated and far stronger than the others they faced. The powerful beast clashes with Shinichi, overpowering his defense in sheer force and aggression. Just as he is overwhelmed, Arena launches a fireball to break the creature's assault. Shinichi chases the kobold variant, fully aware this opponent is far more dangerous than before. Caught off guard, he's struck by a sudden magical blast and thrown violently across the ground. Realizing the creature can use magic, Irina casts Stun Flash to disrupt its charge and buy time. She quickly pulls Shinichi away while he struggles with temporary blindness. Later, while recovering, Shinichi reflects on his overconfidence, and Irina scolds him for underestimating magical monsters. Irina explains that Shinichi survived a direct hit from a dangerous flame bomb, an intermediate fire spell strong enough to sever limbs. Grateful and humbled, Shinichi thanks her for saving his life. With a warm smile, Irina brushes it off, reminding him they're friends and partners. Her words linger in Shinichi's mind, sparking a quiet resolve to grow more dependable. Renewed with trust, they agree to support each other moving forward as true comrades. Irina suddenly remembers the cure mushrooms and brightens up with excitement. Without hesitation, she pushes one into Shinichi's mouth, urging him to eat it quickly. His injuries begin healing instantly, and he's amazed by its effects. Irina, however, laments she can't sell them for clothes. As they prepare to return, Irina suddenly collapses while calling Shinichi's name. Concerned, he searches for her voice and follows her glowing magic deeper into the corridor. Shinichi finds Irina safe, but slightly embarrassed after her sudden fall down the stairs. Continuing through the corridor, they reach an area not shown on More Map and decide to investigate. To their horror, they stumble upon a massive pile of armored corpses. Nada sees the bodies haven't decomposed and questions why they're still fresh. Irina theorizes the dungeon itself is collecting the dead, confirming long-standing dungeon rumors. Irina concludes that monsters aren't responsible, and Shinichi speculates the dungeon itself must find the body pile useful. Ignoring her protests, he begins collecting gear, calling it scavenging, which she finds shameful. He jokes that the corpses are granting permission with their smiles, despite their unsettling condition. Reluctantly, Irina agrees escaping matters more than pride. They gather supplies without delay. By the end, their haul includes dried meat, spices, salt, and enough food to call it a huge harvest. After scavenging, Shinichi clasps his hands together, prompting Irina to ask what he's doing. He explains it's a gesture of gratitude from his old world, used to mourn the dead. She joins in respectfully, together. They offer silent thanks to the fallen, acknowledging the sacrifices that allowed their survival. With hearts lighter, they head back toward their shelter, now calling it home. For Shinichi, that word brings back a long-forgotten warmth from his previous life. Shinichi sat quietly at the table, lost in thought, as he stared at an old photo album. He recalled a warm morning, his wife gently urging him to hurry. Though playful annoyance lingered, their routine felt natural and comforting. She left instructions for dinner and the house. Shinichi, unable to join them due to work, voice carried a father's concern as he reminded the boy to behave and take care of his mother. Shinichi smiled brightly as Shinichi watched him, affection in his eyes, waving eagerly. The boy left with his mother, while urgency filled her stride and her expression grew tense. Back inside, Shinichi resumed reading. It felt like an ordinary winter morning in their household. Suddenly, panic set in as he rushed through a hospital corridor, dreading the worst. The tragedy struck hard. His wife and son, victims of a sudden accident, were already gone. Grief overwhelmed Shinichi as he faced the still bodies of his loved ones. Moments later, he awoke in a strange place, pain lacing his head and confusion clouding his thoughts. Surrounded by unfamiliar land, he adapted, quickly constructing a fence with care and determination. With the job done, he stood satisfied, finding purpose in small tasks despite the loss. Suddenly, chaos struck as a blonde girl called for help, chased by monsters, and he stepped in without hesitation. Shinichi swiftly took down the strange rabbit chickens, protecting the girl from further danger. Once the threat passed, they shared a light exchange before heading back to prepare a meal. Their garden thrived, supplying fresh ingredients, while unusual growth patterns hinted at the world's mysterious nature. A hearty meal was served. Shinichi praised her cooking with a teasing smile as they ate together. The girl reflected on her dream to be a sorceress, revealing her resolve to live boldly. Erna explained her dream to be acknowledged as a powerful sorceress, her eyes full of ambition. With a bright smile, she shared her hopes for Shinichi, trusting him deeply as her companion. They enjoyed a quiet meal outdoors, their growing bond softening the edges of their unusual lives. Later, they explored a ruined structure, scavenging through items and observing the cluttered scene. Spotting something promising, Shinichi requested Erna's magic to retrieve it. Working in seamless coordination, Erna climbed over a pile of armored corpses, searching for the floating cloth that intrigued Shinichi. She cast a fireball spell with confidence, sending it hurtling toward the object suspended above. Despite hitting the target, nothing changed. Puzzled, she admitted the spell had no effect. They concluded the cloth was resisting magic, suggesting some unusual property or hidden enchantment. As Shinichi grew more desperate, Erna responded with blunt annoyance, bringing him back to reality. With a determined expression, Shinichi hurled his weapon at the floating cloth, unleashing a powerful strike. The item finally dropped. Despite his efforts, its nature remained a mystery, resisting all attempts at appraisal. A system prompt offered ownership, and Shinichi accepted the strange mantle, eager to test its potential. Erna trained nearby but grew frustrated at her slow progress in mastering new spells. Shinichi lightheartedly offered himself as target practice, easing the tension with his usual calm humor. Erna expressed her determination to revisit the forest and settle things with the creature that once defeated her. Shinichi, now stronger, showcased his new abilities and secret weapons with confident enthusiasm. They entered the forest once more, guided by a map pointing toward a hidden temple deep within. In a swift move, Shinichi launched his weapon, cutting through the tall grass with precision. Proudly, he revealed a self-made magical sword, astonishing Erna with his unexpected craftsmanship. Shinichi revealed the sword's structure, explaining how different elemental stones could be inserted into its handle. Erna stared in disbelief, stunned by how he managed to craft such a weapon on his own. The two moved deeper into the forest, encountering fields filled with wild mushrooms once again. They prepared a mushroom hot pot, sampling the flavorful but slightly numbing ingredients with curiosity. Erna enthusiastically gathered herbs while Shinichi appraised their properties, ensuring their safety and usefulness. Shinichi explained the detailed cooking process for wild herbs while Erna found it overly complex. They strolled through the woods, discussing food, family memories, and plans for hunting rabbit chicken. Suddenly Erna detected the cries of a child and the presence of a dangerous cobalt variant. A young beastkin clung to a tree in terror as a monstrous predator closed in. With quick coordination, Shinichi called for a spell, and Erna unleashed a fireball to strike. Shinichi charged at the beast, unleashing a fierce strike, but the creature's swift movements kept him on edge. He unveiled his second secret weapon bolas and swung them with precision and confidence. The spinning cords wrapped around the enemy, restricting its limbs in a tight bind. Seizing the chance, Shinichi lunged forward, landing a powerful slash that dropped the beast. Despite the blow, the enemy rose again, revealing it had only feigned weakness. As the beast advanced again, Shinichi called out to Erna, signaling the moment to strike. She cast an electric spell, paralyzing the enemy just long enough to expose an opening. Shinichi readied his blade, activating a lightning stone and using a precise acupuncture technique. Determined to end it, he pushed forward, knowing this was their final opportunity to win. Before he could land the finishing blow, the beast retaliated with explosive force, wounding him, charged forward with a final, determined strike, ready to end the battle, with all his strength. Electricity surged as his weapon connected, paralyzing the beast in a violent burst of energy. The creature collapsed at last. Shinichi, unharmed, wondered if the mysterious mantle had protected him. Meanwhile, Erna comforted the injured beastkin child, offering a cure mushroom to aid his wounds. Relieved, Shinichi examined the silent boy, curious about his condition and grateful the fight was over. Shinichi discovered the child was a holy beast, once abandoned and now wandering the forest alone. Shinichi encountered a small, mysterious beast with animal ears. Erna examined it calmly. She described it as a sacred being respected, like a god in some places. Shinichi listened closely. Memories surfaced as he looked into the child's face, stirring quiet emotion from his past. With a composed tone, he clarified they were strangers, not companions. He turned to walk away. Their journey continued into the forest where Erna pointed out rare mushrooms growing nearby. Shinichi identified a mushroom, wondering if it was safe. Erna warned him it was poisonous. They spoke of origins. He revealed his homeland, the Rogus Kingdom, and hinted at reincarnation. As they walked, Erna noticed movement in the bushes. Something large was approaching. A beast lunged from cover, catching her off guard in an instant. Before the attack struck, the sacred beast child intercepted it, slashing the monster mid-air. The beast child collapsed from exhaustion. Shinichi caught him and checked his condition. He offered dried meat after fruit failed to help. The child quickly devoured it. Erna observed the child growing attached. They both questioned what should happen next. Shinichi suggested bringing him along, confident the boy could be useful if fed properly. While the child rested, Erna asked about a name. Shinichi quietly accepted the task. After a moment of thought, Shinichi named the beast child, Perot, earning a skeptical look from Erna. Eventually, the group arrived at a temple hidden deep within the forest, its purpose unclear. Both of them examined the ancient monument. The design sparked a vague familiarity in Erna's mind. Upon touch, a system message revealed it was a transfer temple, but Shinichi lacked a destination. Erna suddenly recalled a matching temple near the maze entrance, confirming its link to surface travel. Shinichi triggered the monument again, but the system still denied access without a transfer point. With no other option, he decided they would climb back to the surface on foot. Erna hesitated but acknowledged their chances. Together, they began preparing for the journey ahead. They planned food rations carefully, estimating 2 to 3 days of travel. While cooking, Erna noted Perot's deep sleep, concerned by his sudden weakness despite earlier strength. Shinichi noticed something near Perot's mouth. An appraisal revealed a piece of poisonous red mushroom. Realizing the child had eaten it, Shinichi recalled the earlier battle and felt partially responsible. Erna cast healing magic, successfully drawing out the poison as Perot coughed weakly. Shinichi reflected on his past and vowed to be more cautious guiding Perot later. He questioned the poison's effects, but remained confident the mushroom was edible. Steam rose from the pot as Perot bolted toward the food in excitement. Shinichi called him back. Chairs scraped as they gathered around to eat. Perot's joy lit up the table. After burning his tongue, he mimicked Shinichi's method and tried again, smiling with satisfaction. She suggested teaching him words. Responsibility for that quickly shifted to Shinichi. In return, Erna requested new clothes upon reaching town. An offer he accepted without hesitation. Erna encouraged Perot to study, holding his hands with cheerful determination. While discussing clothes, they realized nothing in their supplies would fit a child. Resourcefully, she stitched a set using discarded materials, and it fit him just right. In the following days, Perot helped around the house, proudly completing simple tasks. His efforts impressed them both. Speech began forming, and his growth became undeniable. Erna returned victorious, holding up a chicken she had defeated using electric magic. Even with their efforts, food remained scarce. Both Erna and Perot had shown steady growth. Danger emerged when a tiger bison appeared nearby. Shinichi stepped forward without hesitation. A single strike brought the beast down, impressing his companions and securing fresh meat. During rest, a sharp remark from Erna suggested it was time for a bath. Warm water filled the tub as preparations wrapped up. Steam rose gently as the firestone activated. Curious eyes watched from the side. Though hesitant, Erna admired the effort put into the bath. Laughter echoed as splashes turned into a full-blown water fight between the two in the tub. Supplies packed and weapons ready. The group gathered at the door with firm expressions. 2 months had passed. Determined steps marked the beginning of the journey toward the surface. 20 floors beneath the surface were finally behind them. Departure had come at last. Curious about the outside world, Perot listened as Erna described its light and abundance. Meat dominated everyone's thoughts. Bellies rumbled as they pressed forward toward the next floor. Stillness filled the corridor until claws scraped and growls echoed. Danger approached at speed. Without waiting, Perot charged ahead, declaring he would handle the threat alone. Claws flashed as Perot launched forward, tearing through the beasts in swift, brutal strikes. Moments later, blood stained the ground, and his enemies had fallen. Pride shone in his stance. Confidence remained strong as they moved on until a hulking boar-like figure blocked the path. Heavy steps echoed through the hall. Eyes narrowed at the sight of a towering threat. Recognition followed. Jack, once familiar, now stood as a looming enemy on the 19th floor. A sudden burst of speed surged through his legs as the spell activated. Charging ahead, he narrowed his focus, closing the gap between him and the enemy. Both allies stood in awe. The threat was no longer a match. With the path cleared, the group prepared to ascend to the next floor. While exploring the dungeon, the group came across a hidden staircase. Shinichi examined the body and joked about its resemblance to pork, prompting puzzled reactions from his companions. Wasting no time, he knelt down and began slicing into the corpse with practiced ease. Horrified, the elf objected, stressing that orcs and other humanoid monsters weren't edible. Unbothered, Shinichi explained, he skipped kobolds not for ethics, but because he genuinely liked dogs. A new skill called Skill Pickup appeared on Shinichi's menu. The skill failed on the elf, leaving her disappointed but still intrigued. They ventured deeper into the corridor and discovered a large treasure chest tucked in the corner. Seeing her chance, the elf greedily reached in, eager to claim the loot before anyone noticed. Suddenly, the chest sprouted teeth and bit down hard, startling everyone as Shinichi rushed toward the chaos. Trapped in the mimic's jaws, the elf cried out desperately, struggling to break free from its grip. Shinichi approached calmly, pointing out that her greed had triggered the ambush. Guided by her instructions, he drove his blade into the creature's weak spot, delivering a precise finishing blow. Afterward, they treated her wounds while discussing the mimic's traits and possible skill benefits. He accessed the mimic's skill data, revealing 2 beginner-level options now available for selection. Shinichi realized the true function of his new ability. It allowed him to extract skills from the dead. The earlier failure made sense now. Living targets weren't valid. Only corpses yielded results. Amused, he proposed keeping this discovery a secret, while the elf accused him of cheating. He began harvesting organs from the mimic, unfazed by the elf's disturbed expression. Despite initial protests, the group sat down to eat the stew, Erna reluctantly joining in. Despite her hesitation, Erna tasted the stew and was surprised by how delicious it turned out. On the dungeon's 19th floor, Shinichi used his newly acquired scout skill to navigate the complex maze efficiently. Their progress was interrupted by the cries of another group, fleeing from a massive multi-headed centipede. Shinichi quickly identified it as an ice element subspecies, an extremely rare and dangerous monster. Without delay, Erna unleashed an electric attack to paralyze the advancing beast. Despite Erna's best efforts, her magic failed to slow the beast, and both boys were struck by the centipede's attack. Realizing the ground was the issue, Shinichi quickly formulated a new plan while Erna demanded support. Drawing a special blade, he summoned a wave of fire, aiming to counter the creature's ice nature. The blazing attack struck head-on, forcing the monster to recoil in pain. Seizing the moment, the boy leapt in, aiming his strike straight at the monster's side. With a daring move, the boy struck the monster, impressing the onlookers and saving one of them in the process. Shinichi followed up with a wave of fire, exploiting the creature's ice-based weakness to full effect. Calling for backup, he rallied Erna and the boy to prepare a coordinated assault. Erna launched multiple fireballs as Shinichi and the boy rushed in from both sides. In one decisive motion, Shinichi pierced the centipede's hide with a direct, powerful stab. Shinichi unleashed a powerful finishing attack, engulfing the centipede in flames with his signature move. As the charred monster collapsed, Erna and the boy celebrated their hard-earned victory. He boasted about his Shinichi fire while preparing to harvest the creature's skill. The system offered valuable options: power-up and ice breath, impressing the other adventurers who had watched in awe. One of them reminded the others to express gratitude, acknowledging the trio's crucial role in the battle. The blonde man introduced himself as Mikey, leader of the Lorises. He also named his teammates Annie and Coco. Shinichi questioned their recklessness, and Mikey admitted to provoking the monster during their initial encounter. Annie's magic had no effect due to elemental mismatch, and Coco froze up from her fear of insects. Despite the light tone, Annie reminded Mikey their equipment was damaged beyond repair. Since both groups shared the same destination, Shinichi suggested they travel together for safety. As the groups prepared to travel together, Mikey noticed Erna acting strangely and asked why she was hiding. She was quickly spotted by Annie, who greeted her bluntly, provoking a furious reaction by calling her trash. Annie dismissed the insult as foolishness and jokingly proposed banning the word altogether. Tension rose as Annie questioned Erna for taking on a job without informing her. Anger flared when Annie revealed Erna had been missing for an entire month without contact. An emotional reunion unfolded as Annie embraced Erna, expressing deep relief that she was safe. Shinichi watched quietly, puzzled by their bond and questioning whether they were truly sisters. With tension settling, Annie revealed they were investigating the Dawn Rat and asked if Erna was the sole survivor. Erna's silence gave way to painful memories of the massacre she had narrowly escaped. Accepting the truth, Annie decided to inform the guild that only one had survived the mission. Everyone gathered to taste the roasted centipede meat. Surprisingly, it had a flavor and texture similar to crab. While exploring the next floor, Erna suddenly panicked when something dropped onto her chest. A spider clung to her clothing, and Shinichi leaned in curiously to inspect it. Getting too close earned him a slap, but his appraisal revealed the spider was deadly. Alarms triggered. Dozens more of its kind were approaching fast. Combat readiness became urgent. A dense swarm of spiders poured from the corridor, crawling along the walls in every direction. Calm and focused, Annie stepped forward and unleashed a piercing spell, Needle Rain, to thin their numbers. From behind her, a gust of cold erupted. Shinichi activated Ice Breath, freezing everything in its path. She proposed teaming up, and he found the idea tempting. Jealousy erupted as Erna protested, only to be reassured that it was all in jest. Clinging tightly, Erna declared she'd never give up Shinichi, flustering him with her sudden outburst. Meanwhile, new spider-based skills were acquired: web generation and web creation, offering creative possibilities. testing them immediately. He wrapped the boy in silk to everyone's mixed amusement and irritation. 3 days passed since their departure. The group pressed forward, reaching the 10th floor together. With each level cleared, Shinichi's list of abilities grew, showcasing his rapid progression and adaptability. Upon reaching the 5th floor, the group began encountering more travelers along the way. With minimal resistance from monsters, they steadily descended through the remaining levels. Excitement erupted as the exit finally came into view, bathed in sunlight. Stepping into open air, they paused in awe freedom at last after a grueling climb. A vast landscape stretched before them, the next chapter quietly awaiting their arrival. After emerging from the dungeon, the group stepped into open space, overwhelmed by the vastness beyond the stone walls. Standing still, he quietly acknowledged this world's true surface for the first time. After navigating the maze, the group emerged into the open, their destination finally within reach. One companion explained their need to report back to the guild, signaling the end of their joint travels. The others received advice to head toward the town of Marna if they wished to continue adventuring. They exchanged a firm handshake, parting on good terms after a successful journey. As they moved forward, a girl spotted something familiar and called out, surprised and excited. The group arrived at the transportation temple, where a registered transfer point awaited Shinichi's command. He confirmed the destination was near the hidden house, granting them access to return whenever they wished. Reflecting on his arrival, Shinichi explained how he once wanted to leave the maze immediately. Despite the isolation, the hidden house offered comfort, supplies, and a sense of quiet security. Instead of rushing back, they chose to leisurely explore the surface and enjoy the peaceful scenery. The group continued across the wide plains, marveling at the open landscape after so long underground. Eventually, they reached their destination. The bustling town of Marna awaited with its charming streets. Within the town, they learned it served as a haven for adventurers, due to its proximity to the giant maze. Curious about the market, they observed local goods and livestock. At last, they entered the guild, ready to take their next step as adventurers in this new land. Shinichi observed the adventurers around him, realizing this path was perfect for someone starting from nothing. At the registration counter, they received forms to join the guild and were asked to name their party. While suggestions leaned toward dramatic names, Shinichi had something simpler in mind. He chose Homeless as their party name, drawing protests from his companions, but sticking with his decision. With registration complete, they received their adventurer cards and began their journey at the beginner rank. After completing their registration, the party received words of encouragement and left with renewed motivation. Excited to begin, they celebrated becoming an official team, ready to take on new missions. Suddenly, chaos erupted in town as a terrifying monster, the Factus Dragon, made an unexpected appearance. Amid the panic, they encountered a familiar adventurer already investigating the situation. Without hesitation, he requested their aid in subduing the beast threatening the town. With experienced adventurers absent from town, the group realized they were among the few who could act. Erna felt a strong resolve, unwilling to sit by while others were in danger and determined to help. Her sister objected, doubting Erna's abilities and insisting she wasn't ready to face such a threat. Frustrated, Erna defended herself, claiming her growth in the maze had made her stronger. Emotions flared as Erna accused her sister of constant condescension and lack of trust. Ran high as Erna clashed with her sister, desperate to prove her strength and dreams. To ease the tension, Shinichi stepped in, vowing to protect Erna while helping defeat the monster. Their party secured a deal. Homeless would assist in exchange for full reward rights before splitting. Without wasting time, the team dashed through the streets toward the town's front gate. At the gate, they found the Factus Dragon wreaking havoc as desperate fighters struggled to contain it. The Factus Dragon unleashed a powerful roar and stream of flame, shaking the battlefield with terror. Back at the guild, an urgent announcement declared the beast as the official elimination target. Adventurers rallied at the promise of generous rewards, eager to join the fight and prove themselves. Shinichi cautioned his team to act wisely and avoid unnecessary risks during the battle. With strategy in mind, he handed out energy-boosting fruit as they prepared to engage the monster head-on, activated all his combat skills, preparing for a swift and decisive strike against the dragon. As the beast charged forward, he braced himself, shifting focus entirely to the battle ahead. Launching high into the air, he closed in on the massive creature with force and precision. His sword struck, but the monster blocked it, forcing him back mid-air with unexpected strength. Realizing their disadvantage, Shinichi and his teammate quickly retreated, acknowledging the overwhelming power of their foe. Pearl launched himself onto the dragon's head, delivering a solid blow that stunned the beast momentarily. From the ground, Shinichi and Erna shouted up to him, determined to assist and bring him down safely. Erna unleashed a fireball, but it barely scratched the dragon's tough hide, proving ineffective. Undeterred, she declared her resolve and prepared her most powerful spell. Channeling immense energy, Erna fired the devastating convergence ball, engulfing the dragon in explosive magical force. Erna was knocked to the ground while Shinichi urged her to switch tactics and use a disabling spell. Refusing, she clung to her ideals, declaring her goal to become the strongest sorceress. Shinichi noticed unusual glowing spots on her back and began a magical appraisal. The result revealed a healing acupoint, unlocking her potential for higher-level magic. While examining Erna's body, the man discovers a hidden acupuncture point. He realizes that Erna's latent magic is blocked due to a mysterious affliction, visible as a mark on her back. Trusting the results, he prepares to treat her condition using acupuncture. Erna questions his method, unsure if it will heal her. Before they can proceed, a powerful beast charges at them, with urgency in her voice. She tells Shinichi that now is their only chance to defeat the beast. He activates the healing point on Erna's body while shielding her from onlookers. The stimulation causes an intense reaction. Erna struggles to endure the sudden surge of energy as the magic within her awakens. While they focus on her treatment, the beast attacks. With urgency growing, he urges her to move, knowing they must act before it is too late. Laughter bubbles from Erna and Perot, their bodies trembling as power surges through them unnaturally. Shinichi, sensing the shift, watches Erna closely, uncertain of her condition. With newfound strength radiating from her core, Erna steps forward and declares readiness to cast a powerful spell, raising her staff with purpose. She begins channeling advanced magic without hesitation. A massive pillar of flame erupts, her unleashed power crashes down upon the charging beast. Memories of failure echo in Erna's mind, her father's rejection, and her desperate apology still haunt her. Determined to prove herself, she recalls her vow never to return home until becoming a true sorceress. Now standing over the fallen beast, she claims victory, declaring her long-sought power finally awakened. Shinichi inspects the body, unsure if it's truly dead, and prepares a cautious finishing strike. Suddenly, the dragon revives, jaws wide, forcing Shinichi to react in a split second. Erna steadies herself, her expression sharp and unwavering, preparing for another round of magic. Without delay, she casts Flame Wall, creating a blazing barrier that shields them from further harm. She calmly explains the spell's function, an intermediate technique that absorbs fire-based attacks. The monster begins to flee. Shinichi urges Erna to halt its escape before it is too late. Considering her options, Erna settles on Flame Chain, though she doubts it will restrain the beast for long. Erna responds quickly, focusing her magic to create an opening for Shinichi's attack. With a shout, she casts Flame Chain, binding the monster's body in burning restraints. Shinichi charges forward without hesitation, determined to land the decisive blow. This time electric energy surges through the creature as Shinichi's strike connects amidst the raging magic. Though the attack lands, Shinichi is wounded in the exchange, frustration clear on his face. The chains restraining the monster snap apart, and Erna gasps as her spell fails to hold it back. A blonde warrior distracts the creature, drawing its attention with bold taunts and reckless courage. Shinichi recognizes the newcomer Mikey, who jumps in, offering to buy them some time and share the battle's reward. Meanwhile, Erna admits her magic reserves are drained and hesitates to cast again, offering her magic power so Erna can strike once more with full force. A warm memory resurfaces as her sister reflects on how far Erna has come from being a timid child. Power floods her body, magic rising beyond control, sparking energy around her as she clutches her staff. Standing tall, she silently vows to show her sister what she's become. Determination sharpens her gaze. This is what it means to be Erna Fredria, a true sorceress. With a fierce cry, she unleashes a maximum-level flame burst toward the towering beast. A roaring blast of fire surges from her staff, engulfing everything ahead in an overwhelming inferno. Flames consume the towering beast as stunned onlookers watch it collapse under the weight of her magic. Shock registers across her sister's face, speechless at the raw intensity of the spell's power. Though drained, Erna confirms she's all right, just exhausted from channeling that much energy. Cradled gently, she smiles faintly, realizing she truly defeated the Factus dragon on her own. Relief washes over everyone as Shinichi smiles, grateful to see Erna safe and conscious. Pero runs up overjoyed, praising her victory while noticing her battered condition. She embraces him gently, recognizing his courage during her absence from the battlefield. Nearby, Mikey teases the group, while Shinichi quietly acknowledges how they've consistently exceeded expectations. Kneeling before her, Shinichi thanks Erna, sincerely crediting their hard-won victory to her strength. Warmth fills her chest as a gentle hand rests on her head. Exhaustion fades, replaced by quiet satisfaction after the long battle together. They prepare to return. Laughter breaks out as she proudly claims her new title, spirits high after the hard-earned victory. The day begins with calm outside the newly built home in the otherworld. Suddenly, the elf girl barges in, clutching a bundle as she searches for Shinichi. Without warning, Shinichi steps onto the wall and begins walking across it effortlessly. While reflecting on the dragon he defeated, Shinichi reviews a list of acquired skills, debating which to unlock next from the magical interface. With excitement, the elf reveals a pouch brimming with coins their reward. Shinichi questions the practicality of makeup for adventurers, but the elf insists on her list of beauty essentials. As she scolds him, she grabs his face and twists it toward her, demanding attention and approval. Later they explore the town together, browsing shops and enjoying food along the bustling streets. Shinichi lights up after finding soy sauce and miso. The elf moves on, planning to buy clothes for their young beastkin companion, while Shinichi takes a seat to rest. Shinichi notices a group nearby dressed not as adventurers but as armored knights, raising his suspicion. The knights discuss tracking someone named Novin, confirming he may be hiding somewhere in town. Searching proves difficult as the area is wide, and the woman expresses concern over the challenge. Approaching calmly, Shinichi addresses the female knight directly, curious about their intentions. She glares back at him, standing firmly with her weapon, ready to confront the unexpected inquiry. Shinichi observes the knight with a calm stare, noting her beauty but finding her tone unnecessarily haughty. Angered by his attitude, she scolds him for remaining seated during their exchange, demanding respect. Without hesitation, the knight raises her weapon, threatening to attack unless he identifies himself. Remaining relaxed, Shinichi introduces himself bluntly as Shinichi, unbothered by the tension. Her comrade steps in to de-escalate the situation, apologizing as she fumes in frustration. One of the knights politely asks Shinichi a few questions, and he agrees to help as long as he can. The knight begins by mentioning someone named Novin, but Shinichi denies knowing anyone by that name. Suspicious, the female knight accuses him of hiding something, claiming his earlier behavior seemed guilty. Shinichi finally admits the truth: he was distracted by her chest, not her question. Unashamed, he calmly explains how her figure naturally drew his gaze. Shinichi jokingly suggests he wouldn't mind being tortured for answers, while the knight recoils. His inner thoughts drift again, and the other knight sympathizes, asking her to show some understanding as a fellow man. Shinichi apologizes, reaffirming that he has no useful information about the man they're pursuing. The knights decide to end their questioning and thank him for his time. Moments later, the elf returns, curious about the encounter, but Shinichi brushes it off as a short interrogation. After finishing their shopping, Shinichi suggests returning home, but the elf girl seems more focused on eating. As they prepare to leave, Shinichi starts feeling unusually tired, unsure if it's fatigue or something more. A mysterious system prompt appears before him, offering the chance to evolve into a new form. Confused, he shares the prompt with the elf, who reacts with surprise and concern. News of the evolution spreads quickly, drawing excited onlookers eager to witness the transformation. The crowd gathers around Shinichi, cheering him on after hearing he's about to evolve. Surrounded by smiling faces, he feels overwhelmed and asks for someone to explain the situation clearly. The elf girl explains that evolution is a transformation to a higher biological class. Shinichi realizes he could change his race from homeless to something more powerful or rare. Smiling warmly, the elf promises to stay by his side, no matter what form he takes. Shinichi makes his decision with confidence, accepting the evolution process without hesitation. A system message warns him that the evolution will begin in 5 minutes, and urges him to rest in a safe place. He returns to the inn and falls asleep, marking the start of a significant transformation. Waking up later, he feels drained, his throat parched and body sluggish. Despite sleeping for hours, an intense thirst overwhelms him, leaving him puzzled as he gulps down water. Shinichi wonders if his unusual thirst is a side effect of the evolution process. As he peers into the water, he's shocked to see a reflection with a third eye on his forehead. He recoils, questioning whether the monstrous image was truly him. Upon closer inspection, he confirms the red eye is real, a clear result of his transformation. Though startled, he notices enhanced vision and power, embracing the changes his evolution brought. Shinichi checks his status and discovers his new race homeless variant, leaving him both confused and curious. Though unsure of the meaning, he bursts into laughter, feeling an undeniable surge of strength. Energized by his transformation, he jumps and kicks in excitement, amazed by his enhanced physical abilities. He races across rooftops, moving with unnatural speed and agility, fully embracing his newfound power. Suddenly, he spots a woman being threatened by armed men and prepares to intervene. Shinichi leaps down from the rooftop, landing in front of the attackers with controlled force. The sight of his third eye stuns everyone. He casually announces they'll be his test subjects. One thug lunges forward with a blade, but Shinichi effortlessly catches it and bends it with his fingers. Smirking, he invites them to try harder. Panic spreads as they realize he's too strong. In a blur, Shinichi overwhelms the group with precise strikes, ending the fight in seconds. Shinichi stands over the defeated thugs, unimpressed, calling the scuffle too easy to count as training. He turns to the rescued girl, noting her unconscious state and warning about the dangers of wandering at night. With nothing left to do, he casually walks up a wall and launches into the sky, laughing in exhilaration. The next day, his companions find him exhausted at a cafe. Though claiming to have slept after sunrise, Shinichi is clearly worn out. Shinichi proudly reveals his red eye, impressing the young boy, who instantly wishes to evolve too. Smiling, Shinichi encourages him but insists that only good kids who help others can earn such growth. As plans shift, Shinichi suggests returning to their hidden home, though the elf girl enjoys staying in Marna. Suddenly, two knights confront him, one accusing Shinichi of causing trouble in town. They slam down a wanted poster depicting a pervert, claiming it's clearly him. Shinichi realizes the town views him as a threat due to a misunderstanding. Living here might become difficult. He quickly decides to retreat, telling his group they'll hide at the hidden house for safety. As they hurry to leave, Erna apologizes, and the group rushes out while others call after them. After returning to their hidden house, the group enjoyed a brief moment of peace, gathered around a table, planning their next steps. A discussion arose about food supplies, prompting a disagreement. The idea of starting a farm was firmly rejected, especially with livestock involved. Despite objections, a layout for pigs, cows, and chickens was proposed. Resources and land planning were mapped out in detail, showing serious intent to proceed. To secure livestock, Shinichi negotiated with a professional and planned to raise rabbit chickens in a compact garden. Though clearly annoyed, the elf girl was asked to design the garden's interior rather than assist with construction. Surveying the open field, she questioned the idea of farming in such an empty place. But Shinichi remained confident. With a decisive move, he unleashed magic to clear the overgrown grassland. Hours passed, and the team collapsed, worn out but satisfied with their effort. Fatigue and hunger slowed their progress. Shinichi realized they needed more hands if the project was to continue. Before they could regroup, a pack of tiger bisons appeared. Provoked by territory intrusion, the situation escalated. Without hesitation, Shinichi blocked the leader's charge, bracing himself for a fierce confrontation. A powerful strike followed, overwhelming the beast with sheer force and determination. Victory triggered a prompt. Shinichi was now offered the fallen boss's unique skills. Shinichi discovered a new skill called guardianship, surprising even his companions. The ability allowed him to command beasts and people, an exceptional power few ever obtained. Though impressed, the elf girl downplayed his strength, while Shinichi redirected focus to their farm. With fencing in place, the group prepared to visit town to acquire livestock and supplies. Plans expanded to include shopping, as the others eagerly added personal errands to the trip. Several weeks later, the group returned to town, and Shinichi was reminded of his wanted status. At a weapons shop, he laid out salvaged gear, asking how much it could fetch. The merchant examined the swords while Shinichi explained they were clearing out dungeon loot. Disappointed by the low offer, the elf girl demanded a better deal. The merchant explained he'd pay more if they brought in higher quality weapons next time. Perot reflected on their past battles, wishing for a weapon to better support the group. Shinichi noticed Perot's concern and quietly inquired about the price of the blade he had shown interest in. With little hesitation, he purchased it, surprising Perot with the gesture of trust. Grateful and uplifted, Perot thanked him sincerely before they moved on to find a cow. At the ranch, a farmer demonstrated the cow's quality, encouraging them to choose and taste. Everyone took a sip of the milk, instantly struck by its rich flavor and quality. The farmer revealed the cow's price 10 coins, prompting surprise, but the taste won them over. Despite the steep cost, Shinichi agreed to the purchase, understanding its value for the farm. He was advised to keep the cow on a pasture as it reacted poorly to stress. Before leaving, the farmer casually asked if things were fine at the Adventurers Guild. The merchant explained the guild leaders had been absent for days, distracted by foolish behavior. Even the feudal lord had grown negligent, allowing monsters to swarm the road to the next town. Rumors pointed to a girl named Karen, an influential figure possibly manipulating local leadership. The warning left Shinichi cautious, while the elf girl confirmed Karen was a threat. When asked, she brushed off her unease and suggested they continue shopping as planned. As they returned from shopping, the group struggled with supplies. The elf girl suggested using the cow to help. Pero objected, concerned for the cow's health, urging them not to overwork it. Just ahead, a strange parade marched through town, citizens cheering wildly for Karen. Shinichi realized this bizarre event must be the gathering they were warned about. The elf girl confirmed their suspicion. It was the influence of a succubus at work. Shinichi noticed the elf girl's hesitation and asked if she knew something about the situation. She recounted her past with the night rats, a party she once supported during a dungeon expedition. Part of that group stirred jealousy among the men, driving them into a deadly frenzy. Only by hiding did she manage to survive the bloodshed. Karen's true nature was revealed. She was a succubus, manipulating others for unknown motives. Under the full moon, Karen took flight, her goal clear: to seize control of Marna and wipe out adventurers. Advancing through the streets, concern grew as suspicion turned to certainty about her tactics. A hostile crowd soon blocked the way, shouting threats and demanding punishment under Karen's influence. Blind loyalty drove them to call for blood, eyes void of reason. Blades drawn, the group stood surrounded, unsure how to break through the madness. A group of civilians, weapons in hand, advanced with blank stares and tense bodies. Without hesitation, Shinichi rushed in and swung his blade. Steel collided with steel as the cloaked man blocked the blow, gritting his teeth against the force. Quickly assessing the situation, the black-cloaked warrior stepped back and signaled to his allies nearby. Lightning surged across the square as the female mage cast a paralyzing spell. Bright arcs danced through the air, crackling as they struck. Taking advantage of the opening, the swordsman moved in. He struck Shinichi cleanly in the chest, then followed with a powerful kick to the ribs. The manipulated civilians were thrown back by a sudden force, landing hard on the stone pavement. Shinichi pushed himself up slowly, his body shaking. His vision blurred as he tried to remember what had just happened. Sitting among the others, a man with long hair held his head. He introduced himself as Novan, clearly confused. Grimacing, Novan clutched his skull as memories flickered back. The mention of attacking others left him stunned and speechless. Panic set in as Novan reached out. He pleaded for help, revealing the terrifying truth: something, or someone, had taken control of their minds. Novan suddenly tightened his grip, eyes wide and trembling. His body tensed as a new wave of control surged through him, catching Shinichi off guard. Before Shinichi could react, the other civilians began to rise again. Their eyes were lifeless, movements stiff, and one word escaped their mouths: kill. Realizing the danger, Shinichi grabbed Novan and ran. The guards spotted them fleeing but were too late to stop their escape through the narrow alleyways. Left behind, Shinichi's ally explained the situation to the guards. The recent attack had been chaotic, leaving everyone confused and short on answers. Shinichi suspected someone named Karen was watching, orchestrating the control from the shadows. They discussed their next steps. With the city destabilized and Karen's location unknown, they decided to relocate temporarily and secure their belongings back at their hideout. Tension lingered. Shinichi reflected on recent events, realizing that slaying the dragon may have drawn unwanted attention to their group. While preparing a meal, the elf woman pondered their future. Her quiet question hung in the air: what path should they take from here? Chopping and stirring continued as a pot of stew simmered. Despite the chaos, they focused on gathering intel discreetly without risking exposure. When dinner was served, Shinichi's eyes widened at the familiar taste. The group sat down and offered thanks before eating. As the flavors spread through their mouths, memories of another world seemed to stir in their minds. Joy filled the room. The young boy devoured his food amazed. Even Shinichi couldn't hide his surprise at tasting curry in a fantasy realm. As he took another bite, a message suddenly appeared before him, asking whether to evolve Elena Fredria. Elena noticed the shift and asked what happened. When he shared the question, everyone turned to her in shock. With curiosity and hesitation, Shinichi confirmed his decision. His finger pressed, yes, sealing an unknown change that was now set in motion. A new message appeared in front of Elena, announcing that her evolution would begin in 5 minutes and warning of intense drowsiness. Shinichi calmly pointed out the message, confirming he hadn't been joking. Elena, now startled, finally understood the seriousness of what he triggered. Rather than resisting, she accepted the situation with curiosity, wondering aloud about the cause, perhaps the dragon, or the sacred water. Moments later, thirst overwhelmed her. She stumbled to the counter, guzzling water, as the transformation drained her strength. When it ended, Shinichi used appraisal magic. The result revealed Elena's true nature, an evolved elf with command over multiple elemental attributes. Shinichi looked puzzled, questioning Elena's unusual magical attributes, and what being a pure blood elf truly meant. With manic excitement, Elena declared her power had increased, laughing triumphantly. Shinichi tried to calm her, while Puro watched nervously from behind. Elena explained the history pure blood elves were the original race, dominant due to their unmatched magical abilities. Their strength declined after intermingling with others. If pure bloods were superior, then Elena's evolution seemed more like a return to origin than progress. To prove her new strength, Elena summoned water magic. A glowing orb formed in her hand as she launched a refined aqua ball with precision. Elena proudly displayed her enlarged aqua ball. Its size had doubled, bouncing with power. Shinichi speculated whether it was a new enhancement skill. The young boy watched in awe, wondering when he would gain the chance to evolve. His frustration surfaced as he imagined controlling power that large. Trying to ease his doubts, Shinichi explained that Elena's earlier evolution was only due to her age. Smiling brightly, he raised his arm with renewed determination, vowing to become stronger and prove himself too. Now confident in her new strength, declared her readiness to defeat Karen and free the city, if only they could find her. The party entered a quiet part of the city. Though peaceful on the surface, a tense atmosphere lingered as they advanced toward their next lead. Elena wondered if others were staying alert. Shinichi observed that everything seemed calm, but he remained cautious. With the guild closed, they had no choice but to gather information by asking around. Shinichi paused, sensing something unusual nearby. A heated exchange broke out nearby. A frustrated woman accused someone of entering the dungeon. Shinichi encountered a familiar man who admitted things were getting harder. He finally introduced himself, suggesting cooperation was now necessary to move forward. Introductions were exchanged swiftly. Shinichi identified his group as homeless, while Gale revealed his position as commander under Duchess Medill. Recognition sparked. Gale recalled hearing about a party that defeated the factus dragon. Homeless fit that description. Without delay, a request was made. Gale needed support with a task he wasn't supposed to speak of openly. The mission involved tracking down someone important. Novin, the missing son of Duke Medill. Cooperation was crucial. Rather than rejecting it outright, Shinichi listened, considered the situation, and agreed to assist in the search. Orders from the Lord demanded Novin's return. Gale admitted the young noble had slipped away alone, driven by his craving for adventure. New intelligence suggested he'd reached the 30th floor of the Mojedo Labyrinth. Traveling with a skilled adventurer, immediate action was needed. Both guards acknowledged homeless as frequent visitors to the labyrinth, and the ones who slew the factus dragon. Details about Novin surfaced. 17, slim, with parted dark hair. Gale hoped for help in tracking him down. Recognition flashed. Shinichi realized they had already encountered someone matching that description just the day before. Reactions grew tense. Shinichi revealed Novin had fallen under a succubus's influence, and basic protection wouldn't be enough to break the spell. The name Karen surfaced, an enchantress capable of charming minds. Defeating her was the only way to free Novin. Hope remained. Reaching the 30th floor of the labyrinth wasn't out of reach. Confidence rose as the group agreed to move forward. Since objectives aligned, Shinichi accepted the mission. Lending support made sense while heading the same direction. Not everyone agreed. The female knight voiced sharp distrust, unwilling to rely on strangers without reason. Mockery stirred tension. The female knight accused Shinichi of being unworthy, suggesting he'd be better used as a porter than a fighter. Not backing down, he proposed a duel. If he won, she'd follow his lead in the labyrinth. If she prevailed, he'd withdraw entirely. A confident grin spread across her face, doubtful of his skills. She boldly accepted the challenge without hesitation. Preparations began. Rules were clear: no skills, no magic, only wooden weapons. Victory required a clean submission or incapacitation. Both stood firm. Agreement was mutual. The duel was officially set to begin. She stepped forward with confidence, dismissing any chance of defeat. Her stance showed no hesitation as she prepared to strike with the wooden sword. Charging ahead, she closed the distance. Arms tensed, she swung with speed and force, aiming to overpower Shinichi from the start. As Freya charged forward with determination, Shinichi stood firm, blade poised to meet her. The clash of metal echoed as their swords collided in a swift exchange of power. Confusion flickered across Freya's face. No matter how aggressively she attacked, Shinichi evaded or blocked with ease. His calm gaze never wavered. Momentum shifted with each strike. Freya unleashed another swing, only for Shinichi to counter it without stepping back. Gasps rose from the onlookers. Holding his sword with one hand, Shinichi absorbed every blow, causing them to question his full strength. Acknowledging her refined technique, Shinichi spoke plainly. Freya lowered her stance again, unwilling to yield so soon. Freya lunged with confidence, declaring her superior training. Her stance radiated pride, believing Shinichi stood no chance as a commoner. Yet disbelief crept in. No matter how hard she pressed, he remained composed. Shinichi's calm expression stirred doubt in her heart. Driven by frustration, she launched another attack, urging him to respond. Her strikes demanded acknowledgement, not avoidance. Finally, Shinichi shifted. With narrowed eyes and renewed focus, he prepared to strike, no longer holding back. His sudden movement carved through the air. Steel met steel as his counterattack began in earnest, swift and precise. Freya stared at her blade in disbelief. The clean break along its edge left her stunned. Her confidence had been shattered along with it. The match was declared over. Shinichi stood victorious, though bitter. Freya acknowledged defeat, vowing to keep her word, as a knight. A fellow guard expressed surprise at the outcome. Freya, still irritated, questioned Shinichi's role among them, despite his clear display of strength. Even so, Shinichi was welcomed with respect. A firm handshake marked the beginning of cooperation, tension slowly giving way to trust. With plans set, the group agreed to rendezvous at the labyrinth, each preparing for the journey ahead. As the group walked through the silent streets, an eerie stillness surrounded them. Shops remained shuttered, and the absence of people weighed heavily on the atmosphere. Concern shadowed their faces. The elf woman questioned their chances of success, but Shinichi offered quiet reassurance, confident despite the unease. A spark of energy lifted the mood. With newfound enthusiasm, they vowed to give their best, rallying behind Shinichi's bold, if slightly exaggerated declaration. Outside the labyrinth, the team assembled. Shinichi took command, prepared to organize roles for the dangerous path ahead. Assignments were given swiftly. Puro and Freya were chosen to lead the front lines. Shinichi assigned final positions. Gale would secure the rear. Elena would handle magic in the center, and roles would shift if needed to counter ambushes. He reminded the team of the unknown dangers ahead. From the 22nd floor onward, the labyrinth remained unexplored, its threats uncertain. A guide led them away from the main path. Confusion grew as Shinichi questioned the unfamiliar route. The guide revealed their destination, the Temple of Transfiguration. They would skip directly to the 21st level, a bold and risky maneuver. Without further delay, the group approached the temple's gate, ready to begin the descent. The group stood before the ancient temple's entrance, unsure of what to expect. Freya glanced at Gale, her expression tense with uncertainty. Moments later, they emerged into a strange field. Despite being 21 floors underground, the area resembled a peaceful surface meadow. Laughter broke the tension. Gale marveled at the sight, while Shinichi casually referred to it as home, leaving the others bewildered by the idea. Shinichi explained with a smirk. Though strange, it suited him. The others could only shake their heads at the odd reality he called normal. With the transfer complete, the team began their mission, tracking down Lord Novan in the labyrinth's lower depths. Puro crouched near the ashes, analyzing the remains of a campfire. He detected 6 distinct scents, 4 men, 2 women, indicating recent passage. Gale confirmed their suspicion. Adding Novan to the count matched the reports. Puro's keen senses impressed everyone. Shinichi nodded. With confirmation of the trail, they pushed forward. The path ahead seemed more certain now. The group arrived on the 22nd floor, stepping into a bamboo forest unlike anything they'd expected in a dungeon. It felt oddly familiar to Shinichi, while Puro enthusiastically foraged for food. Freya looked on skeptically. Nearby, a rabbit peeked from the brush, unnoticed by all. Freya's eyes sparkled as she spotted a rabbit with a single horn. Overwhelmed by its charm, she couldn't help but admire it aloud. Ignoring the mission, she cuddled the creature joyfully. Gale reminded her of their purpose, but her focus was already lost to fluff. Shinichi apologized for her behavior, explaining her deep love for animals. Elena looked slightly embarrassed as Freya tried to save face. Gale chuckled, offering a knight's perspective on compassion. Even so, obsession with a beast could be a warrior's downfall. Seeing potential, Shinichi stepped forward. With confidence, he prepared to subjugate the horned creature. Freya gasped as Shinichi raised his hand toward the horned rabbit. The creature responded with curious sounds and cautious steps. A notification appeared. Shinichi had successfully made the horned rabbit his familiar. The group looked on in disbelief. Effortlessly, he trained it to follow commands. The rabbit obeyed, hopping and placing its paw gently in his hand. Freya was stunned. Despite its obedience, Shinichi noted its limited usefulness. Freya, however, was shocked by his ability to tame it so easily. As awe turned to confusion, Gale questioned Shinichi's true nature. Freya, unwilling to part with the creature, protested in dismay. held up a skull, and innocently asked if it was edible. Shinichi and Elena quickly shouted in alarm. Those were human remains. The bones began to stir. A swarm of skeletons rose from the ground, weapons in hand, and empty eyes glowing with menace. Elena prepared a powerful spell, disgusted by the undead. Before she could act, Shinichi intervened, catching her off guard with an unexpected grab. As she reeled back and kicked him in frustration, Shinichi calmly mentioned he had a different idea he wanted to test. Laughing to himself, he ignored Elena's glare. She sighed, realizing she wasn't actually dying, just stuck with someone unpredictable. Shinichi extended his hand toward the undead, commanding them to become his familiars. Elena watched in disbelief, realizing his intention. The process proved more difficult than with the rabbit. Beads of sweat formed as he continued the subjugation ritual, urging patience. A moment later, the skeletons bowed in submission, newly bound by Shinichi's magic. They transformed into a unique class, homeless skeletons, far stronger than before. Gale, startled, asked for an explanation. Shinichi admitted he possessed a skill to turn monsters into allies, something he hadn't revealed earlier. Freya and Gale struggled to accept it. A beast as a companion was strange enough. Undead servants were beyond their expectations. Frustration bubbled in Freya despite her praise, unable to hide how much she envied the rare ability she had just witnessed. Without warning, a strange sensation stirred within Shinichi. The eye on his forehead activated, reacting to the skeletons nearby. A surge of energy passed through him. Before long, a new form emerged: golden skeletons, imbued with light and dark, unlike anything seen before. As realization dawned, he linked their transformation to the power of his third eye, which seemed to trigger during familiar bonding. His new undead companions stood ready, voices united in loyalty. Whatever orders awaited, they were prepared to serve. One skeleton stood out with its golden shine. Recognizing its presence, Shinichi named it leader of the group. After some playful debate, he settled on the name Skeletor. While Gale approved, Elena remained unconvinced and uneasy around the undead companion. Deeper in the bamboo forest, a monstrous brute attacked. Freya and Gale immediately engaged, weapons striking in sync. From the shadows, wolves lunged only to be intercepted by a storm of bones. Skeletons launched into action, clubs swinging without mercy, thou effective. Their loud rattling annoyed Elena. Gale acknowledged their strength, but couldn't deny the chaos they brought with them. The group reached the 23rd floor after navigating the dense bamboo terrain. Perot called out, having discovered a descending staircase hidden in the overgrowth. Stone steps led into a darker area below. Signs of past movement littered the ground, raising concerns about what lay ahead. At the bottom, a vast swamp spread out beneath the open sky. Oversized insects hovered across murky waters. None expected a terrain shift so drastic. Progress continued into unfamiliar, uncharted territory. A group led by Shinichi approached the wooden pier, ready to descend into unexplored territory. To identify the threat, Shinichi used his appraisal skill. The result revealed the insects as mojito dragonflies, a species exclusive to the Great Labyrinth. Shinichi pondered the reliability of his appraisal, suspecting his accuracy had improved. His companion questioned the rarity, but there was no time for debate as the swarm grew hostile. One of the elf mages stepped ahead, raising her staff without hesitation while others waited for her lead. A rapid series of fireballs erupted from her magic, colliding with the incoming dragonflies. Explosions burst across the dock as fireballs struck the incoming dragonflies. Wings burned mid-air while some creatures plummeted into the lake, unable to withstand the assault. The aftermath left the team stunned. One warrior questioned the elf's immense power, comparing it to spells from the royal court. A glowing interface appeared before Shinichi. It offered him a choice of skills: clairvoyance or flight, both at intermediate level. New energy surged through him as the flight skill activated. Shinichi launched upward, wings of magic lifting him effortlessly into the air. Floating just above the ground, he stabilized his posture. Confidence settled in his eyes as he prepared to test his new power in full. Shinichi hovered above the ground as his companions gathered around him. Some were impressed, while others were surprised by the subtle effect of the flight skill. He observed the altitude and noted its low lift. While analyzing, a large frog crept nearby, its wide eyes locked on him. Suddenly, the frog lashed out its tongue, aiming to catch him off guard. Shinichi swiftly reacted and grabbed it mid-strike. Using appraisal, he confirmed it was a mojito frog, adolescent stage. Though classified as D rank, it held culinary value in some regions. The girls recoiled in shock, but Shinichi didn't hesitate. He struck the frog with precision, neutralizing the threat in a single blow. Shinichi acquired another skill, this time unlocking underwater adaptation. Though surprised by his own rapid growth, He recognized its potential usefulness. He knelt beside the defeated frog, preparing to dismantle it for materials. As they prepared to leave, an unusual shape nearby drew their attention. Its size and stillness made it look like an oddly shaped boulder. Realization struck. Shinichi and the others froze as a strong odor revealed the truth. This was no rock, but another frog, far larger and alive. Rising before them stood a towering frog, dwarfing the previous one. Its looming form cast a shadow over the group, signaling a new threat had arrived. Faced with the towering frog, panic set in. Shinichi and the others turned and sprinted down the dock, driven by instinct to escape at a safer distance. They regrouped. Shinichi questioned why magic couldn't drive the creature away, frustrated by the obstacle blocking their path. The elf explained the risk. A misfired spell could damage the bridge, and falling into the swamp would expose them to more danger. Instead of fighting, Shinichi proposed a retreat strategy. They didn't need to defeat the frog, only make it leave. The armored woman stepped forward with determination, expressing her wish to contribute to the plan. The team quickly finalized their strategy. Elena would lead with magic while Freya and Perot created a diversion. Once the creature was distracted, Shinichi intended to strike during the opening. Everyone acknowledged their role, committed to making the plan succeed. Together, they approached the giant frog once more. This time, they stood united and prepared, no longer acting on fear alone. Elena launched the first attack with a barrage of stone projectiles, aiming to draw the frog's attention and shake its footing. While shards rained down, Freya and Perot charged into motion, splitting left and right to confuse the enemy and widen the opening for Shinichi. Perot launched forward, striking the giant frog's body with all his strength. The impact staggered the creature momentarily. Freya rushed in next, ready to deliver a finishing blow. Shinichi, however, noticed something, and shouted for her to fall back. Too late, the frog's tongue whipped through the air. Perot's attempt to shield Freya ended with him directly in the path of danger. In a flash, the frog snatched Perot and swallowed him whole. Shinichi and the others looked on in shock as he vanished. Reacting quickly, Shinichi gathered his power and unleashed an ice attack, freezing the creature's body to halt its movements. With a fierce cry, Shinichi charged forward. His blade slashed clean through the giant frog's body, dealing a decisive blow. The creature collapsed as blood spilled from the wound. Shinichi immediately rushed to the remains, searching for any sign of life inside. Moments later, Perot emerged, covered in slime but alive. Exhausted and disgusted, he coughed and wiped his mouth. As relief set in, Shinichi turned to Freya with visible frustration. He demanded an explanation for her reckless attack outside the plan. Anger flared. He accused her of acting on pride, risking Perot's life to prove herself without considering the consequences. Freya tried to explain herself, but Shinichi remained firm. One of their companions stepped in to defuse the situation. He offered to handle the apology later, urging Shinichi to focus on the current situation and leave the argument behind for now. Shinichi exhaled, then called out to Skeletor, ordering him to remove the fallen frog's corpse from the bridge. As the group discussed retreat, Shinichi agreed. He warned that another similar creature could appear at any moment. Suddenly, a system message appeared before him. His physical skills had evolved, merging into a new, more powerful state-enhanced body. A new system message appeared, listing a series of skill evolutions. Shinichi's abilities advanced rapidly. Swordsmanship became Sword King technique, and other traits followed suit. He stared at the alerts, stunned by the transformation. Elena, equally surprised, realized her own skills had also progressed. Shinichi explained that evolution depended on talent and proficiency. He noted how rare it was, with many never advancing in decades. Elena silently reflected on his words. Soon after, Skeletor reported back. A staircase had been discovered further ahead. Shinichi acknowledged the news with brief praise. The group moved on, reaching the vast terrain of the 24th level. As the group explored the new area, Elena admired the beauty of the landscape. She commented on the fresh air and clean environment, imagining it as a perfect place for a retreat. Smiling, she looked forward to finally washing off the grime from their journey. A sense of relief spread among the party. Shinichi used his detection skill to scan the surroundings. No enemies appeared nearby, making the location feel secure for rest. With no objections from the team, he declared the spot suitable for camp. Preparations began shortly after. Meanwhile, Perot returned excitedly, proudly holding a massive crayfish he had caught from the water nearby, excited by the abundance of fish. Perot suggested catching more for dinner. Shinichi agreed, and proposed crafting a net to improve their haul. After removing his gear, Shinichi sat down and activated his yarn-making skill. With focus and precision, he created a large, durable net. The others took on tasks gathering firewood and preparing ingredients. Shinichi gave instructions. trusting the team to handle their parts. With tools ready, he and Puro headed to the riverbank. Spirits were high as they prepared to dive in. Underwater, the pair moved skillfully. Thanks to Shinichi's adaptation ability, he swam effortlessly toward the fish without discomfort. Beneath the surface, Shinichi and Puro successfully speared several large fish. Their efforts paid off quickly. Returning to camp, they proudly displayed a full net of fish. Elena welcomed them back, impressed by the volume of their catch. Shinichi was directed to cut the fish and place them into a floating magical container. He examined the strange sphere with curiosity. Elena used a combination of fire and water magic to heat the swirling pot, explaining how it allowed them to cook without a physical pan. Pleased with the results, she called it part of her evolution. Shinichi responded with light praise, joking about her title as cook of the homeless. With the meal complete, bowls of steaming soup were served around the group. Shinichi called everyone to eat together. The party gathered under the trees, enjoying the peaceful atmosphere. One member expressed surprise at how good the food was, especially while still on duty. Compliments followed as they tasted the meat. Elena admitted she had added it without checking. The others were too busy enjoying the flavor to care. Realization struck some of the meat came from the giant frog. Shock spread across their faces as confusion set in. Unfazed, Shinichi calmly continued eating. He simply asked if it wasn't still delicious, brushing off their panic with ease. Night fell as the group rested near the campfire, wrapped in blankets. Most of the team drifted into a peaceful sleep. While the others slept, Shinichi stayed awake, sipping a drink beside the fire. Freya stood nearby, holding her weapon on night watch. He offered her a drink, but she declined, choosing to remain alert and focused on the surroundings. Freya stepped closer, her expression serious. She told Shinichi there was something important she needed to discuss. Seated beneath tall trees, Shinichi quietly sipped his tea, eyes calmly fixed on the approaching figure. With a heavy expression, the girl stepped forward and confessed her misjudgment, believing she could handle things alone. Although she attempted to explain her actions, the regret in her voice revealed she understood the risks she had taken. Lowering herself in a respectful gesture, she offered a heartfelt apology for belittling their worth as adventurers. Acknowledging her sincerity, Shinichi responded with a slight smile, noting her seriousness, while assuring her there was no lingering resentment. Invited to sit near the fire, the girl opened up, revealing her parents weren't nobles but renowned adventurers. Though her past suggested status, she clarified that she was, in truth, a commoner raised far from privilege. Memories of loss surfaced her parents' past when she was 7, followed by her grandmother a year later. She described her childhood in the capital's slums, surviving with little more than instinct and resilience. Life then meant scavenging through garbage-strewn alleys, finding scraps to eat, and doing whatever it took to stay alive. In a dim alley, Shinichi watched as a homeless man sorted through trash, questioning if it was truly his place to intervene. The girl recalled a turning point, rescuing a lost noble boy in the slums who later introduced himself as Master Novan. Rather than looking down on her, Novan offered food, shelter, and even asked to make her his sworn knight. She spoke with quiet gratitude, admitting he not only saved her life, but trained her into who she became. Despite it all, a part of her still resented her parents, believing their adventuring fate stole their chance at happiness. She expressed sorrow, explaining how losing her parents and a dear friend had shaped her hostility toward adventurers. Despite the past, she shifted the topic with renewed purpose, promising to repay Shinichi and join him in searching for Novan. When asked about a boy named Pero, she clarified he wasn't her son, just someone they'd taken in because he had no family. With a gentle smile, she revealed her intent to raise him like her own, embracing the role of an adoptive parent. Shinichi, caught off guard by her depth, silently admitted she was far more complex than he had imagined. With sudden curiosity, the girl asked if she could touch Pero's tail, eyes wide and determined as she awaited permission. Shinichi responded cautiously, questioning her motives while she flailed in embarrassment, insisting it was pure fascination with its fluffiness. Approaching Pero, who lay unaware, she extended her hands with anticipation, struggling to contain her excitement. Upon contact, her face lit up with joy and disbelief, overwhelmed by the tail's softness as she collapsed into bliss. Observing her intense reaction, Shinichi froze, internal alarms ringing as he recognized a potential danger zone forming before his eyes. Shinichi issued a sharp command as the skeleton servant handed him his gear nearby. The girl alerted others of incoming enemies. He scanned the area urgently, searching for the threat until his eyes locked onto movement reflected in his crystal. Above the treetops, massive wings cut through the sky, a group of feathered beasts descending rapidly from above. A fierce griffin landed before them, its talons striking the ground as Shinichi stared it down with focused resolve. Despite warnings, he stepped forward calmly, unleashing magic that engulfed the beast in a blazing, effortless counterattack. Shinichi gave a decisive order, commanding his skeletal familiars to restrain the beast before it could attack. Chains of dark magic lashed out from bony hands, wrapping tightly around the griffin as it roared in frustration. While allies observed with interest, he speculated on the spell's origin, amused by how effectively his summons carried out the subjugation. Despite warnings, he remained calm, assessing the creature's reaction and noting the slow progress of the taming gauge. Choosing an unorthodox method, Shinichi patted the griffin gently, coaxing it with soft words and careful strokes to win it over. While others doubted his method, Shinichi offered the griffin daily pats in exchange for loyalty, and to everyone's surprise, it worked. AA system prompt confirmed success. He had tamed the beast, now designated a new species with immense potential, the homeless griffin. The group reacted in awe. One girl melted at the griffin's fluff, while others wondered if she'd grown overly attached. Questions followed about Shinichi's ability. Could he command other magical creatures? He explained, it came down to skill and control. Considering future plans, he smiled at the suggestion of using more griffins as a mode of transportation for the team. Excited by their success, Shinichi rallied the group to hunt for another griffin, catching some of them off guard with the sudden decision. Hers into their trek, exhaustion set in. The group wandered deeper into the forest with no clear result, frustration building. Suddenly, one of them discovered something odd: scattered, wooden wheels resting among the trees, signs of recent activity. Shinichi inspected the pieces closely, speculating about their origins and the possibility of horse-drawn visitors passing through. With wild confidence, he proposed fixing the remnants using thread and wood, rallying everyone into action despite the elf's disbelief. Great enthusiasm, Shinichi unveiled the finished project, an improvised wooden vehicle pulled by skeletons, proudly dubbed the skeleton cart. Reactions were mixed. One companion lit up with excitement, while the elf stared in disbelief, protesting its crude design. Ignoring her resistance, Shinichi insisted she get aboard, dragging her onto the rattling cart as the others looked on. As the skeletons began pulling them forward, panic overtook the elf while Shinichi and the boy enjoyed the chaotic ride. They rumbled through the forest, the cart shaking wildly behind them, complaints of sore hips echoing down the trail. Shinichi and his group reached a stairwell hidden deep in the woods, leading them down to an unexpected lower level. They emerged onto the 25th floor, a vast open field, filled with swaying crops that took Shinichi completely by surprise. Overwhelmed with joy at the sight of rice, he celebrated loudly, thrilled by the chance to eat his favorite food again. His companions, however, stared in confusion, unsure why a simple grain sparked such childish enthusiasm. As he eagerly called them over, they questioned if rice even existed in their world, or if Shinichi had gone mad. Deeper in the dungeon, the group came across an ancient structure, columns rising high, nestled between trees and stalks of grain. Gathering at the front, they examined a large stone monument, etched with unfamiliar writing inside the temple's entrance. The elf confirmed it was the Temple of Transference, a place said to connect dungeon floors. Shinichi proposed trying it out. A system message confirmed activation. Shinichi now had a transfer point and could revisit the floor whenever he pleased. Overjoyed, he explained to the confused elf that this meant unlimited access to rice, a discovery more important than any treasure. With a connection to the surface now established, the group prepared to continue their journey, skeletons pulling the cart forward once more. As they followed the most efficient route, the elf wondered aloud if they were close to catching up with Novan. Shinichi remained focused. A moment later, the skeletons notified him of a stairway ahead, signaling the next phase of descent. They entered the dungeon's 26th level, an expansive, ancient stone chamber cloaked in eerie stillness and shadow. Reorganizing their formation, the Knight Commander stepped forward, ready to take point in the deeper, more dangerous levels ahead. A dark hallway stirred with movement. Shinichi's alert triggered danger approached fast, and action was required immediately. From the shadows emerged a horde of zombies, their grotesque forms staggering forward, like an eerie welcoming committee. Reactions varied: disgust, fear, and frustration. While the elf panicked, Gale explained the harsh truth: only headshots would stop the undead. Shinichi leapt into action, igniting a magical flare that unleashed a massive elemental blast into the enemy ranks. As more zombies closed in, he ordered Skeletor and his minions to respond, struggling to stay ahead of the relentless assault. Shinichi's skeletons held back the zombies, but the elf warned of another wave closing in from the opposite corridor. More undead marched forth in overwhelming number. Concern grew as they realized this level was crawling with enemies. Unfazed, Shinichi smirked. The creatures were weak enough for him to control, and he began casting his subjugation spell. With a gleam in his eye, he rapidly added enemy after enemy to his growing undead roster, rallying them like recruits. Seated triumphantly in a wooden cart, Shinichi cackled wildly, now the proud commander of a 200-strong skeleton army. While some questioned Shinichi's enthusiasm and the eerie presence of skeletons, others admired his energy and leadership. Shinichi remained focused, proposing a new formation that placed the undead in the lead for safety and strategy. With confidence, he commanded the skeletal army forward, determined to continue their expedition with overwhelming numbers on their side. Shinichi stood proudly before an army of skeletons, having amassed an undead force deep within the dungeon. With a commanding gesture, Shinichi ordered the skeletons forward. His companions followed closely, determined to sweep the floor of hostile corpses standing in their path. Reaching the 27th level, the dim surroundings forced the group to pause. Shinichi crouched to assess the area while one ally conjured light to pierce the shadows. Together they advanced cautiously. One elf sensed something along the wall, halting suddenly as unease settled in. The fox-eared youth sniffed the air, alerting them. The corridor ahead loomed vast and ominous. A piercing scream echoed through the corridor, freezing Shinichi mid-step. His companions sniffed the air and reported multiple human scents ahead, mixed with something else. They turned a corner and spotted a grim scene. Unconscious bodies lay scattered across the floor, while a winged woman held a man upright by his collar. Grinning confidently, the winged woman revealed herself to be no ordinary foe. Shinichi's team reacted with alarm. One of them identified her as the cause of recent chaos in Marna, her infamy now confirmed. With a smug expression, the woman confessed she'd grown impatient and descended from the 30th level to greet them early, her tone laced with menace. Freya and her comrades reeled in shock as the truth became clear. Novan had been used as bait, his fallen form lying motionless on the cold stone floor. Without hesitation, Shinichi issued orders. The group was to prioritize rescuing the wounded while he and the others held the enemy's attention. Standing firm, Shinichi, Elna, and Pero prepared to confront the winged woman. Ignoring her mockery, the trio charged forward in unison, their focus sharpened as they prepared to strike together. Elna unleashed a barrage of flame spells, her magic lighting the corridor with explosive force, aiming to overwhelm the enemy in a single coordinated attack. She flame spell engulfed the enemy, but just as impact seemed certain, the succubus disappeared without a trace, leaving the group momentarily stunned. Suddenly, she reappeared behind Elna with a grin. In a swift motion, she reached for her target as Shinichi reacted with a shout and rushed in. Shinichi dove forward and pushed Elna aside, narrowly saving her from the incoming strike. The succubus smiled, amused by his timely intervention. Realization set in she was using teleportation, a racial trait unique to succubi. With resolve regained, the team surged forward. The fox-eared boy called for Shinichi's support as they launched into their next coordinated assault. Puro launched a rapid assault, his gale strike pounding the succubus with a flurry of blows. She weathered the attack but quickly broke away to counter. Shinichi slid into position, sword drawn intercepting her movement before she could reposition. Their blades clashed with force, neither side relenting. Sparks flew as Shinichi met her strength, head-on refusing to yield ground. As she tried to retreat, Shinichi closed the gap and landed a solid kick to her midsection, knocking her back before she could react. From behind, Elna began casting advanced magic. The ground rumbled as stone rose around her, preparing to unleash a decisive spell against their elusive foe. With power gathered at her command, Elna cast Ground Hammer, sending a massive slab of stone crashing down toward the enemy with explosive force. The impact shook the floor as debris settled. A wall of rubble now stood where the succubus had once been, sealing off the area. Shinichi watched cautiously. Elna, confident in her magic, declared the battle over, certain her spell had finished the job. Elsewhere, Shinichi checked on the wounded. Gale reported that 5 of the rescued group were unconscious, but Novan was still breathing. As relief spread, a teammate passed over a cure mushroom. Instructions were given to use it when Novan awoke. With the battle seemingly over, Shinichi relaxed. Elna mentioned taking a bath back home, while the group began wrapping up their affairs in the dungeon. When asked about the skeletons, Shinichi casually stated they'd be put to work tending fields. As they debated the skeleton count, a voice echoed from within the rubble. The source, still hidden, warned them of an unwanted transformation. Stone shattered outward as a massive figure emerged, revealing a familiar but terrifying form. Shinichi and Elna stared in disbelief. Amid the falling debris, the succubus reappeared, smiling darkly. Her voice dripped with contempt as she declared their efforts insufficient to bring her down. Hovering above the rubble, the succubus revealed her transformed form demonic, powerful, and no longer hiding her true nature. Her gaze intensified, and an overwhelming pressure radiated across the chamber. Shinichi's team staggered, stunned by the surge of magical force now suffusing the air. Recognizing the danger, Shinichi ordered Freya to retreat with the wounded. His mind raced, unable to comprehend how she could still stand after everything they threw at her. Appraisal activated, revealing a terrifying truth. She was a vampire-succubus hybrid capable of wielding multiple elements and ranked among Calamity-class monsters. With a calm, almost smug expression, the woman confirmed the assessment. She declared herself a fusion of vampire and succubus. Hovering high above, the vampire succubus raised her hand and channeled dark energy. Her voice rang out with sadistic promise she intended to drain them alive. Magic circles glowed across the floor as she summoned a line of human-shaped figures. Her call had revived more than just beasts. A massive group emerged, silent, weapon-wielding humans under her control. Their vacant expressions sent a chill through the room. Shinichi's group recognized them at once. These were the missing villagers of Marna, now bound to her will through dark summoning. Mocking laughter echoed above. With twisted delight, she commanded the enthralled villagers to fight, forcing them to battle their own kind for survival. Within the torchlit dungeon, adventurers draw their weapons as a grotesque demoness makes her entrance. Her sadistic laughter echoes off the walls, signaling the start of a merciless slaughter. Tension grips the gathered fighters as they face an overwhelming horde. At the far end, the winged enemy watches smugly from above, relishing their uncertainty. Unshaken, Shinichi takes command. Flanked by his loyal undead lieutenant, he prepares for a counteroffensive with eerie calm. Without hesitation, he raises his hand and issues a decisive command to engage in unison. Countless skeletons surge forward, silent, relentless, and ready for battle. Shinichi ordered Gale to withdraw with the others, urging them to avoid being caught in the conflict. The knight hesitated but acknowledged the command with a firm nod. Freya stepped forward, determination burning in her eyes. Despite being told to retreat, she pleaded for the chance to join the battle. Gale warned her of the risks, pointing out the vast difference in strength between them and the enemies ahead. Even with danger looming, Freya's resolve didn't waver. She chose to stand and fight proudly as a knight. With weapon in hand, she joined Shinichi, ready to contribute. Though unsure of her impact, she vowed to support him with all she had. The demoness hovered above, shouting for her followers to prove their loyalty. With weapons raised, her possessed soldiers charged forward in a frenzy. Across the hall, Shinichi gave his undead troops a crucial order not to kill, but to stall and buy time. Clashing steel rang out as the first attackers met the skeletal defenders. A swordsman recoiled, startled by the unexpected resistance. Despite the chaos, the undead held their ground. Their relentless strikes overwhelmed the enemy, leaving many wounded and retreating in fear. Shinichi observed the battlefield calmly, noting the difference in strength. His voice was sharp, mocking the demoness, whose summoned pawns now faltered. A loud clang echoed through the corridor as the demoness suddenly appeared before Shinichi, blades whirling around her in a deadly spiral. She extended an invitation laced with mockery, offering Shinichi a place at her side. He refused coldly, unwilling to align with a monster. Without warning, Shinichi caught her blade mid-swing, halting the attack with sharp eyes locked on hers, unwavering. Another figure dashed toward the fight, but the demoness intercepted with brutal precision, dismissing his presence without hesitation. With a single blow, she sent the boy flying. Her expression twisted with disdain as she sneered, declaring her hatred for children. Freya, burning with rage, charged the demoness after witnessing Perodono fall. Her weapon raised, she dashed forward without hesitation. Turning her back with disdain, the demoness muttered her annoyance, clearly unfazed by the charging knight. Shinichi stood ready, watching the exchange closely. Before Freya could strike, a sudden blast erupted. The explosion consumed the area, leaving flames and debris behind. Amid the destruction, Shinichi held the injured Freya gently. He reassured her with calm words, accepting the attack's inevitability. Hovering overhead, the demoness declared the end of games. Now fully intent on eliminating them one by one, Elna reappeared and swiftly landed a devastating slash across the demoness's back. Her sudden entrance shifted the battlefield's momentum, if only briefly. But the demoness recovered quickly, mocking Elna's foolishness before anyone could react. Shinichi launched binding threads to restrain her movements. Seizing the chance, Freya charged again, weapon drawn, yet the enemy countered with ease, striking a lethal blow at close range. Coldly, the demoness restrained both girls, stabbing one while promising to drain their blood later. Her tone remained calm, almost amused. Moments later, silence fell. Freya, Elna and the boy lay wounded and motionless. The cost of confronting the monster had been high, with only Shinichi remaining. The demoness floated above, impressed by his abilities. She acknowledged his magic nullification and versatility with growing interest. Suddenly she dropped down from above, catching him off guard. Her speed was unnerving, her presence overwhelming. Amid swirling energy, she declared her intent to make him her favorite. Shinichi could only brace himself as her transformation intensified the gap in their power. Her sinister influence closed in. She demanded his submission, pressing her will to turn him into a loyal servant. Shinichi responded defiantly, drawing on decades of mental fortitude, calm and unwavering. He rejected her offer with sharp conviction, refusing to be anyone's pawn. He unleashed his energy in a blinding surge, declaring his identity with pride. The demoness recoiled, caught off guard by his force of will. Breaking the magical seal with sheer determination, he shattered the bonds that once tried to enslave him. With a confident smirk, Shinichi stood his ground. The demoness lashed out in frustration, calling him worthless, while charging in for the kill. Just then, the fox-eared boy sprang into action, his voice trembling with anger as he launched a surprise assault to protect Shinichi, striking her squarely. He roared a vow of forgiveness and justice. Though young and small, something in him made her recoil in disgust. Shinichi tended to Elna and Freya, both weakened but still alive. Despite their wounds, they had endured the worst and survived the demoness's rampage. As the women regained consciousness, Shinichi confirmed their recovery. The healing effects of the mushrooms were working, though the battle was far from over. Frustration weighed on Freya as she lamented her lack of strength. Elna, determined to contribute, asked Shinichi what more she could do. In the distance, Perot held off the enemy, declared their next strategy they would regroup, strengthen themselves, and defeat the enemy using pressure point techniques. However, as he searched through the system interface, he struggled to locate the skill. A discovery flashed across the screen: his race had evolved. Vital pressure appeared as a new skill, igniting a surge of confidence. Without delay, he urged the girls to turn around, ignoring their reluctance. Hands glowing with energy, he activated the technique. Fingers pressed gently against their backs. Unexpected warmth replaced the anticipated pain, leaving both women wide-eyed and steady. A newfound strength coursed through their bodies. Doubts vanished as hope returned, and the team felt a chance at victory. Instructions came swiftly: move as one, avoid isolation, and guard each other's blind spots. With enemy teleportation in play, coordination would be critical. Wind cut through the hall as a powerful slash carved an arc through the air. Aruna returned, surprising the demoness mid-attack. Confident, the elf advanced, warning that their target, a soon-to-be archmage, would not fall easily. Footsteps echoed rapidly across the stone floor. Freya lunged, spear poised. Her strike met the demoness's defense with sharp clashing metal. Reflexes and precision shaped the encounter. Movement quickened, leaving the enemy struggling to match their speed. Confusion flickered across her face as she reassessed the situation. A wall of fire erupted around the attackers. Flames formed a protective barrier, shielding them from the oncoming assault while maintaining formation for coordinated strikes. Pained grunt escaped from the demoness as her magic failed to take hold. Confidence faltered despite her outward composure. The fox-eared boy leapt forward, shouting warnings to the elf. His body moved with precision, striking before the enemy could react. A split second, clash followed, blades meeting with sparks flying. Both combatants maneuvered quickly, measuring strength and timing in rapid succession. Disoriented, the demoness stumbled. Glancing around in confusion, the sudden shift left her questioning her surroundings. A new presence revealed itself, appearing behind her. Realization struck too late as another challenger forced her attention away from the ongoing fight. Battle ended in the underground labyrinth. Survivors stood cautiously, assessing the defeated enemy, the room filled with silence and tension. Inside a vast stone chamber, Karen stood tense, her body scarred from previous battles. The enemy forces closed in, weapons drawn and unwavering. Overwhelmed by pressure and fear, Karen clenched her teeth, a sharp cry escaping as her composure began to crumble. Meanwhile, Shinichi observed a nearby corridor littered with fallen foes. Advancing in formation, skeletal warriors emerged, signaling the collapse of resistance on that front. Karen staggered backward, blood dripping from her wounds. Shinichi issued a final warning, declaring freedom for the citizens as the last threat stood weakened before him. Suddenly, she struck the ground with a burst of rage, unleashing a violent shockwave. Karen's eyes narrowed with contempt as she issued a final threat. With a swift motion, her body began to fade into swirling energy, vanishing from the battlefield. Panic spread among the defenders. The armored woman lunged forward in pursuit, while another cried out, realizing Karen was attempting to escape. A powerful slash of wind was launched to intercept her, but it struck empty air. Confusion followed as they scanned the area. One asked about Shinichi's whereabouts. In a quiet corridor, Karen slowed her steps, muttering in frustration. She resented being underestimated. Bleeding and bitter, she plotted revenge, unaware that someone nearby had already heard her whispering plans. Without warning, Shinichi lunged forward and struck Karen with precision. Blood erupted from her back as the sudden attack caught her completely off guard. Karen twisted in pain, struggling to understand how he had followed her. Behind her, Shinichi stepped calmly through the corridor. He revealed his strategy using a hidden technique. He had secretly attached a web to her before teleportation. She never noticed his presence. Wounded and crawling, Karen attempted to rise. But the damage was too severe, and blood poured from her mouth. Shinichi demanded a response. Karen lifted her head, fury burning in her eyes, and shouted her final hatred through clenched teeth. He stood over Karen's weakened body, sword aimed with finality. He reminded her of one truth: her defeat came at the hands of a mere human. Moments after the killing blow, Karen's body disintegrated into particles. Shinichi watched the remains fade, reflecting silently on the conflict and her appearance. A system prompt appeared before him, offering the chance to inherit skills from the fallen succubus. When asked about his disappearance, Shinichi explained the teleportation tactic he had used to follow Karen. The group received the news with relief. With Karen eliminated, the brainwashing threat was over, and they praised Shinichi for his decisive action. Shinichi reassured the young beast boy, Puro, placing a hand on his head. Though the enemy was powerful beyond measure, even overwhelming force couldn't shake Puro's hope. Puro, uncertain about his own strength, questioned whether he could protect others. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she blurted out the truth she had just heard, struggling to process it. He hesitated, trying to calm the rising tension. The girl pressed him for answers, realizing holy beasts were not a myth. With the seriousness of the revelation, Shinichi pleaded for secrecy. The girl, flustered but bound by duty, warned that guild punishment awaited if the truth got out. Faced with the risk of losing Puro, a compromise was proposed: she could touch his tail and ears in exchange for silence. Understanding dawned on her face. A secret was being protected not for power, but for something as simple as a fluffy tail. An armored man approached, acknowledging the battle's end. Relief swept over both as they realized they had survived against overwhelming odds. Another figure emerged, offering an apology. Controlled by outside forces, he expressed sincere regret for everything caused under manipulation. Focus shifted to rescuing others. With guilt behind them and clarity restored, the group prepared to guide everyone safely back to the surface. Marching skeletons trailed behind Shinichi as he responded to a remark with a grin. He intended to put them to work, not as warriors, but as laborers in the fields. Citizens filled the street, watching the returning group. Relief swept over Marna. Though the hero claimed self-interest, many saw his actions as sacrifice. A small pouch was offered. Inside were seeds, gifts for his farm. The gesture surprised him, but it was welcomed. Farewells followed quickly, smiles replaced fatigue, and companions parted ways with hopeful words for the next meeting. Steps slowed as the journey came to an end. Jokes were exchanged, and thoughts turned to rest. Several days later, the farm bustled with life. Skeleton workers toiled in the fields while their human overseers enjoyed the smoother workflow. A new crop was being prepared with enthusiasm. With a simple chant, a skeleton familiar rose from the ground. Curiosity sparked as one companion asked about the seeds Gale had given them earlier. Karen's tool now served their harvest. The skeletons responded with eerie cheer, proud of their dedication. Fresh produce arrived in time. They encouraged one another to taste the results, while questions about Gale's seeds lingered. A colossal watermelon filled the cart. Eyes widened in amazement. No one expected the seeds to grow something this massive. Astonishment spread across the group. None of them had ever seen a watermelon this massive. Calling it sweet, only half described its size. It was far too large for 3 people to eat. Alone, unsure what to do with it, he muttered Gale's name, hoping for guidance. When asked if skeletons could eat it, one calmly replied their only sustenance was kindness. Their dry humor lingered in the air. Plans shifted. Deciding to bring the giant fruit to Marna, they turned to leave, but something felt wrong in the wind. Suddenly, black feathers rained from the sky. Everyone froze, their light-hearted moment shattered by the sudden sign of incoming danger. Ground trembled beneath their feet. Confusion spread quickly. How could an earthquake occur on such a high floor before anyone could react? The enormous watermelon slipped loose. Realization struck too late as it rolled toward them with increasing speed. Panic replaced surprise. They turned and fled, the massive fruit threatening to flatten everything in its path. Questions flew as the group speculated about the tremor's origin. Returning to Marna seemed inevitable, despite just escaping chaos. With the watermelon in pursuit, frustration boiled over. Shinichi shouted Gale's name, convinced this disaster was no coincidence. A second tremor rolled through the area, stronger than before. Though confused, they noted how little the town had changed since their last visit. Curiosity briefly overtook caution. Iruna lit up at the sight of shops, eager to explore, only to be met with a firm refusal. Familiar voices interrupted. Yuz and another girl greeted Iruna with open arms. Hugs were exchanged, albeit with awkward sniffing that earned swift protest. Playful bickering followed. Iruna struggled to break free, while being scolded for making others worry so much. As the reunion settled, Shinichi stepped aside quietly. For once, he allowed himself a moment to breathe and observe it all. Freya arrived unexpectedly, calling out to Shinichi. She revealed her mission: an order from the capital to locate someone known only as the Homeless. With a calm smile, she clarified her task came directly from Duchess Medill. The invitation was official, and the deadline had arrived. Shinichi questioned the purpose. An invitation from the Duke sounded far too grand for someone like him. Freya insisted he come along. Attention shifted to Perot. Freya insisted he too should visit the royal capital, sparking worry in Iruna over proper clothing. Confusion spread. Shinichi voiced what everyone thought. Why would a noble want to meet a boy like Perot? Shinichi exploded in disbelief, cursing Gale for reporting Perot to the Duke behind his back. Freya, however, confirmed it was already done. Visions of Gale's smug expression filled Shinichi's mind. Between the eavesdropping and the watermelon fiasco, he swore vengeance at their next meeting. Despite frustration, he relented. The offer to visit the capital, he was told, came with no hidden motives, only goodwill. With unanswered questions piling up, he agreed to go. Earthquakes, holy beasts, and secrets demanded answers only the capital might hold. Their minds still buzzing. The group accepted Freya's invitation. A carriage was ready, and so was the road ahead. Talk of the royal mansion sparked excitement. Iruna and Perot imagined grand meals and luxury, their eyes fixed on the thought of endless delicious food. Joy dimmed when a friend tearfully clung to Iruna. She had hoped for more time together and was heartbroken to see her leave again. Reassurance came with a heartfelt embrace. Despite the distance, they promised their bond would remain strong. Soon after, the group departed by wagon. Inside the carriage, Freya quietly indulged herself, burying her face in Perot's fluffy tail with blissful satisfaction. Shinichi's voice cut in, calling it what it was: fluffy harassment. Perot begged for help as Freya continued without shame. Freya apologized earnestly for her earlier behavior, while Perot looked unimpressed. Shinichi and Iruna sat nearby trying to rest. As the wagon rolled forward, Freya mentioned they were nearing the royal capital. Shinichi agreed it had been a long journey from Marna. The capital walls came into view. Excitement rose as the city finally appeared before them. Passing through the gate, the party entered the capital home of King Logus. Towering spires and bustling streets welcomed their arrival. Crowds bustled through the capital's lively plaza as Shinichi and his companions made their way past market stalls and watchful townsfolk. Inside the moving carriage, the group observed the towering architecture with wide eyes. Compared to Myrna, everything felt massive and full of energy. Their journey ended at an elegant estate surrounded by sculpted gardens and marble steps. The mansion stood tall, radiating authority and wealth. A companion explained it was merely the Duke's secondary home. His primary residence was even more extravagant and vast. Walking toward the entrance, Shinichi marveled at the fortune behind such grandeur, silently comparing it to the life he once knew. Guards welcomed the group into the estate, though their stern warning made it clear that disrespect wouldn't be tolerated. Shinichi remained composed, despite the tension. As they walked deeper inside, a butler guided them through the ornate halls. Shinichi took quiet note of the formality and grandeur surrounding him. Within a grand chamber, the head of the Medill family awaited. He acknowledged Shinichi's role in saving his son, and wished to learn more about his guests. Each member introduced themselves. Frederica's name, however, triggered an immediate reaction from their host. Recognition flickered in his eyes. Frederica stood silent, her expression clouded with emotion. Frederica finally revealed her true identity, a noblewoman from Santa Luzia. Her words left the head of the household stunned and speechless. Visibly shaken, the man expressed his sincere apologies. He hadn't realized he had been addressing a duchess from a prestigious nation. Shinichi and the others were floored by the revelation. Confusion turned into disbelief as they struggled to process the unexpected truth. Tea was soon served, easing the atmosphere. Courtesies were exchanged as the Medill family expressed gratitude for Frederica's presence. She gently explained her decision to leave home and pursue her path as a grand mage. To everyone's surprise, the Medill patriarch revealed that Lord Frederia had stayed at the mansion just the night before. The news left the group stunned. Frederica was shaken. Learning her father was nearby stirred a rush of nervous anticipation. Concerned, one companion asked if she was feeling unwell. She forced a faint smile, clearly unsettled by the news. Seiju, the young boy, boldly declared his intent to protect both Shinichi and Erna, brushing aside talk of nobility and politics. Latter lightened the mood. The room brightened with warmth as the group was invited to enjoy a special dinner. Anxious and overwhelmed, she sank into frustration. Facing her father here had never crossed her mind. Panic spilled out. Regret surfaced, wishing she'd never come at all. Her journey was meant to be about growth, not reunions. Down the hall, a cloaked figure moved with purpose. His silent steps carried the weight of recognition. A door creaked open. On the other side, a familiar presence called out, stirring long-buried emotions. Her voice cracked. Words fumbled between surprise and disbelief after all this time. They finally stood face to face. Eyes narrowed in quiet disbelief. After all these years, the daughter was truly under the same roof again. Without another word, he turned and suggested they move to the dining hall, postponing the real conversation for later. Tension hung over her like a shadow. Smiles faltered, and uncertainty brewed behind forced composure. Dinner arrived, ornate and refined. Plates were filled, but no one touched them with ease. Across the table, a question pierced the silence. 9 years of absence compressed into one moment. Her father's eyes waited for an answer. Praise echoed across the table. Her achievements in magic were formally acknowledged, sparking respectful nods from those present. Memories of her homeland's prestige resurfaced. Expectations tied to the Frederia lineage loomed silently around her. Conflicting reports stirred confusion. Doubt flickered across her father's face. His daughter, once limited in ability, now stood credited with defeating a powerful foe. Pride crept through his guarded expression. Despite the surprise, he admitted her growth and offered a few quiet words of approval. Silence returned. Talk of returning home followed, implying her freedom had run long enough. Breaking the heavy silence, a voice calmly asked to speak. All eyes turned toward him. Support was offered. Confidence in her ability wasn't just personal, it was deeply felt. He wanted her to stay by their side. Tension rose. Pleas clashed with rigid tradition. A father's authority met with the will of an outsider. Gaze sharp as steel, the elder issued a warning. Words now carried threat instead of weight. She stood her ground. No hesitation remained as she declared her wish to continue walking her own path as an adventurer. Rules and expectations weighed heavily. Her lineage demanded a future bound to nobility, not freedom. Under moonlight, a memory resurfaced, a vow to become great, spoken in solitude. Courage took root in defiance. Doubt struck from across the table. Her father dismissed the dream as out of reach, denying the request without hesitation. She refused to yield. With firm resolve, she declared her growth, her will, and her determination to keep going. Time was given barely. A few days to prepare, not for triumph, but for her forced return. Frustration boiled over. Time was limited, but there was still a chance if they could prove her worth. The decision might change. Determined, she declared her intent to be recognized. Across the table, calm returned as the others resumed their meal. Morning came with tremors and exhaustion. While some struggled to rest, one remained peacefully asleep, unaffected by the unrest. With little to do, a walk seemed like the best idea. Steps carried them outside, past the peaceful estate grounds. Curiosity led to discovery. Amid broken wood and rubble, Shinichi found value where others saw only waste. Tools were requested, and access granted. Shinichi had a plan but didn't explain why. By the time the sun shifted, his work stood tall. A wooden statue, crafted in Iruna's likeness, captured everyone's attention. Elsewhere, Duke Frederia was spotted walking alone. A familiar face greeted him with polite curiosity. Questions arose. His daughter's boldness left him unsettled. He admitted he hadn't seen her and was now searching. Turning the corner, he froze. Before him stood a wooden replica, bold, exaggerated, and unmistakably her. A piercing stare fell on the wooden statue's creator. Shock simmered beneath the Duke's composed expression. Without hesitation, he demanded a favor: dismiss his daughter from the group. Shinichi stood firm, asking why he should comply. A bag of gold hit the ground. Bribes were offered, reasoned through rank and convenience. To the Duke, outcome mattered more than method. 50 gold coins held no appeal. Neither did a noble title. The offer grew. Dangling influence and power. None of it mattered. Shinichi refused it all. Loyalty spoke louder. Iruna wasn't for sale. She was his companion. Magic surged from the Duke's staff. Power gathered fast, swirling into a violent spell aimed directly at Shinichi. The blast erupted, consuming the area in flames. Smoke and debris blanketed the space. Panic echoed through the air. Calmly, the Duke apologized for the destruction, dismissing the violence as a necessary mess. Bystanders watched in disbelief. Out of the smoke stepped Shinichi unscathed. His voice was steady, eyes locked forward. Magic had no effect on him. Retaliation loomed. The Duke unleashed another spell. Flame and wind roared, but determination was about to meet resistance. Spells collided in midair, unleashing a violent shockwave. Yet from within the smoke, Shinichi stood unharmed. The Duke fell to the ground, staff slipping from his hand. Fear replaced authority. His attacker stood calm, undeterred. Before words could settle, tremors began to rise. Cracks split the ground beneath them, sending everyone on alert. Shock rippled through the courtyard. The tremor wasn't ordinary panic, crept in as the shaking intensified. Masonry cracked. Shouts echoed. Orders were given to evacuate. Whatever this was, it wasn't over. And it wasn't natural. Plans were set. Survivors would be moved to the warehouse basement for safety. Everyone scrambled into action. Despite the danger, the Duke hesitated. Fear over losing his daughter took hold, overriding his earlier pride. Reassurance came swiftly. Iruna wasn't fragile. She was destined for greatness. His worry, though real, was misplaced. Desperation drove him to plead. Offers of gold spilled from his lips. He reached out, grasping for assurance. Shinichi stood firm. Emotion flared in his voice as he reminded the Duke what mattered most, being her father, not her buyer. Words cut deep. Shinichi's voice carried conviction, urging the Duke to rise, not with power, but with purpose as a parent. A long pause followed. The weight of those words shattered pride, leaving only reflection in their place. Conflicted, he questioned himself. Could he truly become a stepping stone for someone else, his own daughter? Elsewhere, signs of danger grew stronger. The group moved quickly, tracing the foul scent to its source. To gain height and visibility, Shinichi and Seiju scaled the buildings with ease, leaping into action as the threat approached. Shinichi and Seiju stood frozen, eyes fixed on the horizon. Something massive approached, its presence undeniable. A towering beast emerged from the distance. Its roar shook the air, revealing a monstrous form behind the tremors. Wind blasted past them as the ground trembled. Both braced themselves. Realizing the source of the earlier destruction, the two stared ahead. The enemy was powerful, and uncertainty loomed, but retreat wasn't an option. From the city walls, Shinichi observed the vast crater beyond the gates, evidence of a colossal force recently awakened. A quick appraisal revealed the truth. A giant minotaur, a relic from 50 million years past, had emerged from deep beneath the kingdom of Logas, now roaming in search of sustenance. Realizing the town's imminent danger, Shinichi assessed their odds. Perot, refusing to abandon him, stood firm despite the looming threat. While some hoped Aluna might defend the capital, the urgency demanded immediate decisions. Choosing action, Shinichi suggested taking on the beast together before rejoining their allies. Inside the capital, Shinichi regrouped with Aluna and Flare. Urgent voices confirmed the danger. Giant minotaurs had appeared, towering and unstoppable. Flare reported that the guild had issued an emergency quest. Soldiers were being assembled at the west gate, though coordination would take precious time. At the guild counter, a bounty for exterminating the minotaur was posted. Despite doubts and the looming risk of death, a local fighter stepped forward, insisting it was too dangerous to leave the matter solely to outsiders. Determined, she vowed to defend her hometown with her life, ready to fight for the place that raised her even in the face of a legendary beast. Aluna joked about earning the title of Archmage if they succeeded, while Shinichi acknowledged her past heroics in saving the capital. Their group, now united in purpose, marched out with determination. Aluna noted that her father might finally acknowledge her if the capital was saved. Beyond the city, the giant minotaur stirred. Still groggy from its awakening, it moved sluggishly, yet steadily toward the walls. Flare handed Shinichi a strange treat. Though skeptical, he accepted it, realizing time was short before the beast arrived. After consuming it, Flare's senses heightened drastically. The team stood ready, empowered and alert, prepared to confront the colossal threat. Shinichi devised a quick strategy to weaken the beast. They would target its legs, starting with coordinated strikes from Flare and Perot at the rear. With the plan in motion, each member confirmed their role. Shinichi would flank right while the others launched a joint assault from the front and side. He instructed Aluna to wait for the signal her magic needed to hit with perfect timing to be effective. The towering minotaur finally noticed their presence. Its eyes narrowed, locking onto the small group preparing to strike. Without hesitation, Shinichi and Perot charged forward, aiming for the beast's legs to begin the first attack. Flare and Perot launched their coordinated assault, swiftly darting in with precision. Their weapons struck low, aiming to cripple the minotaur's rear leg. While the creature reeled from the first blows, Shinichi maneuvered into position. His grip tightened on his weapon as he prepared to strike. In a blur of motion he lunged forward and landed a powerful hit on the beast's right leg, causing it to stagger. Enraged, the Minotaur roared and turned its attention toward the attackers. Shinichi called out to Aluna as she readied her spell. Aluna stepped forward without hesitation, declaring it was her turn to unleash the final blow, cast her spell with full force, unleashing a massive vortex of fire. Her signature flame burst toward the towering enemy. The swirling inferno surged across the battlefield, slamming into the Minotaur before erupting in a thunderous explosion. Flames engulfed the beast's upper body. It roared furiously as its flesh scorched, but the damage, though severe, didn't bring it down. Shinichi observed the aftermath, grimacing. The attack hadn't finished the creature. It remained standing, angrier than ever. Suddenly, the Minotaur raised its massive fist. Shinichi's eyes widened as the giant blow came crashing down toward him. The Minotaur's massive fist slammed down, but Shinichi managed to catch the blow with his sword, holding it back with sheer force. Straining under the impact, he cried out, barely keeping the crushing weight from overwhelming him. Perot rushed in, deflecting the fist just in time. Shinichi collapsed back, relieved to find his arms still intact. The team regrouped, frustrated by their ineffective strikes. They questioned whether the creature had any vulnerabilities at all. Noticing a glowing black gem embedded in its forehead, Shinichi deduced it was the beast's weak point. Its color changing based on hostility confirmed it. Faced with the challenge of reaching the Minotaur's weak point, the group debated their options. Shinichi regretted not having a flight skill. Unexpectedly, a prompt appeared offering him the chance to activate a flying vampire ability. Without hesitation, he accepted and rallied the group for one final blast. Despite concerns from Aluna about the risks, Shinichi knew there was no other way to strike the fatal blow. Calling on the skill, he triggered the transformation. Dark energy engulfed him as his form began to shift. The vampire transformation completed, with new wings and power surging through him. Shinichi stood ready, uncertain if this strength would be enough. Shinichi's new wings drew gasps from his companions. Shocked yet impressed, they watched as he adjusted to his transformed body. With a surge of energy, he launched into the sky, flying freely for the first time. The group below could only look up in awe. Soaring high, Shinichi circled the battlefield. Confidence surged as he now had a direct path to the Minotaur's weak spot, mid-air. He raised his hand, casting a summoning spell. Magic circles spread beneath him, pulsing with energy. From the glowing sigils, a skeletal army emerged, rising in perfect formation to join the fight. The summoned skeletons marched into formation, responding instantly to Shinichi's mental command to flank the enemy from both sides. Hovering in the sky, Shinichi eyed the battlefield below. With renewed resolve, he announced the start of a new offensive as the Minotaur stared up at him. Towering and unyielding, the beast stood ready, its breath steamed in the cold air, muscles tense for another clash. Shinichi raised his hand and issued a direct order to his familiars: bind the giant Minotaur without delay. Chains conjured by the skeleton army wrapped around the monster's limbs, momentarily restraining its strength and halting its advance. He encouraged his summoned army to keep pulling. The skeletons strained in unison, dragging their chains with relentless effort. The Minotaur struggled, its limbs bound and movement restricted as Shinichi approached with steady determination. In a fit of rage, the beast roared loudly, thrashing against its restraints. Shinichi stood firm, unshaken by the fury. With the enemy distracted, he realized the moment had come. Everything rested on his next strike. Drawing his blade tightly, Shinichi soared high into the air and dove headfirst, aiming directly for the monster's exposed weak point. Shinichi dove at full speed, his blade aimed straight at the glowing gem. The Minotaur's eyes widened just before impact. With a deafening crack, the sword shattered the crystal. The beast roared in agony as energy burst from its forehead. Momentarily stunned, the Minotaur staggered. The others watched with hope, but Shinichi knew the battle wasn't finished yet. Despite its weakened state, its hide remained too tough for magic alone. Aluna's flame burst wouldn't be enough to bring it down. Called upon his skeletal army once more, ordering them to launch a final, coordinated assault from all sides. Aluna admitted she had no spell stronger than Flame Burst. Shinichi, realizing they still lacked a finishing move, resolved to buy time. At that moment, a voice interrupted. Aluna turned in surprise to find her father approaching, staff in hand, offering his help. He calmly asked her to stand beside him for one spell. Despite her shock, she complied, recalling how he once taught her magic. Together, they began channeling their power. Her father warned it was a gamble, but Aluna focused, gathering energy carefully. With hands united, they prepared to unleash a rare and powerful incantation, special class magic. Aluna's magic began to surge uncontrollably, Her father urged her to endure the spell they were casting required surpassing their limits. She hesitated, questioning her strength. He reminded her of her ambition to become an archmage. With calm certainty, he declared that a parent should not bind a child, but elevate them. Shinichi, sensing danger, ordered his skeletons to retreat from the blast zone. She asked if living freely was acceptable. Her father encouraged her to make the world know her name as a great mage. Together they released a wave of powerful magic flames roaring as their combined spell surged toward the enemy. Aluna and her father unleashed the Megiddo Strike, a torrent of devastating special-class magic. The overwhelming blast surged forward, aimed directly at the restrained Minotaur. The impact exploded on contact. Shockwaves shattered the earth, engulfing the Minotaur in a blinding burst of force and flame. An explosion tears through the chamber, hurling stone and smoke in every direction. Amidst the chaos, a lone figure stands firm within the blast's epicenter. From the heart of a deep crater, Shinichi slowly emerges. Steam coils upward as the cracked terrain bears witness to his overwhelming power. Stunned by the display, the group of warriors watches in silence. Unease settles among them as the magical aftershock lingers in the air. Nearby, a sharp-eyed elf assesses the damage. She recognizes the technique as high-level magic proof of advanced mastery and potential. Recognition hits suddenly. Her voice rises, trembling, as she realizes the mage before her is none other than her own father. The elf woman urges her father to rest, reminding him of his age. Meanwhile, Shinichi approaches from the distance, wings unfurled and gaze fixed ahead. A massive smoldering beast lies collapsed at the center of the crater. Shinichi surveys the scene, recognizing the fallen creature's terrifying size and power. Suddenly, the monster stirs. Shinichi watches as it pushes against the ground, rising again with burning eyes and renewed force. The beast locks eyes with him. Though visibly weakened, its presence remains threatening. Shinichi braces himself for what's to come. Despite its injuries, the creature stands tall once more. Its strength may be fading, but the fight is far from over. Shinichi calls out to Flare, requesting her spear, knowing his sword won't be enough. Without hesitation she agrees, offering her weapon with a calm nod. With the spear in hand, Shinichi launches forward. Determination burns in his eyes as he vows to end the threat once and for all. He ascends rapidly, wings spreading wide while his body aligns with the strike. Below, the wounded beast struggles to regain footing. Sensing danger, the monster roars and hurls a massive boulder upward in desperation. The sky becomes a battlefield of force and instinct. Undeterred, Shinichi narrows his path. Spear drawn and heart steady, he aims to pierce through the falling stone and the enemy waiting below. With a powerful roar, Shinichi charges headfirst into the final assault. Determination fills his face as he prepares to strike the fatal blow. Closing the distance in an instant, he drives the spear directly into the monster's forehead. The beast reels, unable to react in time. Blood erupts from the wound as the creature howls. Its towering body crashes violently into the crater below, leaving the earth fractured beneath it. Catching his breath, Shinichi surveys the scene, uncertain if the battle has truly ended. Observers look on, recognizing his overwhelming strength. Meanwhile, distant soldiers arrive at the scene. Their expressions shift from disbelief to awe as they witness the aftermath of the impossible victory. A squadron of skeletal soldiers suddenly appears, sending the human troops into a panic. Frederica quickly calms them, clarifying the undead are allies. When asked about the defeated Minotaur, Frederica denies any personal involvement. Not far away, Shinichi strikes a confident pose beside his companions. Pride shines on their faces as he gestures toward their team's accomplishment. In response, Frederica introduces the elf woman beside him as his daughter. Her presence seems to carry greater significance than her title alone. With soft eyes, she reaches out while calling her father. At the same time, a message appears. Shinichi has acquired a new skill through the ordeal. A new prompt appears before Shinichi, offering a selection of powerful abilities. Each skill sounds foreign, yet potentially game-changing. He hesitates, unsure which to choose, wondering if he should accept them all. Meanwhile, others begin assessing the aftermath of the battle's destruction. Later, Shinichi wakes in an unfamiliar bed. Despite the comfort, sleep had escaped him. The grandeur around him only deepened his unease. His mood shifts when the fox-eared boy bursts in, excitedly delivering a reward from the guild. A bag full of coins changes the air. Shinichi examines the gold, but questions the amount. The repair cost from the battle had been high, leaving their earnings considerably reduced. Erna walks through town, only to be met with whispers and wary glances. Despite her heroism, the people now refer to her as Erna, the destructive great mage. Meanwhile, Shinichi becomes a target of gossip as well. With skeletal minions and bat-like wings, he's mistaken for a rising demon king. Later, Shinichi checks in on Frederica's condition. Erna explains, it is just magic deficiency, a temporary state that left him drained but recovering steadily. She reflects on her own gift. Being born with endless magic meant she never experienced weakness, yet it left her feeling isolated. Shinichi responds with dry wit, teasing her title, embarrassed but smiling. Erna can't deny she's earned her destructive reputation. With their business in the royal capital concluded, Shinichi, Erna, and their fox-eared friend decide it's time to return home. All three agree without hesitation, before leaving. A few companions suggest they stay longer, though the offer is kind, the group feels ready to move on. Shinichi politely declines, saying they've had enough excitement, but as someone enthusiastically approaches him with a shout, his expression hardens. Without pause, Shinichi grabs and hurls the overly friendly man into the sky. His tolerance has clearly worn thin. As the tossed man crashes nearby, Shinichi confronts him. With arms crossed, he demands answers, unamused by the surprise visit. The Knight Commander tries to justify his presence, citing duty. Shinichi, unimpressed, shuts down the excuses with a sharp glare and a pointed remark. Though the tension lingers, Shinichi eventually forgives him. However, he leaves a clear message, never mistreat the homeless again. Commander offers thanks and wants to reward Shinichi's group for saving the capital. But Shinichi declines, he prefers not to draw further attention. As they prepare to depart, others wish them well. Shinichi responds casually, while Flare stands quietly, her thoughts drifting elsewhere. Overwhelmed by emotion, Flare suddenly breaks down. She confesses lingering regret and loneliness, haunted by memories of Perot. Shinichi teases Flare for crying, joking that she's only emotional because she wants to tag along. A familiar voice calls out to her Novan. With a soft smile, he acknowledges her efforts in resolving the Minotaur incident. He extends a suggestion, inviting her to explore the world as an adventurer. The idea catches her off guard, but curiosity flickers in her eyes. Flare protests, vowing she must remain his sword and protect him. Novan gently insists she deserves the freedom to follow her own path, kneeling in gratitude. Flare lowers her head. She calls him young master one final time, thankful for the trust he's given her. Flare turns back to face the group. She calls out to Shinichi with determination. Her eyes are firm she's made her decision. With a warm smile, she joins the party. Shinichi and the others welcome her without hesitation, glad to have another strong ally by their side. Elsewhere, an elder explains that the kingdom has long lacked a guardian beast. The elder stresses the importance of his future, hoping he'll grow pure and strong to match the sacred beasts of other lands. Smiling brightly, the boy declares he'll grow with Shinichi and the others. Shinichi, watching, remains silent. Certain the boy didn't fully understand, but sensing his sincerity, excitement fills the group as they prepare to depart. Erna declares her intent to grow stronger, and Shinichi supports her with quiet confidence. The party sets off in a wagon through the forest. Amid the peaceful travel, Flare clings obsessively to Perot's tail, much to everyone's dismay. As the path stretches on, Shinichi reflects silently. Scenes like this, odd, noisy, and oddly warm, will likely become their new normal. Meanwhile, Shinichi makes an unexpected request to stop at the weapon shop to test a new idea. He reveals a crystal from the Minotaur's head. Curious, he wonders if it could be crafted into something powerful and useful for what lies ahead. Inside the weapon shop, Shinichi places the crystal on the counter and asks the blacksmith if a sword can be forged from it. The blacksmith inspects the piece curiously. Upon learning it came from a Gigantominotaurus, his expression stiffens in surprise. Despite the rare material, the blacksmith agrees. With the right effort, he says both a sword and knife can be made from the stone. Shinichi accepts the weight and steps out, promising to return when the mood strikes. Meanwhile, the rest of the group enjoys a peaceful meal together. Erna, glowing with newfound energy, attributes her motivation to her father's encouragement. She confidently declares her hidden potential, claiming her father expects great things. Nearby, others listen with varying degrees of amusement and disbelief. In another conversation, Shinichi explains the origin of the stone taken from a massive monster. The soldier listening is stunned by the creature's size. While the group enjoys a meal together, the fox-eared boy suddenly freezes mid-bite, his expression shifting to confusion. Panic sets in as he realizes his hot dog has vanished. He exclaims in shock, drawing everyone's attention to the empty plate. More food is missing. Accusations begin to fly as others discover their meals gone, turning the peaceful lunch into a light-hearted mystery. Erna grows suspicious and blurts out the name Shinichi, wondering if he's somehow involved in the food theft. Turning his attention to the table, Shinichi notices something strange. A piece of food begins to float mid-air, seemingly vanishing on its own. He narrows his eyes as the food slowly fades into transparency. The sight confirms his hunch: something, or someone. With a sharp tone, Shinichi calls out to the hidden presence. Erna and the others freeze, startled by an unfamiliar voice echoing in response. Shinichi reaches forward and grabs at the air. His hand finds solid form. A shimmer breaks, and a hidden girl begins to appear before him. He holds up a disheveled girl caught mid-theft. Her clothes are torn, eyes vacant. She was the true food thief all along. Shinichi grabbed the blue-haired girl by her collar and dragged her forward. Her body was weak, her clothes torn and face dirtied, still holding her up. Shinichi questioned her intentions. She whispered her willingness to go, though her voice trembled and was hard to hear. He wondered aloud if she was even capable of speaking. She eventually answered, hesitating, struggling to form her words. Later, the girl was seen scrubbing the floor. Exhausted, she spotted food and snatched it before running away. The group stared silently. One of them mourned the loss of her hot dog. Shinichi glanced at the girl, recognizing the hardship in her eyes. Still, he dismissed the moment and proposed they focus on eating instead. A strange screen appeared again. It signaled another transformation, one that would permanently alter his form. He hesitated but knew the answer. His announcement startled the group. Most had never seen anyone evolve more than once. While they voiced surprise, he calmly declared his intent to return home, leaving the others behind. Shinichi waved casually. Unfazed by their concern, a yawn slipped out as he walked away without regret. Later, he lay in bed, his body worn from change. Transformation brought exhaustion, but he had expected it. AA system notification revealed that Shinichi's ability, King's Vessel, had evolved. He pondered whether the transformation affected it directly, recalling its origin from a past battle. Facing the mirror, he tested his posture. Muscles tightened, revealing his enhanced physique after the change. Pleased with the result, he struck poses with confidence. A bold declaration followed. He was ready to grow stronger. Unexpectedly, a woman walked in. She seemed unimpressed, asking if the transformation had ended. Her blunt reaction cut the mood. Their exchange continued. She criticized him, unimpressed by the lack of visible changes. Shinichi analyzed the evolving message on his status board. The phrase "King of the Homeless" puzzled both him and the woman. Still, he sensed power surging within. Confident and energetic, Shinichi felt like he could take on a minotaur. The woman, unfazed, reminded him to get dressed. She then proposed a welcome party for Freya, their newest companion, smiling brightly with excitement. He agreed wholeheartedly. Together, they decided to gather ingredients from the labyrinth to prepare a special meal. By the lake on the 29th floor, Shinichi sat in silence, waiting alongside his comrade as their task began. As they waited on the dock, Shinichi confidently told his companion to watch. A sudden splash erupted in the water, drawing their attention. From the depths, a massive creature emerged. Shinichi quickly identified it as a Mothide tile, an insectivore native to the labyrinth, with edible flesh and low rarity. Without hesitation, he faced the beast, fists clenched. His body shifted into combat stance, ready to strike. With a swift punch, Shinichi launched the monster off the pier, landing a decisive blow. Victorious, he claimed the crocodile meat, then turned to assist his ally nearby. A bizarre creature surfaced the Dougal, its form unknown to scholars, its existence debated. Shinichi and his companion stood stunned by the discovery. Without warning, the Dougal sprayed a black liquid, coating them in a dark, foul mess as it thrashed violently before retreating. Though they had managed to catch it, the monster escaped. Shinichi chuckled, admitting he hadn't expected that outcome. The world still held many mysteries to uncover. Elsewhere on the 21st floor, a warrior mounted a beast and charged toward her target, a plant-like creature in her path. With precise force, she launched her spear, striking with confidence and ending the encounter in a single blow. The girl proudly held up a daikon mandora, smiling brightly. She asked what target should come next. Eager to keep going, her companion suggested the next catch, a rare magical beast called the Violent Tomato. She acknowledged the challenge with confidence. With everyone's efforts combined, a wide variety of ingredients had been gathered. Shinichi, satisfied, prepared for the next step. A large iron plate was set up, surrounded by stones and firewood. The feast was about to begin. The group gathered around. Together, they grilled their bounty, ready to celebrate their success. Shinichi prepared the meal with care, presenting a savory sauce made from miso, soy sauce, sugar, and garlic. He demonstrated how to dip the meat before eating. First bite lit up his face with satisfaction. He savored the taste, following it up with a generous helping of white rice. The others joined in. They complimented the flavor. Curious about the delicious meat's origin, he casually revealed it came from a giant minotaur, shocking the group. They hadn't expected something so rare. Despite the surprise, they couldn't stop eating. The legendary meat was simply too good. While still eating, the fox-eared boy tried to speak with his mouth full. Shinichi reminded him to swallow first, clearly unamused by the messy enthusiasm. After the feast, the group sat back, completely stuffed. Plates lay empty, the massive grill barren. Groans of fullness echoed in the quiet field. Despite the discomfort, the girl with short dark hair smiled softly. For the first time, she had genuinely enjoyed a meal. She expressed her gratitude, admitting her lack of skill, and asked to rely on them. Shinichi welcomed her to the team. As leftover ingredients remained, concern grew over excess, though the sentiment behind gathering them endured. Lying on the grass, Shinichi reflected on the vast amount of food they'd gathered. The labyrinth's abundance had made it all too easy. His sudden change in demeanor caught the others' attention. They gathered as he sat up, deep in thought. Then he proposed an idea, starting a small business using the ingredients they had collected. The suggestion surprised the group. He assured them that adventuring wouldn't stop. The business would simply provide stable income alongside their usual quests. With determination in his eyes, Shinichi declared they'd turn their harvest into food worth selling. Shinichi shared his next idea, launching a food cart. The group reacted with surprise, startled by the sudden business ambition. Shinichi prepared ingredients with practiced hands, quietly focused in a stone-walled kitchen. He cooked a single dish with care, one he claimed no one else could match. On the plate, a glistening mix of fried rice and herbs shimmered. Presenting it proudly, Shinichi named the dish Shehan. He asked if it looked marketable. The girl examined the plate, likening it to cooked rice. After one bite, her expression lit up. It was delicious. But they both agreed Shinichi couldn't always be the one cooking. Outside, a group of skeletal familiars stood by a cutting board. To Shinichi's surprise, they had already mastered his cooking technique. Hearing that familiars could remember tasks, Irunia grew uneasy. Shinichi casually mentioned they might even manage housework, sparking visible distress in her expression. Grabbing Shinichi in a panic, Irunia pleaded desperately not to lose her place. She vowed to cook better and take care of everything herself. Dropping to her knees, she begged him not to take her duties away. Shinichi, caught off guard, tried to calm her. Touched by her sincerity, Shinichi reassured her gently. He clarified that only the stall would be managed by familiars, not her role. Later, he pondered the dish's commercial potential. While the fried rice impressed, he realized it needed soup to be a complete meal. Shinichi informed the group that the stall's preparations were nearly complete. The familiars had been tirelessly practicing recipes in anticipation. Irunia pointed out that their party's reputation was growing, and it would be a waste not to take advantage of the opportunity. With a confident smile, Shinichi revealed the stall's name, Homeless Demon Beast Stall. He presented the signature dish with pride. His announcement was met with shock and doubt. The others questioned if such a name would even attract customers. Later, Shinichi scouted a location near a labyrinth, planning to draw in adventurers who passed through the area. Shinichi explained his plan to appeal to adventurers facing danger. A good meal before possible death, he argued, would bring comfort and boost sales. Observing the area, he noticed scattered vendor stalls. It became clear that others had already seen the same opportunity in this risky business. Together with Irunia and the others, Shinichi worked hard to finish constructing the stall. With sweat on his brow, he finally declared the work complete. The Homeless Demon Beast stall officially opened, manned by a skeleton chef. Shinichi stood proudly beside his creation. Calling out to nearby adventurers, he invited them to taste Shahan found nowhere else, while Irunia held out a fresh plate. To draw attention, Shinichi offered a special grand opening price, 3 bronze coins instead of the usual 5. As customers tried the food, reactions were immediate. One boy exclaimed with delight, and his companion smiled while wiping his cheek. But hours passed, and the excitement faded. The stall stood quiet. Shinichi and Irunia sat in silence, their energy drained by disappointment. Irunia questioned the supposed popularity Shinichi had predicted. He admitted not even a single adventurer had approached since the morning. Later, overheard remarks revealed the issue: many adventurers had eaten before arriving. The stall's location near the labyrinth may have been a mistake. Shinichi overheard chatter about a rival food stall, Tiger's Skewers. Their beefsteak skewers were well known and incredibly popular among the adventurers. Irunia suggested that the chahan lacked flashiness. Though it smelled good, it didn't catch attention like grilled meat on skewers did. Just then, a familiar group of adventurers approached the stall. One of them asked for 3 portions of chahan without hesitation. They explained they were about to head into the dungeon, but changed plans upon spotting a familiar face running a food stand. The moment the warrior tasted it, his expression shifted in pleasant surprise. Something had finally clicked. While eating, The adventurers admitted the chehan tasted better than expected. It wasn't bad, but it didn't amaze them either. They explained that good taste alone wasn't enough. Adventurers preferred hearty, satisfying meals that looked impressive at first glance, especially before facing danger. Shinichi accepted their feedback with a heavy heart. He thanked them sincerely and admitted he needed to start over. One adventurer encouraged him, requesting something more mouth-watering next time, perhaps with juicier meat to leave a lasting impression. Reflecting quietly, Shinichi realized the challenge to create food both filling and memorable. Arunia reassured him not to lose hope. Arunia offered a warm smile, holding out a plate of chehan. She encouraged Shinichi to eat, reminding him he must be hungry too. Nearby, others showed their support. A skeleton held a sign asking him to cheer up. Suddenly, a dish floated away mysteriously. Shinichi reacted with shock and anger, yelling at the unseen force for trying to steal his food. He clenched his fist, warning the thief not to use any strange abilities, threatening to report them if necessary. But as the figure became clear, Shinichi recognized the girl dirty and weak. She uttered his name faintly, revealing a past connection. Though Shinichi sympathized with the girl's inability to speak, he reminded her that stealing wasn't acceptable, and she needed to repay what she ate. He lifted her up gently and stated that if she had no money, she should work to earn her food like anyone else. Sighing, he offered her a deal she could eat until full, but in exchange, she had to work off the cost. She weakly agreed. Shinichi asked Suksudaru to prepare kahan using leftover rice. The skeleton chef silently acknowledged the request. As the chehan sizzled, Shinichi reminded Sukataro he didn't need to write everything down to serve customers. The girl's eyes sparkled as a steaming plate of chehan was placed before her. Her hunger was unmistakable. As she devoured the food, others nearby took notice. Perot covered his nose, complaining about the overwhelming odor. Shinichi observed quietly and agreed. He suggested she take a bath before working, noting her tattered clothes weren't helping either. Moments later, a loud voice insulted the stall, calling the place disgusting. Even the skeleton chef reacted in shock. Rivals from Tiger's Skewers mocked the food, claiming it was worse than trash and unworthy compared to their grilled meats. Shinichi demanded to know who they were. The tall man introduced himself as Rasrai, owner of Tiger's Skewers, and his brother Nunui as the vice-owner. Feigning hospitality, they claimed to be greeting the newcomers and sarcastically told Shinichi to be thankful for their visit. Their true intentions became clear. They demanded payment from anyone doing business in the area, calling themselves the Dustin Brothers. More of their gang appeared, intimidatingly warning Shinichi to pay up or face the consequences. Calmly, he called out their protection racket for what it was, a Yakuza-style extortion scheme. Arunia, visibly annoyed, muttered about how the critics wouldn't stop calling the food tasteless. She suddenly burst out in defense of Shinichi's cooking, declaring his chehan the best in the world. Her voice was filled with conviction. The mockers scoffed, refusing to taste it and comparing it to insect eggs. Arunia's fury rose as she gripped her staff. Without hesitation, she cast a barrage of fireballs directly at the hecklers, sending flames hurtling toward them in a fiery blast. Explosions erupted, scattering the tiger crew. Arunia shouted her warning no one would insult Shinichi's food and get away with it. Shinichi rushed in to stop Arunia. He reminded her to calm down and take in the damage she had caused. They stood before the aftermath: burned ground, scattered debris, and unconscious men. Arunia's rage had left the market street in chaos. Realizing what she'd done, Arunia froze. Shinichi tried to ease the tension with a joke, calling it a big red. Back at home, Arunia sat in guilt. She tried to explain herself through tears, blaming the mockers. Shinichi simply told her not to worry. Fortunately, no one was seriously hurt. They had covered damages and were even allowed to continue running the stall afterward. Shinichi gently reminded Arunia not to use magic so recklessly. While the provocation was real, her response had gone too far. Understanding his concern, Arunia stepped away to cool her head, leaving Shinichi to reflect on the situation. Later, others returned from a bath, visibly refreshed. Shinichi sighed, noting how incredible the bath seemed for everyone's mood. The boy offered the newly washed girl a cup of milk, insisting it tasted best after a bath. She hesitantly accepted. Once they were settled, Shinichi turned serious. Now that she was clean, he said it was time for a real conversation. In the warmth of the kitchen, Shinichi sat with the girl, observing her cautious demeanor. Though she had eaten, Shinichi reminded her that nothing came without effort. He allowed her to stay for the night, but made it clear that work would be expected in return. Without speaking, Rizu picked up a sketchpad and wrote a clear message: "I'll work hard. I want to live here." Her written words caught him off guard. He clarified if she meant a permanent role. While she nodded, silently, Shinichi glanced at the stall's modest setup. It was just the beginning, but her determination stirred something in him. At the table, Rizu clarified her intentions by writing that she didn't want to become an adventurer, she already aimed to be one. With steady hands, she revealed her true motive, joining the adventurer party known as Homeless. Hunger had pushed her to act before explaining. Determined, she declared she wouldn't accept a role limited to stall work. Her goal was clear: she wanted to be in the field. Shinichi, skeptical, yet intrigued, agreed to test her. If she failed, she'd serve at the stall for a month. Unfazed, Rizu held up her response, bold and direct, promising to eliminate every enemy without mercy. When asked about combat history, Rizu confessed she had none but vowed to begin immediately. Shinichi inquired about her motivations and strengths. Calmly, she wrote that Homeless's rising fame convinced her it was worth joining. She then declared her key asset, a rare ninjutsu skill, revealed without hesitation, expanding on her abilities. Rizu mentioned she could also use steal and throw techniques with a small gesture. She added her cuteness as a bonus. Her explanation detailed each skill: stealth, search, throwing, precision, forming a surprising combination of agility and thievery. Shinichi acknowledged her ninja background, noting she had the potential to thrive as an adventurer. His companion also remarked on her evident intelligence. He questioned why someone with such skills would resort to theft. Rizu explained her demands: 10 silver coins and 3 meals daily were too high for most to accept. He paused, then asked if that was the only reason behind her actions. Rizu's expression turned solemn as she revealed a deeper motive: she sought revenge for her parents' deaths. At last, she gave her full name: Rizu Smith, a girl driven by loss and purpose. The woman's expression shifted upon hearing Rizu's surname. She asked if the girl was the daughter of Baron Smith, while the woman confirmed the Smith family's noble status, landowners of a fief near Marna territory. Shinichi, taken aback, listened as she explained the grim rumor the entire family had been murdered during a break-in. As Rizu wrote, she revealed the truth: she alone had survived. Their land was now under Earl Destar's control. Her quiet statement left the others stunned, the air tense as the weight of her past became painfully clear. Rizu revealed the harsh truth: Earl Destar wasn't just an opportunist, he was the very man who murdered her entire household. At the table, the girl presented a blunt accusation: her entire household had been slaughtered, and the man in question was the culprit. Suspicion spread across the woman's face as she hesitated, trying to grasp the weight of such a claim. According to the girl, the killers confessed they acted on the orders of Earl Destar, a noble praised for his kind demeanor. Blood-stained memories surfaced: her family lay lifeless beneath the boots of their murderers. Shinichi began to understand her true intent. Without hesitation, she declared her goal to eliminate Destar and those responsible, seeking not assassins, but comrades in vengeance. Rather than hiring assassins, she explained, they wouldn't act without payment, and more importantly, she didn't want others to carry out her revenge. Eyes filled with resolve, she revealed her true intent: she wanted to end their lives by her own hand. Becoming an adventurer would offer her both income and experience, a path to grow stronger by hunting monsters. When asked about family, she confessed that all her relatives were loyal to Destar. If found, she would likely be sold for coin. Realizing her grim situation, Shinichi quietly acknowledged that her life had already reached its lowest point. Shinichi silently recalled the agony of his own past, grieving over the lifeless bodies of loved ones. Overwhelmed by sorrow and rage, he recognized that Rizu's heart was consumed by revenge, yet believed someone needed to guide her toward a future shaped by hope, not hatred. The rain fell heavily. As Shinichi sat by his tent, he saw his own broken self in her, left behind after losing everything. Though he knew her path was misguided, the weight of her pain stirred something within him. Standing firm, he accepted her plea. The consequences would be his alone to bear. Concern filled the room as the woman raised her voice, reminding them that targeting an earl wasn't just dangerous, it was a grave crime. Despite the warning, she recalled, Rizu's expression, eyes swollen from grief, tears like blood trailing from the loss of her family. A memory resurfaced: Rizu alone in the rain, discarded like trash, her suffering ignored by the world around her. Faced with this pain, the woman chose silence. Others voiced their readiness, shifting the discussion forward with quiet acceptance. Suddenly, a new voice cut in: an elf girl stepped forward, declaring without hesitation her willingness to aid Rizu's revenge. With gentle reassurance, the elf girl clasped Rizu's hands, promising that Shinichi could be trusted to protect her. Rizu asked bluntly if meals and sleep would be guaranteed. The elf didn't hesitate, offering her a place for as long as she needed. Satisfied with the deal, Rizu flashed a peace sign, declaring the negotiation a success. Later, Shinichi was caught off guard when she questioned his outstretched hand with a blank stare. Her demand was clear: 50 silver coins as salary. She needed funds to repurchase her family's mansion, now priced beyond reach. Shinichi agreed to Rizu's request. If her efforts proved worthwhile, he promised to help reclaim her family's mansion. The next day, Shinichi visited the blacksmith. A custom sword forged from a giganto-minotaur was finally ready. Lifting the blade, he admired its balance and craftsmanship. Though it had taken effort, the result was more than satisfactory. As instructed, he tested the magic stone embedded in the hilt. A soft click echoed from the weapon. Suddenly, a surge of power burst forth. Flames erupted uncontrollably, startling Shinichi, while the blacksmith burst into laughter. Shinichi grinned, lightly scolding the blacksmith for not warning him about the sword's overwhelming magical output. Inspecting the weapon closely, he acknowledged its exceptional quality, its performance, as a magic sword exceeded expectations. When he inquired about purchasing a mage's cane, the smith explained that such items were rare and difficult to craft due to material limitations. Instead, Shinichi placed a new order. He pointed to a dagger-like shape and asked for a custom build, challenging the smith. He requested it be forged from mithril and honed to cut paper in mid-air. After finishing his errands, Shinichi noted the heavy cost before heading off to the tailor for the next preparation. Rizu emerged dressed in new attire. Shinichi complimented the fit and lent her a temporary knife until the custom weapon was ready. The elf admired the quality, but doubted Shinichi's claim it only cost 2 silver coins. He awkwardly admitted choosing higher quality for longevity. Slightly pouting, the elf reminded him she'd never received new clothes herself. Shinichi, panicked, apologized, and promised anything to make it up to her. Changing the subject, she casually asked if the sword had been completed. Shinichi proudly introduced his newly forged weapon, naming it Giganto Sword after its material, though the elf seemed unimpressed. Plans for dungeon training were laid out, while others handled support tasks. Rizu agreed to begin with basic combat drills. Inside the Mohid Great Labyrinth, she activated her stealth skill and swiftly closed in on unsuspecting monsters. With precision, she struck from the shadows one slash after another, dropping the enemies in an instant. As the corpses hit the floor, Rizu emerged from the mist. Shinichi watched in stunned silence at her ruthless efficiency. Impressed by her swift takedown, Shinichi noted Rizu's skill wasn't just acceptable, it bordered on genius. She requested tougher opponents. He agreed, suggesting they advance to higher levels on the way. He gently asked when she had lost her voice. With calm honesty, she explained it vanished 2 years ago. Though startled, Shinichi apologized for bringing up the painful memory. On the 5th floor, a large beast appeared. In an instant, Rizu lunged, her blade targeting the creature's neck. As the beast fell, Shinichi muttered in awe. Her ninjutsu felt almost unfair in how effortlessly it secured victory. Rizu noted Shinichi's stealth skill, asking if it had become strong. He smiled, reminiscing that he acquired it much later than her. As they moved deeper into the labyrinth, Shinichi prepared to take initiative, suggesting it was time he showed his capability too. Before them stood a group of strange mushroom-like creatures. Shinichi's appraisal revealed them to be weak plant monsters with low combat ability. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful slash, magic flaring through his blade as energy surged forward. In one decisive blow, the entire hallway crumbled. The enemies wiped out as Shinichi stood calm amidst falling debris. Even her sharp senses couldn't track the enchanted blow Shinichi had delivered. It was no ordinary attack. As they examined the fallen enemy, a skill menu appeared. Shinichi casually selected both beginner-level plant-based skills. Curious, Rizu asked if he was secretly a master-tier adventurer. Shinichi chuckled and claimed he was only mid-tier, leaving her unimpressed. He sheathed his weapon and reminded her they hadn't eaten. She nodded, unaware of his next move. Rizu blinked in confusion as Shinichi began preparing the mushroom monster. He had already decided what was for dinner. Shinichi smirked, declaring proudly that eating anything edible, even demon beasts, was the spirit of survival. Eyed the roasting mushroom warily, suspecting poison. Shinichi cheerfully continued cooking over the fire, unbothered. Once done, he presented the seared chunk confidently. Rizu looked at it in disbelief, remarking how odd it was to see someone eat a walking mushroom. Recalling her father's words, she warned that those who eat demon beasts are of poor character. But Shinichi urged her to try it. She hesitated, took a bite, then blinked. Sitting beside him, she silently admitted demon beasts actually tasted good. Busyness at the demon beast food stall remained slow, drawing only a few curious customers, despite the effort put into it. Though sales were tough, praise from those who tried the food brought a flicker of hope. With arms crossed, the elf reluctantly accepted her role as the stall's poster girl, aiming to help attract attention however possible. Energy surged as she enthusiastically promoted the dishes. A passerby noted the team hadn't given up yet. Trouble loomed. 2 thugs from before returned. Undeterred, and ready to cause another scene. Despite earlier humiliation. With narrowed eyes, the elf raised her staff, visibly tense and poised to act. Rather than respond with aggression, Shinichi advised caution, reminding her not to invoke magic in their current setting. Later, they stood before a small food stand in the forest as two unfamiliar men approached. Their interest wasn't hostile. Instead, they expressed curiosity about the food being served. Shinichi nodded and turned toward his skeletal assistant, issuing a calm request for 2 servings of fried rice. Soon after, the steaming dish was delivered to the customers, who now sat eagerly at the outdoor table. One of the guests tasted the fried rice and paused, visibly surprised by its quality. Nearby, a girl approached Shinichi carrying boxes, flanked by skeleton assistants, though unfamiliar with the task. She announced the preparation was complete. Inside the open-air kitchen, a skeleton chef carefully fried dumplings with practiced movements. Freshly cooked, a plate of crispy gyoza was laid out, the surface still glistening with oil. The aroma hinted at savory fillings, making it clear the dish had been crafted with care. Although the visitors hadn't placed another order, the gyoza was served to them as a bonus. As soon as he took a bite, the man froze, startled by the unfamiliar yet delicious taste. Across from them, Shinichi observed with amusement. While the visitors struggled to hide their admiration, he revealed the dish as their secret weapon, a special gyoza seasoned perfectly and served without any sauce. Drawn by the mouth-watering scent, other adventurers nearby stopped in their tracks. They stood captivated by the aroma. Each requested a portion of the specialty gyoza, intrigued by the buzz and eager to experience the flavors for themselves. Watching his guests eat in silence, Shinichi leaned in with a smile and asked if they were finally satisfied. Suddenly, one of the brothers stood up and shouted, accusing the restaurant of serving food contaminated with bugs. Shinichi tried to protest, insisting the accusation was false, but the brother ignored him. While one loudly spread the claim, the other warned him not to interfere any further. The commotion quickly dampened the mood. Nearby patrons, disturbed by the accusation, began to lose interest. Mocking grins spread across the brothers' faces as they threw their plates aside. They threatened further trouble unless Shinichi and his team gave up and closed the restaurant. Outraged, the girls at the stand erupted with fury. One proposed a brutal punishment, while another readied her staff. Near the dropped dish, a young girl with animal ears knelt on the ground, staring silently at the mess. Though disappointed, she confessed her wish to see everyone enjoying Shinichi's fried rice. Tears welled in her eyes as she questioned the cruelty behind the sabotage. She couldn't understand why something as simple as good food could provoke such hatred. Kneeling beside her, Shinichi gently rested a hand on her head. He assured her that those who appreciated their food would surely return, bringing genuine support and encouragement. Shinichi answered with confidence, believing that smiles and shared meals would eventually replace mockery and waste. He chose restraint, determined not to let frustration dictate their next move. United under the name Homeless, they stood firm, committed to defending their freedom and dignity. Within the lavish chamber, cloaked intruders rummaged through the aftermath of their raid. Corpses littered the floor while one thief admired a fine sword. Beneath the ornate bed, a young girl trembled in silence, eyes wide in horror, her gaze locked onto the lifeless forms of her parents, unable to process the loss. Wandering the halls, the men grumbled about their failed objective. One noted the absence of any children, worried they might face consequences. They dismissed the missing child as inconsequential and spoke of rewards and future plans with ease. Without further concern, the brothers turned away, leaving the silent witness behind her existence, still unknown to them. At the quiet grave, Rizu stood beside her uncle, the only family she had left. His hand gently rested on her head, offering support in her silent grief. With a soft expression, the man assured her he would handle everything from now on. Days later, he discovered Rizu could no longer speak. Her silence and sorrow hung heavy in the air. He encouraged her to rest and treat his home as her own, leaving her alone in the vast, quiet room. Elsewhere, political talks unfolded. Her life, sadly, was just a bargaining chip. After the tense negotiation, the man bowed his head, forced to accept the demands to prevent further bloodshed. The threat hung in the air. Meanwhile, Rizu wandered the halls and accidentally overheard the cruel conversation. Fear surged through her as the reality sank in. She ran, heart pounding, knowing there were no allies left. The mansion had become enemy ground. Alone in her room, she steeled herself. Memories of her parents returned, igniting a spark. With quiet determination, she vowed revenge, the fire in her eyes, no longer afraid to burn. Inside the shop, a group discussed how to recover from a recent scandal. Changing names and relocating seemed their best bet. To prevent contamination, tighter supervision was proposed, Despite setbacks, they agreed to do what was necessary to survive in business. Dinner was served a humble dish of boiled mandra daikon. The warm meal was a small comfort in turbulent times. Suddenly inspiration struck. One man's excitement startled the elf girl, who flinched in surprise at his outburst. Meanwhile, on the 23rd floor, skeletal workers calmly prepared food. Inspections were routine, life went on underground. With reopening in mind, he handed a recipe to the skeleton cook, eager to craft a dish worthy of the new start. Confidence and trust were exchanged. The following day, the food stall stood ready. Curious adventurers gathered nearby, their expressions mixed with interest and uncertainty. Now renamed the Homeless Demon Beast Stall, the team stood proud. Their effort brought together old and new faces under a single banner. Doubts were voiced, especially about the stall's name. Still, they pressed on, determined to succeed through sales. The smell of sizzling gyoza turned heads. Curiosity replaced suspicion. He clarified the menu for curious customers, explaining that only certain dishes used demon beast meat. The gyoza was just ordinary pork. Enticed, one guest ordered stir-fried tiger bison with vegetables. The skeletal chef began cooking with practiced skill. Moments later, the elf girl approached with a warm smile, carrying the freshly prepared dish. A bold image of a tiger flashed in the customer's mind as the exotic stir-fry was presented with flair. Though hesitant, the man took a bite, reassured. It was safe. He braved his first taste of demon beast cuisine. With hesitation fading, the customer took another bite. The demon beast meat was unexpectedly tender, rich with flavor. He praised the strong taste and crisp vegetables, noting how well they paired together. A drink seemed like the perfect companion. The skeleton chef responded quickly, presenting a mug of beer with frosty enthusiasm. Their service ran like clockwork. A mouth-watering combination of sizzling meat and cold beer formed a tempting duo no diner could refuse. With a satisfied grin, the man raised his mug. "This is the best," he declared, completely won over. A crowd gathered at the Homeless Demon Beast stall, forming a long line. Nearby competitors panicked, watching their customers disappear. Frustrated and aggressive, one shop owner stormed over, demanding answers. His anger flared as he accused the stall owner of sabotage. With calm confidence, the man explained that his success was no trick. He merely served good food to willing customers. Mocking the beer, the rival scoffed until he took a sip, expecting lukewarm disappointment. Shock filled his face. The beer was ice cold, a level of quality he hadn't matched. The rival shop owner stood frozen in shock, struggling to comprehend how the beer could be so cold and refreshing. Behind the stall, the man revealed his secret, a skill called ice breath used to chill the drinks instantly, an ability they couldn't replicate. Realizing the gap in ability, the frustrated competitors retreated, cursing their misfortune and lack of foresight. With a triumphant grin, the elf girls celebrated their overwhelming victory, ready to bring in even more profit. As the coins piled up, they laughed together, hopeful, but aware that maintaining success would take work. Concerned about interference from their rivals, the group debated a bold response. Yet caution prevailed. Those brothers wouldn't back down easily. A wild suggestion to unleash Freya nearly turned the debate into chaos. Her overwhelming presence alone could flatten a shop. Instead, hunger became the pressing issue. Freya declared training finished, and everyone loudly demanded food. Even Rizu held up a sign in protest. The skeleton chefs were called into action once more. Business was wrapping up, but a final meal was in order. Surrounded by friends and full plates, laughter filled the air. Nothing beat cold beer after a long, successful day. With the reopening a success, he felt a rare moment of peace. Confident, he entrusted tomorrow's appeal to their cheerful poster girl. But just as things calmed, his skill detected hostile presences nearby. Tension immediately returned. Enemies were closing in. Identifying them as humans, he decided to face them with Rizu alone. The others offered help, but he declined. The rival gang appeared armed and furious, ready to escalate. Their threats made clear they sought revenge. Calmly, he reminded them of his real profession: adventurer. Violence wouldn't catch him off guard. The thug smirked, boasting that he'd hired several mid-tier adventurers to secure victory. Shinichi remained unimpressed, calling it foolish. Fueled by pride and desperation, the man lunged with full force, determined to overwhelm Shinichi with brute strength. But no matter how many strikes were thrown, none connected. Shinichi's composure and speed left the attackers in disbelief. Frustrated, they charged again, cursing his agility. Their coordinated attack lacked discipline. Shinichi effortlessly disarmed one and knocked him back. Calmly, he picked up a sword. "Here," he said. The real fight hadn't even started. With a firm grip on his sword, the man parried the strike effortlessly. His expression showed neither fear nor concern as he assessed the weak attack. Nearby, One enemy dropped to his knees, groaning in pain. Another stared wide-eyed, trying to muster courage by mentioning the strength of their remaining forces. Standing alone amidst a field of unconscious foes, the girl calmly held her blade. Her work was complete, every threat had been neutralized. Shock washed over the enemy's face upon realizing only two had caused such devastation. A groan escaped the last man as a sword hovered near his throat. The girl's eyes widened as she stared at the ornate sword. A deep recognition stirred within her, as if something long buried had resurfaced. Noticing her reaction, the man questioned the blade's origin. Though unaware, he sensed there was more to the weapon than its appearance suggested. Without warning, the girl launched forward, overtaken by a sudden surge of emotion and resolve. Her target stood unprepared. Blood sprayed as her dagger struck with force. She landed silently, gripping the ground, breath heavy. The urge she'd held back had finally erupted. With a powerful strike, Shinichi brought down two enemies in an instant. Blood splattered across the clearing as he moved with deadly accuracy. Leaping onto the last opponent, he forced him to the ground and raised his dagger without pause. Before the final blow could land, a voice from behind halted the action. The order was clear: interrogate the man first before deciding his fate. Lowering his weapon, Shinichi stepped aside. A hand reached out toward the wounded man, signaling someone to stabilize him. Soon after, the attackers sat tightly bound under watchful eyes. Surrounded by Shinichi and his group, they now faced questioning with no way out. Shinichi confronted the captive, demanding the truth. Cornered, the man begged for mercy, claiming regret for the earlier assault. His plea didn't hold. One of Shinichi's companions revealed knowledge of a failed massacre targeting a noble household 2 years ago. Stunned, the prisoner stammered, realizing his secret had been uncovered. The group confirmed his involvement in the Smith family's attack. Grinning with defiance, the man admitted guilt, but hinted at powerful allies behind them. Shinichi pressed for a name. Finally, the truth emerged: Earl Destar had issued the orders. The captives warned that killing them would provoke the noble's retaliations. Smirking confidently, the prisoner issued a threat: killing him would ensure Shinichi's group faced consequences of their own. His confidence faltered when Shinichi revealed the girl beside him was Rizu, the sole survivor of the Smith family. Her presence alone shook the captives. Without a word, Rizu stepped forward and pressed her blade to one man's throat. The choice was made clear: live and serve, or die defiant. Faced with death, the man agreed to testify against Earl Destar. Shinichi offered mercy in exchange for his cooperation. Even then, the captives trembled. Rizu's intense glare kept them paralyzed, haunted by the memory of their own cruelty. Rizu raised a sign, revealing her intent: she would take revenge for her parents by ending them all. Shinichi, calm and focused, urged her to reconsider. Killing them now would bury the truth of Destar's crimes forever. Her eyes widened as his words struck her. No act of vengeance could bring back what was lost. Dropping to her knees, Rizu finally broke down. Her sword fell beside her as grief overtook her rage. The group stood in silence. Though Rizu cried openly, her allies remained nearby, offering quiet support through her pain. Rizu made her decision clear. She wanted justice, not blood. Her demand was for the attackers to be imprisoned for life. Acknowledged her choice with respect. He promised to deliver her request to the authorities. With resolve in her eyes, Rizu signaled her consent. The blade was no longer necessary. Mercy had taken its place. He affirmed the next steps. He would take charge from here and see justice properly served. Later, in a peaceful town, he recounted the events to a confidant. The tale of Rizu's restraint had already begun to spread. Shinichi made a formal request: he needed experienced adventurers. The task ahead required capable fighters, not novices. He explained that the mission was to track down and capture fugitives. Compensation would be provided, but favors came at a cost. When questioned, Shinichi revealed the job came from Duke Metal. His associate was surprised by the formality of the request. Rather than explain further, Shinichi promised someone else would provide the full details. That person was on the way. Moments later, a warrior arrived. Familiar faces reunited, hinting that old bonds might now serve a new purpose. Introductions passed quickly. Mikey, clearly impressed, expressed admiration for Gale, the seasoned commander of Duke Medill's Royal Guard. Light humor broke the tension as Gale encouraged everyone to act more like gentlemen. The air softened, if only slightly. Seriousness returned once Gale explained the mission. Adventurers were to be sent to storm Earl Destar's estate, an order from Adel Medal himself. Mikey flinched at the implications. Entering enemy territory meant real risk, yet Gale clarified that Shinichi was the client behind it all. Using knights wasn't an option. Destar's control over local forces was too tight, making independent adventurers the only safe bet. Gale outlined the risks. Any direct move from Duke Metal would expose the operation and ignite internal strife. Rather than risk open conflict, a covert strategy was preferred. Shinichi proposed that his group Homeless would carry out Destar's capture. Destar's reach extended beyond borders, and many involved might try to flee. Every associate needed to be caught. For Shinichi, this mission wasn't just political, it was personal. Capturing Destar meant honoring a friend's pain while reshaping the future. Support followed swiftly. Knowing the stakes, Gale agreed, reassured by promises of both adequate reward and lasting impact. Talks concluded with success. Before leaving, Shinichi raised a final question: who was Destar secretly aligned with? Gale explained. West of the kingdom lay the Estent Empire, ruled by the powerful Dragonute race. Destar may have been in contact with them. Surprise spread across the group. Few expected Dragonutes to be involved, and even fewer understood who they truly were. Dragonutes, among the 5 dominant races on the continent, possessed unmatched strength and manpower formidable beyond any human force. As dusk approached, Shinichi excused himself. The others acknowledged the looming threat, knowing this conflict was far from over. Back at the food stall, the team struggled to handle the growing crowd. Orders piled up faster than they could serve. Shinichi returned just in time. When asked about the meeting, he explained Gale had arrived, and the plan was set. While grilling food, he reassured her. Revenge for Rizu would be pursued with everything he had. A sudden shift in mood. Her voice softened as she called his name, catching him off guard. Teasing followed. Jokes about Rizu's charm spread quickly, leaving Shinichi flustered and the atmosphere unexpectedly light-hearted. Without hesitation, Shinichi stated his preference: he favored adult women. The words sent a jolt through the elf beside him. A flustered reaction followed. She grilled in silence before asking if he saw her as one. He deflected, but the meat began to burn. Then came the blow. He teased her, calling her a half-child. The insult didn't go unnoticed. Fury flashed in her eyes. Moments later, she stormed off, leaving Shinichi genuinely confused by the fallout. Later, the group rode in tense silence. No words were exchanged, but the air in the wagon was undeniably awkward. Before the journey continued, Shinichi turned to Rizu with a serious request: Destar must not be killed. Her reply was firm. She had let the brothers live for one reason alone: to claim Destar's life herself. Warning followed. Taking the life of a noble could mark her for execution, regardless of her motives. With calm conviction, he rested a hand on her head. He didn't want vengeance to lead her to the gallows. Silence shifted to normalcy. Shinichi suggested breakfast, trying to lighten the mood. No one protested. Shinichi reminded the group they wouldn't have time to eat after arriving. Simple, quick meals were the way forward. With that, someone suggested a hamburger, a new idea that sparked curiosity and hungry excitement across the wagon. Eventually, the group entered Banan, a well-developed town deep within Destar's territory. Its streets were clean and bustling. Locals praised Destar. He had brought prosperity, raising Banan's wealth beyond what his predecessor had achieved. Praise, however, masked a deeper concern. Despite his treason, Destar remained respected by nobles and beloved by citizens. Near the Earl's mansion, Shinichi spotted a familiar guard waving him over with urgency. Curious about any developments, he asked for a report. The guard mentioned no threats, just the usual comings and goings at the estate. Still, a hooded figure nearby caught their attention, standing too close to another man. Before parting, the guard handed over a food package Shinichi had arranged. Grateful for the help, the guard recalled hard times and quietly mentioned Annie's stinginess with money. Promising not to overdo it, Shinichi assured him he'd continue working and take another job once this one ended. Shinichi observed the heavily guarded estate from a distance, careful not to draw attention. Instead of resorting to violence, he assured his companions there was a different path forward. With steady hands, he began digging at a hidden spot near the fence. His plan was to infiltrate unnoticed. Despite the rough soil, he pressed on, dismissing any discomfort as manageable. A companion watched with curiosity as he carved the entrance. Moments later, the elf girl crawled through the tunnel, emerging below ground. Claustrophobia set in quickly. It was dark, cramped, and unbearably stifling. Crawling through the tunnel, Shinichi finally spotted light ahead, while behind him, chaos broke out among the others in the cramped space. He emerged near the mansion wall, quietly assessing the area. The spot seemed ideal for infiltration. After regrouping, Shinichi directed his team to a window. Although it was locked, he assured them he had a solution prepared. A summoned skeletal follower responded to his command and began unlocking the window from inside. Once inside, Shinichi reviewed the situation. Based on Mikey's intel, their target hadn't left. He began searching for Destar immediately. Shinichi studied the floor plan, suspecting their target was in a room occupied by 2 people, one likely being the hooded figure. He and his group moved carefully through the mansion's corridors, maintaining silence as guards lingered nearby. Before they were noticed, one of the companions swiftly disabled the guards with precise silent strikes, approached a decorated door and confirmed it as the correct location, signaling the others to prepare. Inside, two figures sat in tense conversation. As suspicion rose, one of them demanded to know the identity of the newcomer. Shinichi stepped into the room with his team, offering an apology for the sudden arrival and stating his reason for coming in person. The nobleman, visibly irritated, dismissed them as rude and made no effort to hide his disdain. One of Shinichi's allies reacted strongly at the mention of Dronzer. Tension escalated as the man called their presence a waste of time. Shinichi calmly reassured him they would be brief. He then accused the noble of plotting to assassinate the Smith family 2 years earlier, using hired criminals. Feigning ignorance, the nobleman denied everything, acting surprised by the accusation. Shinichi dismissed the nobleman's denial, revealing that captured brothers had already confessed. The accusation of assassination could no longer be ignored. To strengthen the case, he introduced Rizu Smith, the only surviving member of the Smith family prepared to give her first-hand account. He stated that Rizu not only witnessed the attack, but also knew of the nobleman's cooperation with the victim's relatives. Laughter erupted as the nobleman, unable to feign ignorance any longer, began to crack under the pressure. Without shame, he finally admitted the truth: he was the one who ordered the Smith family's death. Shinichi stood firm, his expression steady, while Rizu lowered her gaze, struggling with the rising emotions inside her. He demanded to know the motive behind the killings. The nobleman, without remorse, explained that the Smiths tried to expose his ties with the Empire. With cruel satisfaction, he declared Rizu's parents died meaningless deaths, provoking her further. Overcome with rage, Rizu screamed and lunged forward, her fury erupting beyond control, despite Shinichi's warning. Dronzer laughed arrogantly, claiming full responsibility and threatening anyone who dared oppose him, proud of the terror he sowed. A man behind the door overheard the confession and stepped forward, his calm expression laced with authority. As the doors burst open, the Duke entered with his guards, commanding the room without hesitation. Surprise swept across Dronzer's face as he realized who had just arrived. The Duke's presence silenced the tension instantly. Panic took hold. Dronzer questioned why such a powerful figure had appeared unannounced. His bluster returned, demanding answers. The Duke, unfazed, reminded him that he had entered lawfully and would not tolerate baseless accusations. Duke Metal explained his presence, stating he was passing through Marna and chose to visit the estate along the way. He claimed ignorance of the confrontation, though his gaze suggested otherwise. Shinichi's plan was working. While Dronzer was distracted, the Duke entered the mansion as arranged, adding weight to the case. Cornered and unraveling, Dronzer stammered as the pressure built. With a noble witness now involved, his escape was no longer possible. As his world collapsed, Dronzer froze. Rizu stepped forward, her voice trembling with rage, ready to confront the man who destroyed her family. Rizu stepped forward, eyes burning with emotion, demanding an apology for her slain parents. Her voice shook, but her resolve did not. Dronzer crumbled to his knees, offering a hollow apology. He claimed regret, though his trembling hands betrayed his fear. From the side, the hooded man scoffed at the display. He found amusement in the emotional confrontation, calling it a farce. His mocking tone shifted as he recognized the opposing faction. They were connected to the Empire. Suddenly, a beastly figure appeared, Ganon Dragneel, heir of Marquis Dragneel, radiating threat and intent. As tension surged again, Shinichi raised his hand, halting Rizu as tension gripped the chamber. The guards moved swiftly, shielding the noblewoman with urgency. Emerging from the shadows, a horned warrior stepped forward, his presence radiating danger. From beneath heavy brows, the creature's sharp gaze locked onto his opponents. His aura intensified, pushing the atmosphere into suffocating silence. Magic and weapons struck in unison, but the enemy stood firm, absorbing the onslaught without flinching. Without warning, a wave of dark energy swept through the crowd. Limbs stiffened, expressions froze, their bodies were no longer their own. A mocking voice echoed through the grand hall as the armored figure observed the group. Shinichi and his allies stood firm, unshaken. With cold resolve, Shinichi narrowed his eyes, resisting the aura meant to break him. His presence alone pushed back against the pressure. Their standoff escalated. Shinichi dismissed the enemy's tricks, while the reptilian warrior grew more intrigued, reaching for his weapon with slow menace. Twin blades were drawn. The enemy prepared to strike, declaring one subordinate obsolete, a blade already aimed at the man's back. Without hesitation, the traitor raised his sword overhead. The discarded follower cried out, but mercy had no place in his master's judgment. A single, ruthless swing ended the man's life. his body collapsing as blood splattered across the polished floor. Shinichi watched in silence, eyes narrowed, though shaken. He understood the situation had escalated. Capturing the dragonkin was now their only option. Hostility was unavoidable. Without hesitation, he spoke his name Shinichi Tanaka, identifying himself not as a noble or soldier, but simply an adventurer. The dragonkin turned away, leaping through the window. He declared the room too confined for battle and vanished into the night. Without delay, Shinichi approached the broken frame and activated his skill. A bright glyph appeared. He began to analyze the fleeing enemy. The analysis revealed his name Ganon Dragnete, an undefeated general of noble blood. Shinichi regretted uncovering the truth too late. Positioned outside the building, the two warriors faced off. Blades were drawn, and silence weighed heavily before the inevitable clash. With explosive speed, Ganon lunged forward. Shinichi reacted just in time, their swords locking in a powerful collision. Forced back, Shinichi crouched low, his mind racing. He studied Ganon's stance, watching for any opening as tension rebuilt. Channeling his skill, Shinichi unleashed Frozen Breath. A wave of icy shards burst forward, aiming to break the deadlock. Ganon countered with a devastating torrent of energy, his power crashing forward in a violent surge. His glare sharpened beneath his helm. The attack collided mid-air with Shinichi's Frozen Breath. Energy exploded outward, tearing the ground between them into scattered debris. Shards of shattered force rained down. From the dust, both warriors stood tall, neither faltering, both ready to continue. Grinning, Ganon charged once again, recognizing Shinichi's strength. He acknowledged the rare thrill of facing an equal opponent. Their blades clashed again, each strike heavier than the last. Sparks flew as both refused to yield an inch. A dark vortex surged from Ganon's blade, distorting the air as it spiraled forward. His expression showed no hesitation, only focus. From behind, allies rushed into the fray, determined. The girl declared that Shinichi would not fight alone. Closing the distance, the girl struck first. Her blade clashed against Ganon's defense, while the beastman child followed closely behind. With a fierce leap, the young fighter landed a blow. His claws raked across Ganon's side, drawing blood from the mighty warrior. Surprised, Ganon faltered. His gaze narrowed at the child who struck him, realizing too late the threat wasn't just from Shinichi. With a shout, the girl cast a powerful spell. A massive boulder surged upward, suspended by magic. She cried its name. Ground hammer. Ganon raised one arm and effortlessly caught the enormous rock. His strength shattered the spell's momentum, leaving the caster wide-eyed in disbelief. Unfazed, he glared forward, dismissing the attack. His voice roared with disdain, mocking the weakness of their magic. Suddenly, guards arrived and demanded answers. Confusion spread as they questioned Shinichi's presence and role in the battle. Elsewhere, nobles and officers debated evacuation. With no word from Destar, command was frozen, and uncertainty clouded their judgment. News of Earl Destar's death spread quickly. A noble confirmed the grim truth: he had fallen to the Dragonute's hand. Realizing the battle had reached its limit, Ganon turned away. Two cloaked figures descended beside him, their presence signaling a shift. Landing in sync, the hooded allies knelt briefly, their expressions calm but resolved. Ganon stood behind them, silent, yet commanding. Without a word, one tossed a sphere to the ground. Thick smoke erupted instantly, shrouding the area in a blinding fog. Shinichi braced himself, peering into the mist. He questioned aloud, were they retreating, or preparing another strike? From the rooftops, the cloaked group made their escape. Onlookers watched them vanish, commenting on their fearless, almost stylish retreat. Frustration lingered. Shinichi stood at the edge of the smoke, staring into the void left behind. His allies voiced shared regret. Later, Rizu appeared before them. Her presence quieted the air, and Shinichi's eyes fixed on her with concern and recognition. Questions followed quickly, with Destar gone. Should Rizu reclaim her rightful territory, now free from corruption and theft? The official refused. In accordance with law, inheritance must wait until the heir reaches adulthood. Justice, once again, delayed. In a quiet room, the truth surfaced: Rizu had already sold her title and estate to her uncle, leaving no legal claim behind. Outside, the news shocked her allies. The land they fought to liberate had reverted to the very lineage they opposed. A proposal arose: could the title be returned to Rizu by her uncle? Though legally possible, the process was uncertain and complex. Resolute, Rizu responded. Holding up her note, she rejected the idea. That mansion held her childhood, she would never relinquish it. The official, softening, revealed he once knew Rizu's father. Destar's schemes were clear now, but their inaction had come at a cost. Offered Rizu a document, his words tinged with guilt, though not an apology. it was something he felt she deserved. He explained calmly, it was the proof of ownership for the mansion. He had purchased and restored it himself. Her uncle had seen no value in the estate and sold it off. Yet everything inside, every memory, had been preserved. Tears welled in Rizu's eyes as she clutched the document, promising to repay him someday. Her voice trembled with emotion. With renewed resolve, she declared her path. She would work hard, starting from nothing once again in her own way. The mansion stood quiet under the morning sky, its future now in Rizu's hands. Somewhere inside, hope had been rekindled. Days later, peace returned. The group resumed their routines as the children played, and the morning began with sleepy greetings. Curious about a strange object, they discovered Shinichi had created a slime mat bouncy, cool and fun to sit on. Shinichi explained his odd creation process with ease. His inventiveness always stood apart from others, sparking admiration and confusion alike. Elsewhere, skeleton workers silently built carts. With everything done ahead of schedule, the day began with nothing left to do. The group noticed new features being added: wheels and a counter. Shinichi's eccentric ideas continued to surprise them all. Just then, Shinichi returned, caught mid-complaint. Aruna flinched in embarrassment as he asked if she'd been talking about him. Smiling, Shinichi handed her a wrapped item. Meanwhile, at the stalls, the skeleton crew kept business running smoothly. Aruna unwrapped the item slowly. It was a brand new staff. She explained she'd saved and worked hard to afford it, beaming with joy. She held the staff proudly. At last, she could retire her worn-out weapon and embrace a fresh start. Thanking Shinichi for his support, her old staff had grown unreliable, and she feared it would fail her during battle. Eager to test her new weapon, she stepped forward with determination. The others watched in anticipation as she took aim. With a focused chant, Aruna activated the staff. Flames gathered quickly, the orb glowing intensely in her hands. The spell erupted into a massive swirling blaze, far beyond what she expected. Her expression shifted from confidence to shock. With a boom, the flames exploded forward, shaking the ground. Aruna stood stunned, grasping the staff that held more power than imagined. Hearing the explosion, Rizu rushed over, alarmed. She questioned if they were under attack, while Shinichi calmly reassured her. They discovered Aruna lying on the ground, dazed but unharmed. Her spell had simply gone overboard. It was typical of her volatile magic. Shinichi sat beside Rizu in silence for a moment. The noise faded, but something more important lingered between them. He praised her progress. She was speaking more, opening up. She credited the others, but his presence clearly played a part. Resolutely, Rizu said the past wouldn't chain her anymore. Shinichi smiled. She was finally stepping forward on her own, walking beneath the open sky. Rizu shared her resolve to see the world her parents never could, and to keep living forward. With a bright smile, she reached out. She didn't want to walk alone. She wanted to journey alongside everyone from homeless. Moved, Shinichi handed her a small weapon. It was a ninja tool, forged as he once promised a gift to support her path. She received it carefully. He asked for the old knife back, admitting he wanted it after all. Examining the new blade, Rizu smiled. It felt right in her hands. "I like this better," she whispered with quiet gratitude. Shinichi presented a set of crafted tools, a kunai and a shuriken, to the girl, offering them as a gift. She examined the unusual shapes with curiosity. He explained their purpose, confident that her precision with thrown weapons would make them effective in her hands. Her expression showed intrigue and understanding. In response, she extended a small pearl to him as a token of gratitude for assisting in her quest for revenge. Shinichi accepted it, puzzled. The item was revealed to be a highly refined magical stone, enduring even over millennia. Recognizing its worth, identified it as an exceptionally rare treasure. Aruna emphasized the rarity of the pearl, noting that only a handful existed in the entire world. Its value was immense enough to make someone a billionaire. Shinichi reflected on the pearl's origin and questioned Rizu about her father's knowledge. The mention of the Smith family hinted at its importance. Rizu explained that her father had labeled it as an unusable magic pearl, despite its resemblance to other usable stones. She clarified that its value had decreased because it couldn't be used, and her father, a stone collector, acquired it as a hobby. Determined to test it himself, Shinichi prepared to activate the pearl, disregarding the doubts. Sword drawn and stance firm, he began channeling the pearl's power through the blade as everyone looked on. Silence followed. Despite the anticipation, nothing visible happened. Aruna observed the sword closely, noting the complete lack of reaction. Time passed. The group started losing interest, settling on the grass in boredom. Some even grew drowsy, still focused. Shinichi activated his third eye. A faint magical aura pulsed from the weapon, undetectable to ordinary sight. Trusting his senses, he kept watch. A mysterious cube shimmered nearby, hinting that something had begun after all. A faint hum vibrated through the air as a glowing cube flickered to life before him. Startled, Shinichi raised his sword, eyes wide with recognition. Excitement surged. He realized something incredible had been triggered. Behind him, others remained skeptical, assuming nothing had changed. Suddenly, he floated upward, suspended above the treetops. A nearby girl stared in disbelief. Realization struck. The pearl wasn't broken, it created invisible structures in space. His body hovered within one. The others approached the floating shape, discovering transparent steps. Curiosity replaced doubt as they began to explore the hidden platform, suspended in mid-air. The group explored the invisible structure. A floating farm and ranch stretched ahead, defying all expectations. Down below, skeletons tended to livestock with quiet efficiency, their eerie forms calmly carrying out chores. Shinichi examined one section of the platform that remained incomplete. Behind him, Rizu commented on how overworked the skeletons looked. He admitted the blocks lacked durability and couldn't serve as shields, but their size could be freely manipulated. Utility depended on creativity. A skeletal messenger arrived with news. Without hesitation, he agreed to head toward the stall where Gale awaited. At the bustling food stall, Shinichi arrived to find Gale enjoying a hearty meal. Compliments were quick to follow. When asked if food was the only reason for his visit, Gale casually handed over a sealed scroll, hinting at a deeper purpose. Unrolling the message, Shinichi stood surrounded by his companions, eyes fixed on the contents. With a satisfied grin, Gale waved farewell and strolled off. Mission complete. A creeping sense of unease settled in as Aruna glanced over the letter. Her startled reaction confirmed that something ominous had just been set in motion. Shinichi and the group read the letter in shock. It summoned them for an audience with the king, an unexpected development. Concern grew. While others panicked or fainted, Shinichi sensed the message carried hidden pressure behind its formal tone. A royal carriage carried Shinichi and his group toward the capital, their deeds against the Minotaur not going unnoticed. The elf girl lit up with excitement, already imagining medals and recognition long overdue for her contributions. Beside her, the knight beamed with pride at the prospect of meeting the king, while another companion quietly dismissed royalty as mere figureheads. Shinichi, cautious as ever, advised restraint, yet found himself the center of everyone's stares, much to his discomfort. As they approached the castle, a summons by name confirmed his unease. Something more serious awaited him inside. Strict rules were laid out as Shinichi's group entered the castle. They were warned not to speak to strangers or wander alone. Despite the caution, the knight remained confident, assuring everyone of her presence. Just then, a cheerful fox-eared servant greeted them with flowers. Attempting to be helpful, the knight stumbled in her approach and awkwardly apologized as she was guided to follow along. While walking through the grand hall, Shinichi noticed the nobles casting suspicious glances, their distrust evident. He wondered if their attitude would change if they knew he was once homeless. His companion confirmed their fame had already spread. A pair of guards pushed open the towering doors, revealing the entrance to the audience chamber where their meeting would take place. Inside, King Logus sat on the throne surrounded by nobles. Shinichi and his companions entered and immediately bowed before the monarch. Permission was granted to rise, and Shinichi thanked the king respectfully, maintaining a calm composure. With a firm tone, the king introduced himself as Rey Logus Stein, ruler of the kingdom. He expressed his gratitude, acknowledging their bravery in saving the capital from the Giganto-Minotaurus attack. Group stood before the king, surprised when he invited them to attend a ball as guests of honor. The chancellor suggested they be informed about the preparations, and the king agreed with a thoughtful nod. To ensure their comfort, the king permitted them to stay at the castle, promising everything they needed would be provided. Moments later, the atmosphere shifted. The king ordered everyone except Gale, the chancellor, and Shinichi referred to as homeless, to leave. A noble confirmed their identity, recognizing them as the ones who had foiled Dragneel's dangerous scheme. King Logus shifted the topic, revealing he had summoned them for a matter unrelated to their recent achievements. He explained the Estant Empire's internal collapse triggered by a coup, with nobles led by Marquis Dragneel promoting dragon supremacy and seizing the imperial family. Conditions within the empire had worsened, plagued by drought and food shortages that devastated rural areas. As desperation grew, Dragneel redirected public resentment toward an external enemy, exploiting the people's suffering. Their target was now clear: Logus Kingdom. Rich in resources, it had become a prime objective for the neighboring empire's aggressive expansion. Shinichi asked if war was imminent, but the king clarified it was an internal clash between factions, not a full-scale war yet. He explained how a scheme had provoked Astar into conflict, even though the empire had no official reason for war. Suspicions grew when it was revealed that Dragnel's plan might date back 2 years, involving scorched earth tactics against their own lands. The king and chancellor confirmed that both the coup and the war were orchestrated long ago with precision. Their plans unraveled only because Shinichi and his allies caught Destar in the act, changing the course of events. Shinichi confirmed that with Destar eliminated, the immediate trigger for war had also been removed. The Empire, desperate to conceal their plot, had silenced him permanently. King Logus revealed that Dragnel had escalated his tactics, issuing a surrender letter under threat, warning the king of personal danger if he resisted. Logus rejected the demand, fully aware that his life was now at risk. Turning serious, he admitted the true reason for summoning them: he needed protection from Imperial assassins. They agreed to guard him, especially during the upcoming ball, where the threat was greatest. Shinichi questioned the king's choice, prompting Logus to explain it was both strategic and convenient having heroes nearby under the guise of celebration. He added that presence as the ball's centerpiece would naturally place him at the king's side. Shinichi recognized the king's boldness in using the event to bait the enemy. True to his nature, Shinichi requested proper compensation for the risk, reminding all that they were adventurers, not volunteers. The king admired his blunt honesty, finding his disregard for status surprisingly refreshing. A reward was set 50 gold coins if the assassin died, double if taken alive. With confidence, King Logus entrusted the mission to Shinichi, expressing his faith in the homeless once more. Back in their quarters, the group processed the news. The women discussed costumes and the sudden scale of the upcoming ball, while one of them tested the luxurious bed. Shinichi, seated with a noble's daughter, grew uneasy about what lay ahead. She calmly shared memories of similar events from her past. His anxiety peaked at the thought of dancing, knowing it was a requirement. Meanwhile, the cheerful fox-eared servant tried dancing freely, curious about the meaning of a ball. To demonstrate the proper form, the elf woman gracefully performed a sample of ballroom dancing, explaining it was slower and more elegant than imagined. She proudly revealed her experience, having once been groomed for high society. The others listened with mixed reactions, some intrigued, some overwhelmed. When she offered herself as a partner, the knight immediately volunteered instead, while teasing remarks about others' discomfort stirred the group. One companion lightly mocked Shinichi's possible lack of dancing skill, suggesting it was something everyone should know, noble or not. Cornered, Shinichi reluctantly accepted dance lessons from Aruna, who promised he'd improve under her guidance. Rizu stepped in, insisting she would be the one to teach Shinichi, arguing that regional dance styles differed. Both women stood before him, waiting for an answer. Their intense stares made the situation tense, unable to choose. Shinichi nervously asked to be taught by both. His reply provoked immediate outrage and teasing from both sides. Flustered, he was dragged into practice, with each woman barking conflicting instructions about posture and hand placement. As they began to move, Shinichi quickly struggled, stepping on feet and losing rhythm, overwhelmed by how hard dancing truly was. While practicing a turn, Shinichi was corrected by Rizu, who explained the kingdom's dance required a meaningful pause and eye contact. She encouraged him to hold her more firmly around the waist, making the moment slightly tense. Before it escalated, Aruna burst in to interrupt, accusing Rizu of teaching him inappropriate things. With tensions rising between the two women, Shinichi questioned if dance practice had gone too far. Nearby, others continued training with enthusiasm. Finally, the day of the ball arrived. In formal wear, Shinichi briefed his allies, setting guard duties as they prepared for the evening. Aruna and the knight appeared in elegant dresses, asking confidently if their outfits suited the occasion. Their appearance left Shinichi speechless, flustered. He could only compliment them, admitting their beauty rendered him unable to speak properly. As they approached, he couldn't help but notice how much their dresses emphasized their features, clearly impressed. Soon after, Rizu entered in a more modest outfit, asking shyly if she looked cute. Shinichi reassured her warmly, noticing she'd styled her hair which suited her well. Later, as he entered the grand hall, nobles turned in surprise at his transformed appearance. Descending the staircase together, Shinichi and his companions entered the ballroom, each dressed elegantly and drawing attention. Onlookers murmured in awe, admiring the trio of women as the highlights of the evening, especially enchanted by the elf's radiant presence. A noble host took the stage, praising the 5 adventurers who had defeated the Gigantominotaurus, announcing them as the stars of the event. Their official introduction as the homeless sparked a round of applause from the distinguished guests. With the formalities complete, they were invited to relax and prepare for the dance to begin. Shinichi gave final instructions to his allies, trusting them to monitor for danger, yet his detection skill showed no signs of enemy presence, raising doubts. Meanwhile, the women were approached by flirtatious nobles. Both Rizu and Iruna confidently dismissed the men, leaving them embarrassed and speechless. Whispers began to spread among the guests about the elf's true identity, rumored to be the destruction sage. Flashbacks confirmed the rumor. Her fearsome temper once caused explosive destruction, frightening many into retreat. Rizu approached Shinichi, curious if he had noticed. He had and wisely chose not to provoke her. Shinichi noticed two suspicious men posing as waiters. Their muscular builds and tense posture made them stand out, but they seemed too obvious to be the true threat. As the dance segment began, the host invited all guests to enjoy the evening. Shinichi stayed alert despite the festive atmosphere. Couples began dancing under the lights. Iruna invited Shinichi to join, reminding him that they were the stars of the event. Rizu gracefully accepted being second, hiding her disappointment with poise and grace. Shinichi and Iruna took the floor, dancing confidently before the watching crowd. While dancing with Iruna, light-hearted conversation shifted toward silly ideas like skeletons dancing in a garden. They shared a laugh before stepping away to rest. Nearby guests socialized as the pair took a break. Music and movement filled the grand hall. From the upper floor, a new woman observed the dancers, her gaze sharp yet curious. Something about the elegant atmosphere stirred her deeply. Confident and composed, she approached a nobleman, exchanging graceful remarks and deflecting questions about her background with a mysterious smile. Watching quietly, Shinichi activated his clairvoyance, locking his attention on the enigmatic guest. A mysterious woman revealed herself, stepping forward in a revealing outfit with a blade hidden at her side. Guests turned in shock as tension rose instantly. Recognition struck the group. She was the threat without hesitation. She reached for her weapon, ready to strike before anyone could react. A sudden strike pierced the man's chest as the woman lunged forward, blade in hand. She collapsed onto the floor, stunned and wounded. From the crowd, a girl stepped out confidently, revealing herself after remaining hidden during the chaos. Without hesitation, the newcomer reached under her skirt and retrieved a concealed weapon. Charging across the hall, she positioned herself between the assassin and her target. Steel clashed as she deflected the incoming blow with swift precision. At moment, two men dressed as servers drew blades and began closing in. Their intent was clear. The battle was far from over. Two figures leapt into action as the attackers closed in one of them. A girl in a red dress struck first, with a forceful kick, blocking the threat without hesitation. Her heel landed clean against the enemy's face, sending him crashing backward. While she stood alert, her ally took the chance to subdue another opponent with swift precision. New enemies emerged from the crowd, daggers drawn and eyes filled with rage. A sudden voice cut through the noise as an elf woman raised her charged hand. Lightning crackled in her palm while she warned everyone to stay clear. Without delay, she unleashed a powerful surge of electricity across the room. One of the attackers lay bound by an unseen force, her body wrapped in magical restraints, helpless. She struggled in vain as the observers kept their distance, confident in their plan's outcome. They acknowledged the girl's contribution and confirmed the remaining threats were likely neutralized. High above, Rizu faced off against a woman presumed to be the enemy leader. Weapons drawn, the two women exchanged words. Rizu aimed to capture, while her opponent showed no interest in negotiation. Suddenly, Rizu launched an attack that broke through the defense. The enemy lashed out, but Rizu identified an opening and lunged in, exploiting the narrow gap with precision. Rizu's strike landed cleanly, forcing her opponent to the floor. Though wounded, the dark-haired woman quickly regained her stance. Recognizing a disadvantage, she admitted the dress was limiting her movement. In a swift motion, she tore her gown to free her limbs. With dual blades in hand and a confident smirk, she revealed her true combat form, introducing herself as Shuri. She claimed allegiance to Ganan and acknowledged Rizu's identity. In return, Rizu stated her name and the family Shuri had helped destroy. Shuri's tone turned mocking as she processed Rizu's lineage. She praised someone as a masterpiece, her words laced with sarcasm. She mocked Rizu, revealing that her parents were the ones who had wounded her in the past. In a flashback, Shuri explained that while the hired brothers slaughtered the servants, she had personally dealt the fatal blow to the Smith couple herself. Hearing this, Rizu's expression tightened in shock. Shuri continued, blaming the brothers for failing to finish the job properly, calling them worthless. Gripping her knife tightly, Rizu declared Shuri her sworn enemy. Fueled by rage, she charged forward, determined to avenge her family. Before Rizu could reach her, Shuri unleashed a violent wave of magical force. A towering wall of energy burst forth, shielding Rizu from the incoming flames. Startled, she held her ground, eyes locked on the fiery torrent closing in. To her surprise, the flames abruptly dispersed. Shuri turned in anger, realizing her magic had been disrupted by the intervention of a nearby elven sorceress. Seizing the opportunity, Rizu lunged forward with sharp precision. Her movements were swift, aiming to end the fight before Shuri could recover. Their blades clashed in a flurry of sparks. Shuri stumbled backward, her spell interrupted, and her arm wounded from the sudden exchange. A horned warrior, wielding a massive weapon, stepped into the fray with overwhelming force. With a powerful swing, the horned warrior unleashed a spiraling shockwave toward Rizu. The attack sent her flying backward, struggling to keep her footing. She cried out in pain midair, clutching her side as a nearby ally shouted her name in panic. The force of the blow left her unable to counter. Meanwhile, Shuri glared at the warrior named Grandel. Though he had intervened, she made it clear that his help was neither needed nor welcomed. Grandel brushed off her complaints. Calmly, he announced their retreat, acknowledging that their plan had failed. Frustrated but composed, Shuri accepted the outcome. With no choice left, she began thinking of how to report their failure to Ganon. After the enemy's retreat, Rizu collapsed, unconscious. Her ally rushed to her side, catching her before she fell further and calling out her name in desperation. She slowly regained consciousness, asking about the enemy's status. He assured her they had escaped but was more concerned about her condition. Elsewhere, the noble overseeing the event reported the aftermath. Despite the chaos, 5 assassins had been successfully captured. He immediately ordered the guards to restrain all fallen enemies. The dance party was officially suspended and control of the hall was restored. The next day, rain poured over the castle. With nothing urgent to do, the group remained on standby. Later, her companion approached with concern, noticing her silence. He gently asked if she was unwell, wondering if facing her true enemy had unsettled her. Rizu admitted that after the brothers' capture and Dastar's death, she had found clarity, but with Shuri's reveal, her thoughts were once again clouded. He offered her the choice to sit out the next mission, sensing her emotional fatigue. She acknowledged her shock but insisted she would be fine. Deep down, however, her thoughts had hardened. The hatred she felt for Shuri had rooted itself deeply in her heart. Standing by the window, Rizu's gaze sharpened. Her mission was far from over. Revenge remained unfinished. The group gathered, and their leader assured Rizu that if the journey ever felt too heavy, she should speak up. He promised to support her however he could. Rizu smiled, the tension easing from her face. She thanked them sincerely, expressing how grateful she was to have such companions by her side. Suddenly the door opened. A man clad in ornate armor entered the room, flanked by 2 stern officials requesting their attention. Suspicion filled the air. The visitors acknowledged the team's readiness, prompting one of the group to ask why they were being kept there. The envoy explained that a new mission awaited them, one critical and confidential. News from the interrogation sent a shock through the room. The officials revealed that the captured assassins had exposed a looming threat. The Empire was preparing to invade. The enemy's forces, led by General Ganan, would cross the mountain range within a month. One of the officials explained that if the attack on the king had succeeded, the country would have fallen into chaos. It was revealed that the assassins had been only one piece in a larger scheme to target the king directly. The official issued a stern warning. They were now privy to sensitive intelligence. If any of it leaked, the consequences would be fatal. His expression made it clear refusal was not an option. They were to slow down the imperial invasion force. A delay of a month was ideal. Even 2 weeks would be enough. Outraged, the leader of the group pointed out the absurdity. 5 people couldn't possibly halt an army of 50,000. But the official admitted their military had no alternative. The kingdom's forces were already stretched thin, engaged elsewhere against demonic beasts. Even calling in reserves would not match the enemy's overwhelming strength. Out of desperation, the kingdom had turned to adventurers. They were now the last defense standing between their homeland and invasion. Doubt lingered in the air as the leader questioned whether adventurers could truly buy enough time. The king explained the plan. Over the next month, they would recruit and train the necessary number of adventurers. That window needed to be secured. If everything proceeded as expected, the empire would be intercepted on the Aryan plain in 2 months, just beyond the mountains. Tension rose as the envoy asked plainly, would they accept the mission? The stakes were now undeniable. Pressed further, the hero questioned why they were chosen. The official answered confidently there were 2 specific reasons. Only they could accomplish this. The envoy clarified their reasoning. A small, agile unit was necessary, and the team's powerful mage made them uniquely suited for the mission. Further pressure was added. They revealed that the team possessed a griffin, allowing them to fly over the mountain range, removing the barrier. Others couldn't cross in time. As the argument escalated, one of the guards stood nervously under scrutiny. Silence filled the room, tension thick in the air. They confirmed their expectation for fair compensation, and the officials promised double the previous reward. With terms accepted, the 2 leaders sealed the agreement with a handshake, though some doubts remained. The mission to delay the Imperial army was now underway. After agreeing to the high-stakes mission, the leader reflected quietly, hoping they wouldn't be drawn deeper into the war. Later, the group sat down to a shared meal. Among the dishes was something unfamiliar: escargot from bottom Mai Mai. Curious and mildly horrified, one companion questioned the strange delicacy. It turned out to be a rare snail native to a northern lake near the capital. Before more hesitation could form, the fox-eared boy reached over with excitement, claiming it looked like meat, and must taste great, ignoring protests from the elf girl. A bizarre image flashed in their minds: a wrestling ring, a giant snail holding a referee's hand in victory. While enjoying the escargot, Rizu shared that it was her father's favorite dish, and she was glad to try it. The group's focus soon shifted back to strategy. They had learned that the Imperial army would pass through the snowy Parton Mountains. One soldier proposed a bold idea, triggering an avalanche in the mountain pass. It could cripple the enemy force with a single well-timed blow. Plan relied on their elven mage. She would unleash a powerful spell to disturb the snowpack. The leader urged caution: it was meant to be a surprise attack, not a prolonged battle. But Rizu, filled with purpose, vowed to make the mission succeed. While the group shared a meal, strange system prompts appeared before Rizu, and flare options to evolve had unlocked, offering mysterious new potential. Startled by the notification, Flare stood up, excited. The leader speculated that yesterday's intense battle may have triggered this phenomenon. In her mind, Flare imagined fantastical forms: she might become angelic wings, feline agility, or immense strength. Without hesitation, she declared her intent to proceed. Rizu calmly responded that the decision was hers to make freely, even with the uncertainty of change. Rizu was unfazed. Her conviction was steady: whatever her appearance became, her core identity would remain. The leader selected the evolution option for Flare, confirming the decision without hesitation. The system accepted the command, initiating the transformation process. A message appeared, instructing Flare to sleep. Overcome with excitement, she prepared herself, knowing a major change was coming soon. As drowsiness took hold, Flare said her goodbyes. Rizu also began to drift off, both girls entering rest as the evolution began. A wagon raced through the canyon, flanked by flying beasts overhead. While the speed thrilled some, others sighed at the thought of soaring on a griffin instead. Mounted together, two girls showed no visible change despite their recent evolution. Their calm demeanor masked the silent shift in their power. No longer classified as ordinary humans, the pair moved with heightened precision. Their race and abilities had surpassed prior limits. Freya, once a knight in service to Duke Metal, now bore the traits of a neo-human. Her path diverged from nobility. In a quiet demonstration, she levitated a mug without contact. Alongside her physical prowess, this new telekinetic gift marked a deeper transformation. Despite the impressive display, her power had clear limits in range, quantity, and weight. Meanwhile, Rizu unlocked a new skill known as Shadow Cloud. The dark mist responded to her will, bending and reshaping as she desired. The shadow cloud could expand to the size of a house, though it vanished if sent too far from her. Still, its versatility made it a formidable asset. During their discussion, the group faced a new problem: crossing the Marseille fort within the Parthon mountain range. That fort, built by the Empire, blocked their path. It had to be passed before they could enter the mountain beyond. Shinichi proposed an aerial route, suggesting they bypass the fort by flying over it from the front. He considered multiple options, including taming another beast or lifting the cart himself. However, the group lacked the means to match his flight capability. Despite the griffin's speed, the skeleton-drawn cart lagged behind. Rizu pointed out they couldn't reach the destination on time at this pace. He made a decision. With a swift motion, he triggered a hidden mechanism, their trump card. Engines roared to life, propelling the cart forward at extreme speed. The sudden thrust flung its passenger into a chaotic tumble. Shinichi explained the cart's hidden upgrade: an aero boost powered by wind magic stones. Although fast, the mechanism risked overloading the cart's structure. The modified skeleton cart surged ahead, leaving a trail of smoke and sparks as it accelerated far beyond its limits. Above the endless range of jagged peaks, the group began to glimpse the formidable terrain of the Parthon Mountains. As they flew closer, they spotted a silhouette in the distance. Freya's gaze sharpened, recognizing something unusual in the sky. A massive wyvern appeared, its wings slicing the air as it roared over the mountains. Startled by the sudden appearance of the wyvern, Shinichi decided without hesitation they would pursue it. He turned to Aruna in the cart, urgently instructing her to strike it down using electric magic. From the window, she spotted the flying beast in the distance. Doubt filled her as she questioned how she was supposed to handle such a creature. Shinichi's resolve didn't waver, driven by instinct. He insisted that she paralyze it. Capturing the dragon became his singular focus. Though confused, Iruna raised her staff. Sparks crackled as she channeled power, determined to act despite not fully understanding the situation. A burst of lightning struck the wyvern as Iruna unleashed her spell. The beast recoiled mid-air, overwhelmed by the sudden shock. While it struggled, Shinichi set his sights on capturing it. Owning a dragon had always been a childhood fantasy he never let go. The memory of buying a dragon-shaped keychain resurfaced now. The real thing stood before him. This world gave him a chance to fulfill that dream. As he approached, the wyvern growled and countered with a blast of flame, forcing Shinichi to act quickly. The fire attack surged toward the cart, prompting a swift order dodge and bind the beast using magic before it could strike again. Chains of flame erupted, wrapping around the wyvern's limbs and wings in an effort to halt its movement. Iruna spotted the creature's attempt to dodge and redirected the cart. Concentrated, she prepared a follow-up spell to reinforce the assault. Another set of flame chains struck true, fully restraining the dragon. Shinichi raised his hand and began the taming process. As the beast weakened, he called out, commanding it to become his subordinate. The system confirmed the bond affiliated. Though the capture succeeded, Shinichi noted its strong mental resistance, far tougher than any creature they had encountered before. Shinichi gently approached the wyvern, assuring it there was no threat. He spoke calmly, attempting to earn its trust. Despite his words, the dragon roared in rejection. The taming attempt failed, and the bond dissipated once more. Undeterred, Shinichi took charge. With no better plan, he called on the group to follow his lead into a new approach. Together, they began an odd ritual, dancing and singing in unison. The wyvern lay still, confused by the display. To everyone's surprise, the charm took effect. The wyvern's expression softened, signaling a slow but sure shift in its attitude. With the bonding incomplete, Shinichi encouraged everyone to keep dancing. Embarrassed, Iruna hesitated, while the others grew tired and stepped back. The wyvern's expression dulled again, and Shinichi wondered if it had lost interest in their performance altogether. Not giving up, he broke into a solo act, raising his arms in rhythm and singing with exaggerated cheer. The others looked on in disbelief as he chanted lyrics like a children's song, hoping to reach the beast emotionally. Against all odds, the wyvern began to mimic him. It sang back awkwardly, causing shock and glass to shatter from the absurd scene. Wyvern's eyes glowed as it fully accepted its new role. Now classified as a homeless wyvern, its strength surpassed ordinary dragons. With the taming complete, the group mounted their beasts and took to the skies, leaving the cart behind. As they soared, admiration grew. One girl silently viewed Shinichi as someone truly capable, with their path now clear. They flew beyond the fort, heading straight for the mountain range ahead. Snow blanketed the mountains as Shinichi's group gathered around a modest fire. While Elna hugged herself tightly, the beastkin casually shaped a snowman nearby. Shinichi remained calm, observing how the kingdom-born struggled with the freezing air. Silence lingered until someone questioned the weight. Shinichi responded bluntly. The mission wouldn't start until their enemies made a move. Noticing her fatigue, he gently suggested a break. She sat close, her posture tense yet composed. With a steady breath, she stood and faced the distance. The warning came swiftly. They were approaching. Shinichi activated his heightened senses, spotting distant figures, marching through the snowy valley. At the front stood Ganon, leading the Imperial troops. With no time to waste, he signaled the start of their counterstrike. Allies confirmed their aerial units, wyverns and griffins, were on standby. Soaring into the sky, Shinichi and Elna prepared to trigger an avalanche. By collapsing the mountain path, they could trap the enemy and cut off their advance. Elna readied her staff, fueled by Shinichi's encouragement to unleash her full power without restraint. Resolving to act, she cast a powerful spell, memories of past annoyances fueling her blast. With a surge of magic, Elna unleashed a fierce spell, striking Shinichi mid-action and calling him a fool in the process. The impact triggered a massive chain reaction. Snow exploded off the mountainside, rumbling toward the Imperial forces below as soldiers and beasts looked on in shock. As the avalanche barreled closer, panic spread. Ganon's army turned in disarray, unable to hold formation as the White Wall approached. Many were swept up in the onslaught. Cries echoed through the canyon. Escape was impossible for some. Watching from above, Shinichi confirmed their plan worked. The enemy now had no choice but to retreat. Elna teased Shinichi with a smile, accusing him of being the source of her problems. He froze, stunned by the unexpected comment. Realization struck. While he had believed he was the one enduring hardship, it dawned on him that he might have been the burden all along. Meanwhile, a beast warrior rose from the snow, unfazed by the avalanche. His confidence remained unshaken. Imperial archers responded quickly, launching volleys toward the sky to intercept Shinichi's group riding a wyvern. Determined, Elna prepared to rain down spells, as Shinichi ordered relentless magical bombardment from above. Explosions erupted across the battlefield as Elna unleashed the devastating chaotic flame bomb, scattering enemy ranks below. Shinichi signaled his allies Puro, Flare, and Liz to descend. Their mission was clear: engage and reduce the enemy forces on the ground. Charging ahead, Shinichi warned his comrades not to get caught in Elna's blast radius as they advanced through the snowy terrain. Combat began immediately upon landing. Swift strikes and coordinated attacks overwhelmed the enemy, catching many off guard. Shinichi led the offensive, cutting through opposition with precision, while his team dismantled the enemy formation. She clashed blades with a skilled enemy warrior, neither yielding ground as their weapons locked under pressure. A familiar dragon-like foe confronted him, blaming Shinichi for the attack. Calmly, Shinichi replied with sarcasm, admitting he would have avoided the encounter if given a choice. As the battlefield erupted around him, Shinichi assessed the situation. With enemy forces scattered and wounded, the operation had reached its objective. He called for retreat. From above, a dragon descended, and his allies grabbed its claws to evacuate the combat zone swiftly. Left behind, Shinichi stood his ground before him. Ganan appeared ready to settle things directly. Within the castle walls, a sense of tension loomed despite the clear skies overhead. The king commended Shinichi, calling him homeless for his efforts, acknowledging that their strategy bought them time, but the enemy still outnumbered them nearly 2-1. Shinichi questioned the grim tone, asking if the situation was truly that desperate. The officer confirmed it would be a harsh battle. Even if their army doubled, they'd barely be equal to the draconic foe's physical might, the strategist warned. Faced with dire odds, the king made a bold decision to lead the charge himself. Despite grim odds, the royal advisor insisted they could not allow the enemy to cross the Arya plains. Maintaining morale was critical. Shinichi asked if his group could return home after their mission. The old strategist opposed it, suggesting they join the front line again, but dire warnings followed. If they lost the war, not just the capital but Mana itself would fall, its people enslaved by the dragonfolk. Apologies were offered. The king asked Shinichi not to be disheartened by the harsh words of his chancellor. With tension eased, Shinichi was advised to return to Mana and rest. Back in Mana, the group walked the streets in silence. Elna asked what they should do next, sensing unease in the air. At the church entrance, townspeople formed a long line. She wondered aloud if something had happened, only to realize the truth. The people were preparing for war. Adventurers and civilians alike sought comfort through prayer, hoping to survive what was coming. Elna encouraged everyone to join in. Though some hesitated, the solemn mood made the choice clear. In quiet reflection, Elna closed her eyes and offered a silent prayer for peace and survival. Elna knelt in the quiet chapel, praying earnestly for the safety of everyone involved in the coming war. When Shinichi questioned her optimism, she stood firm. If she declared they'd be safe, then she would make it so. Around them, anxiety weighed heavily. Citizens and soldiers alike feared what would happen if the enemy broke through to Mana. Words hung in the air. Elna turned to Shinichi with determined eyes and spoke his name with quiet resolve. Her voice steady, she declared their choice. They would join the fight together. Despite Shinichi's concerns, she insisted that seeing the people's fear drove her to act. Their resolve spread. Each member of the group voiced their determination, whether against Empire or Dragonfolk. None would be forgiven. Shinichi smiled faintly. Recognizing their courage, the hesitation they once had was now gone. Standing together beneath the church's stained glass, Shinichi made it official: the homeless would stand and fight alongside the kingdom. As Elna shared an idea for Mana's future, Shinichi agreed, both committed to defending the people they had come to care for. In the heart of town, Shinichi and Elna stood beside their food stall, Homeless Beastman restaurant, ready to serve the people. They launched a big giveaway. Everything was half price, and the townspeople gathered quickly, drawn by the warm food and lively energy. As they handed out dishes, Elna reflected that good food might give everyone the hope they needed to face the coming war. They believed that uplifting the people's spirit was just as crucial as military strength. A small meal could spark courage. Among the crowd, familiar children appeared. Elna welcomed them with a smile, ready to feed both hearts and bellies. Elna hoped their meals would fuel the spirits of both children and adventurers, sending them to battle with hopeful smiles. Shinichi reassured a young girl, encouraging her to eat freely. Her joy over the dumplings brightened the square. With pride, Shinichi declared himself the stall's owner, insisting that if he willed something into being, it would happen. Elna stood by his side, smiling, raising her arms wide. Elna praised Shinichi's kindness. The children laughed, happily enjoying their food together. From the front, their team called out, Word spread fast, kids ate for free. A crowd quickly gathered around their stand. Overwhelmed by the rush of customers, Elna called out to Shinichi for help. He declined, flustered by the crowd and unable to summon skeletons discreetly. Thankfully, backup arrived. Their friends stepped in with perfect timing, offering their support with smiles and energy. The food stall had become a hub for adventurers and townsfolk alike. Elna was surprised at how popular it had become. Tension had been heavy across Mana lately. The stall, with its warmth and food, gave everyone a moment to relax. Shinichi noted their smiles. Whether or not it fixed everything, it was clearly worth it. A young girl called out to Elna, her voice full of joy as she ran through the street. She smiled brightly, expressing gratitude for the meal, then waved farewell as she disappeared into the crowd. Elna watched silently. With renewed resolve, she told Shinichi they must protect this town no matter what. Moonlight covered the Aria plains as soldiers prepared their camp. Tents stood in ordered rows, while guards patrolled the quiet perimeter before the coming battle. Inside a command tent, the mustached commander outlined the enemy's approach from the northern mountains. Rather than attack immediately, he chose to wait and exploit their overconfidence. A young armored man listened carefully, observing the commander's confidence. The king remained inside his tent. Busyness was briefly mentioned as the younger man shifted the topic. He questioned whether commercial dealings would continue despite the looming conflict. Calmly, the commander explained that trade operated independently. Adventurers and merchants followed separate paths, unaffected by military limitations within the camp. Tanaka presented plates of fried rice, grilled meat, seafood pasta, and overflowing mugs, calculating that well-fed soldiers would fight harder while his stall earned steady profit. Near the camp entrance, he received approval to operate, shifting focus from pure earnings towards supporting those preparing to risk their lives in battle. Excitement spread through his companions as plans formed to increase production. Energy rose quickly, and confidence grew that strong sales would follow. By night, their food cart stood ready under the moon. Staff members waited in front, organized and prepared for incoming customers. Steam lifted from fresh dishes while assistants promoted affordable meals. Tanaka observed calmly as the stall began attracting hungry soldiers. Soldiers gathered at the stall, filling tables as an elf girl presented steaming pasta, topped with minced meat and rich tomato sauce. Orders increased steadily while customers tasted clam pasta and soup. Satisfaction spread across their faces as bowls emptied quickly. Cold desserts were introduced alongside hot meals. Even weary fighters paused to try the chilled treat, easing tension after heavy eating. One quiet girl held the ice cream firmly, urging a purchase through a steady gaze. Nearby, another customer reacted with visible excitement. A new wave of buyers approached the cart, requesting fried rice and dumplings. Tanaka observed the lively scene, recognizing the growing appeal of his stall. Under the bright moon, Tanaka stood beside his food cart while a soldier questioned his decision to conduct business on the battlefield. Seated at a table, the young fighter admitted he had arrived intending to join the battle, though uncertainty weighed heavily on him. Arms crossed, Tanaka reminded him that participation was not strictly forced, suggesting he could have chosen to avoid the conflict. Rice shifted beneath the soldier's spoon as he reflected on social pressure, knowing refusal would bring harsh judgment from others. Calmly, Tanaka assured him that following orders would reduce danger, leaving only minor threats for them to handle afterward. After finishing his meal, the young adventurer accepted Tanaka's suggestion and agreed to protect inexperienced fighters, believing it far better than facing death directly. Before leaving, he placed the day's payment on Tanaka's tab and promised they would meet again once the battle began. Soon after, a nobleman arrived at the stall, explaining he had stepped away from his group to observe the camp personally. Ignoring warnings about unfamiliar ingredients, the noble calmly ordered stir-fried vegetables and dumplings, showing little concern for criticism. Moments later, plates were served. Tanaka watched closely as the noble tasted the common food, curious about his reaction. The noble's expression softened as he tasted the dish, clearly impressed by its flavor and texture. Tanaka agreed to prepare a special bread version, watching as the noble eagerly anticipated dipping the rich filling inside. Delighted beyond expectation, the noble praised the cooking enthusiastically, and even expressed interest in hiring the chef responsible. After finishing every bite, he moved on to sample other stalls, leaving Tanaka behind, while admitting the meal had been exceptional. When morning arrived, the noble stood before assembled warriors, raising his voice to inspire pride and unity before the coming battle. Before the assembled army, the noble raised his sword high and urged the soldiers to stand firm against the enemy, even at the cost of their lives. Watching from a distance, Tanaka observed the rising morale, noting that such determination could strengthen their resolve against the empire. Armored units formed tight ranks while adventurers positioned themselves at the front lines, preparing to confront the approaching forces. Behind them, senior commanders and the king remained stationed, overseeing the formation and awaiting the signal to advance. Together, specialized adventurers were assigned critical roles in the assault, ready to launch a decisive attack once the battle began. Reports reached the commanders as the enemy finally came into view, prompting the king and his officers to prepare for direct confrontation. Across the field, opposing forces advanced in disciplined formation, weapons raised while dust scattered beneath their marching steps. Leading the hostile army stood a towering Dragonoot general flanked by elite warriors, facing the kingdom's champions waiting in silence. King Logas stepped forward and declared his authority, demanding the invaders withdraw from his land before blood was shed. The Dragonoot general rejected the warning and threatened conquest, forcing the king to draw his blade and vow to protect his people. Negotiations collapsed, and King Logas thrust his sword forward, commanding his forces to annihilate the Empire's advancing soldiers without hesitation. Immediately, mages and archers unleashed volleys of fire and arrows, while the Dragonoot general endured the assault and pushed through the chaos. As explosions struck the front lines, a young mage ordered others to stand behind her, preparing to counter the incoming barrage. Arrows rained down heavily, yet Tanaka stepped forward calmly while the mage raised her hand, forming a barrier that deflected the attack. When the storm subsided, Tanaka observed the defense with approval, recognizing that her newly strengthened magic had proven reliable in battle. A powerful spell surged across the battlefield as the elf mage unleashed a blazing strike, engulfing enemy soldiers in roaring flames. Through the smoke, the Dragonoot general advanced with his troops, commanding them to charge and crush the opposing army without mercy. Recognizing the danger, King Logas ordered his front lines to retreat, raising his arm to reorganize their formation. Imperial warriors pushed forward aggressively, cutting into the ground and clashing with shields as both sides collided in close combat. Amid the chaos, several soldiers were impaled by sudden spikes erupting from the earth, their advance halted by the brutal counterattack. Charging troops suddenly fell as concealed spikes and collapsing ground revealed a carefully prepared trap beneath the advancing Imperial soldiers. Seizing the moment, Kingdom fighters surged forward again, shouting orders as they pressed the disorganized enemy line. The Dragonoot general turned sharply and commanded his units to hold formation, unleashing a freezing breath that spread across the battlefield. In response, the elf mage stepped ahead and released successive explosions, fire bursting outward to counter the spreading frost. Amid the clash of elements, combat intensified at close range, with blades striking armor as both sides struggled to overwhelm the other. A young knight unleashed her evolved power, lifting chunks of earth into the air as surrounding enemies staggered under the sudden force. Without hesitation, she drove her spear through an armored soldier, striking cleanly while another Dragonoot warrior moved to counterattack, closing the distance. She pivoted sharply and thrust again, her blade piercing the Dragonoot's torso before he could defend himself. Bodies fell across the ground as she assessed the battlefield, recognizing that their numerical advantage was steadily pushing the enemy back. Separated from her allies, she steadied her weapon, only to face a new challenger stepping forward to confront her alone. A horned warrior mounted on horseback approached calmly, resting a massive sickle over his shoulder as he fixed his gaze on the isolated knight. Recognizing him from a previous encounter, she steadied her breathing and confronted the intruder without retreating. Sliding down from his mount, the man claimed he had long desired a proper fight, tightening his grip while stepping toward her. He introduced himself as a high-ranking subordinate of the Empire, smiling confidently as she raised her hand to gather power. Rocks lifted violently from the ground and shot forward, signaling the beginning of their direct and inevitable clash. Determined to end the fight quickly, the knight declared she would finish him before returning to her allies, while the horned warrior mocked her approach. Suddenly, a violent vortex spiraled outward, dragging debris into its center as he manipulated the battlefield to unsettle her stance. Planting her weapon firmly, she split the ground apart, carving a deep trench that disrupted the swirling force, and steadied her footing. Recognizing her capability, the horned warrior admitted he had underestimated her, observing that she had grown serious about their duel. Without hesitation, she lunged forward with decisive speed, driving her axe toward him as he rushed in to counter the strike. The horned warrior declared his expertise in close combat and advanced confidently, believing his massive sickle gave him the advantage at short distance. Standing among fallen weapons and bodies, the knight steadied her breathing and measured the space between them without retreating. Raising her hand, she shifted tactics and summoned multiple swords into the air, preparing to transition into a long-range assault. Seeing the blades hover above him, the horned warrior's confidence faltered slightly as he realized the battle would no longer favor his preferred range. Flare stood on the rocky plain, raising her hand as multiple swords and blades hovered around her, steel weapons aligned in the air, all aimed toward the lone opponent below. The black-haired woman sprinted forward, gripping her scythe while dodging the descending blades. Dust scattered under her feet as weapons struck the ground around her. Closing the distance, Flare advanced without hesitation. More weapons launched toward her target, driving the woman backward across the cracked terrain. A sudden surge of wind curved the falling blades into a rotating barrier. Realization crossed Flare's face as she observed the controlled vortex. The opponent had activated a attributed magical item, shifting the battle's momentum. The horned black-haired woman steadied her sickle and gathered magic around her body. Aerochronium within the blade responded to her energy, strengthening the wind attribute she controlled. Confidence shaped her expression as she prepared a countermeasure. Flare remained at a distance. A massive wave of compressed wind surged forward, tearing across the ground. Dust and debris spiraled within the roaring current. As it advanced toward Flare's position, impact forced Flare backward despite her footing. The wind pressure bent the terrain and scattered nearby weapons aside. Regaining balance, Flare raised layered shields around herself. Steel barriers locked into place, forming protection as the storm continued pressing forward. The horned warrior leapt forward and unleashed a sharp wind blade toward Flare's defensive line. The compressed strike sliced through the air with focused precision. Behind layered shields, Flare searched for his position as dust and force distorted her view. Unease surfaced when his presence suddenly vanished from sight. Reappearing within the storm of spinning weapons, he launched another cutting wave from above. The attack curved through the narrow gaps in her defense. Steel barriers collided violently as Flare braced herself and forced the shields together. Impact shook her stance, but failed to break her guard. Both fighters landed facing each other at close range. Weapons ready. Tension settled between them as the battle paused momentarily. Flare declared her name with firm resolve, eyes steady despite the chaos surrounding them. Determination hardened her expression as she prepared to finish the fight. The horned warrior answered with mocking confidence and raised his weapon high. Muscles tensed as he prepared another decisive strike. Without hesitation, Flare drove her spear downward in a powerful thrust. The force shattered the ground beneath, sending debris outward in every direction. He countered instantly, releasing a wide wind slash that curved toward her flank. The compressed blade carved through the air with precise control. Spinning within the arc of his attack, he closed the gap and seized the opening. Surprise flickered across Flare's face as he gained advantage. Flare raised both hands and caught the descending polearm before it could cleave through her guard. Her focus sharpened as she stepped inside his reach. The horned warrior swung his scythe in a wide arc, but her outstretched hand halted his momentum mid-air. Distance between them vanished in an instant. An unseen force tightened around his body, crushing against muscle and bone. Pain distorted his expression as invisible pressure bound him in place. Standing directly before him, Flare maintained her grip without wavering. Control remained absolute as his strength failed to break free. She revealed that her telekinesis intensified at close range, overpowering his resistance. The battle ended with him immobilized under her unseen grasp. The horned warrior lay defeated on the shattered ground while Flare stood over him in silence. His weapon rested nearby, abandoned after the crushing force subdued him, turning away. Flare spoke with urgency about finding Sir Perot. Resolve returned to her eyes as she reached down and reclaimed her spear. Elsewhere, beast-headed archers drew their bows and released arrows across the battlefield. A cloaked young woman rushed forward and cut one down before advancing through the chaos. She struck with swift precision, knocking aside incoming projectiles while closing distance. Shock flashed across her face as a sudden force burst nearby. Facing another armed woman, tension rose between them. Recognition mixed with hostility as their shared past surfaced amid the ongoing war. Liz tightened her grip on the dagger and declared her intent to avenge her parents. Opposite her, the cloaked woman answered with cold confidence and readied her blade. They lunged simultaneously, steel flashing as curved slashes crossed between them. Footwork shifted rapidly across the broken ground while each tested the other's guard. Momentum carried them into a fierce exchange of close strikes. Sparks scattered as blades collided, neither yielding ground despite the mounting pressure. Both fighters leapt back to create distance, breathing steady yet eyes sharp. Respect surfaced briefly as they acknowledged each other's strength. Liz advanced again with renewed determination. The cloaked woman countered, insisting she would prevail once conditions favored. A fair duel. Blades clashed again as Liz measured the difference in their strength and speed. Though improved, she recognized that her opponent's experience still filled the gap. The cloaked woman suddenly launched a hidden projectile from her sleeve. A thin object sliced through the air toward Liz with deadly precision. Liz caught sight of the small needle and understood its purpose instantly. Tension sharpened her focus as she prepared to evade the poisoned strike. More needles flew, while the cloaked woman pressed forward aggressively. Each throw carried lethal intent, forcing Liz to retreat across the broken field. Realizing defense alone would fail, Liz gathered energy into her palm. Dark power swirled outward as she prepared to shift the momentum. Liz raised her arm high as dark clouds spiraled outward from her body. Black smoke expanded across the cracked ground, forming a wide ring that swallowed the battlefield. The cloaked woman watched cautiously while the swirling haze thickened around them. Liz stood at its center, controlling the shifting darkness with steady focus. Instead of retreating, Liz extended her hand and directed the smoke forward. The rolling shadows moved with intent, denying her opponent any clear path of escape. Sudden currents coiled around the cloaked woman's limbs. The dark mass tightened without warning, restricting her movement mid-step. Realization struck as the smoke bound her arms overhead. Caught within the swirling trap, she struggled while Liz maintained control. Liz remained calm while dark smoke restrained her opponent overhead. She accepted that victory required ruthless methods and refused to feel shame for using them. Facing the bound woman, Liz declared that results mattered more than pride. The swirling clouds tightened as she stepped forward across the cracked ground. With steady resolve, Liz pointed her blade directly ahead. Her decision hardened as she prepared to fulfill the vow she carried for years. Memories of past defeat fueled her composure. She chose discipline over anger, focusing solely on ending the battle without hesitation. As the smoke loosened, tension shifted into uneasy silence. An unexpected proposal followed, hinting at alliance instead of death. Liz drove her blade forward while the dark smoke tightened violently around her opponent. The cloaked woman's body jerked as the binding force pierced through her defense and ended the struggle. As the swirling clouds began to fade, the defeated fighter collapsed onto the cracked earth. Liz remained standing, watching carefully until all movement ceased. Without lingering, she turned and ran across the battlefield toward distant figures. Another clash awaited, and hesitation no longer had a place in her steps. Tanaka faced 3 dragonutes across the barren plain as their leader advanced with a raised blade. Swift movement followed, and he intercepted the strike, forcing the creature back with a direct counterattack. After defeating one enemy, a strange power activated before him. A notification to collect a skill appeared as the fallen body collapsed at his feet. Several abilities were presented for selection. Spearmanship, intimidation, and heat resistance became available, reflecting the strength of the dragonutes he had overcome. Observing their stamina, Tanaka assessed the widening gap between himself and the remaining foes. Prolonging the battle would place him at a disadvantage. Resolute action followed, determined to end the fight quickly. Tanaka charged forward, striking decisively to eliminate the general and secure victory. Tanaka realized he could no longer summon skeletons, and understood the enemy army had begun advancing, landing on the desolate battlefield. He observed fallen soldiers scattered across the rocky ground. The harsh terrain made maneuvering difficult for any remaining forces. Within the camp, commanders reviewed their losses and estimated only 40,000 troops remained. Despite heavy injuries, they acknowledged a core of capable soldiers still stood ready. Concerns spread among the officers as uncertainty weighed on their expressions. The situation appeared dire, yet they searched for a possible solution. Standing apart, Tanaka considered the next strategic move. Calmly assessing the chaos, he focused on organizing a retreat to preserve the surviving army's strength. Tanaka confirmed his decision to abandon the current base, despite the commander's disbelief. He remained composed, arms crossed, while explaining that holding their position would only worsen their losses. Calm reasoning followed as he outlined the need to withdraw to the plains. There, mana would remain stable, allowing them to construct defenses and prepare a prolonged siege. Officers gradually accepted the reality that victory was impossible under present conditions. Exhaustion showed clearly, yet they recognized delaying tactics offered their only chance to recover strength. Responsibility shifted to the king as Tanaka declared the final choice rested with him. Having presented the strategy, he stepped back without hesitation. Agreement settled across the tent. Orders were issued to the front lines, directing all units to retreat temporarily and regroup for the next stage. As preparations for withdrawal continued, wounded soldiers were supported through the camp. Nearby, a young elf woman approached Tanaka, concern evident as she questioned leaving with so few escorts. He responded calmly, showing no hesitation in his decision. The responsibility he carried outweighed personal safety, and he expected her cooperation without further dispute. Turning away, Tanaka explained that urgent matters required his attention elsewhere. Protection of the remaining soldiers and adventurers would depend on actions he intended to take alone. Silence followed as the elf struggled to understand his reasoning. Doubt and worry filled her expression while she considered the weight of his departure. Confidence returned to his face as he assured her the conflict would soon end. Determination guided his steps as he prepared to confront the source directly. Tanaka departed the camp alone, raising a hand briefly before crossing the barren hills. He entrusted the remaining command to others and advanced toward the silent battlefield ahead. Reaching the desolate ground, he stood among fallen bodies scattered across the rocky terrain. Wind swept dust past him as he prepared for a measure he had avoided until now. Reluctance showed briefly before he extended his arm and activated forbidden power. Dark shapes rose from the earth as he summoned his hidden forces. From swirling shadows, robed leashes emerged, skeletal faces grinning beneath their hoods. Each carried a staff, radiating ominous authority across the empty plain. Aware of their abilities to create undead armies, Tanaka issued a firm command. The leashes awaited orders, ready to unleash devastation upon his enemies. Tanaka ordered the leashes to convert the corpses scattered across the battlefield into skeleton soldiers. Once revived as his minions, their strength would surpass what they possessed in life. Dark circles formed beneath the ground as bones forced their way upward. One after another, skeletons emerged and assembled into disciplined ranks awaiting further instruction. Mounting a fallen dragon, Tanaka assigned command to a trusted skeletal subordinate. The newly formed army moved to intercept the enemy before they could advance further. He directed them to hold the opposing forces in place and prevent their return toward the Empire. Time was needed for allied troops to reposition and prepare. With skeletal riders astride undead wyverns, Tanaka advanced at the front, tireless and relentless. His army surged forward to overwhelm the battlefield. Within the Empire's camp, dragon officers observed the battlefield from afar. Reports indicated the enemy remained persistent, yet confidence spread, as they believed the advantage still favored them. A messenger delivered grim news regarding fallen commanders. The general listened calmly, acknowledging the loss while ordering proper rites to honor the dead, without disrupting operations. Despite setbacks, discussion turned toward the unexpected reversal occurring outside. Suspicion arose that Tanaka, or one of his allies, had shifted the battle's momentum. Ambition surfaced as thoughts moved beyond the current conflict. Plans formed for succession, envisioning a future where supreme authority would be seized once obstacles disappeared. Before assembled supporters, vows of dominance and legacy were imagined. From a distant vantage, the dragon general sensed looming upheaval, yet remained resolute in pursuit of power. A sudden flash split the sky above the Imperial camp, startling the dragon officers. Confusion spread as they realized no spell had been cast within their ranks. Across the barren valley, a distant formation appeared along the ridges. Rows of figures advanced in unnatural silence, beneath the shadow of a flying wyvern. Closer inspection revealed the truth behind the approaching force. Not living soldiers, but skeleton warriors marched in disciplined ranks under Tanaka's command. The skeletal army surged forward in overwhelming numbers, weapons raised as they descended the slopes. Dust and debris scattered beneath their relentless advance. Imperial troops hastily formed defensive lines, while the dragon general demanded readiness. As tension mounted, he questioned why the kingdom's forces had intervened at this critical moment. Imperial warriors dismissed the approaching force, convinced mere skeletons could not threaten seasoned dragonutes. Even so, unease lingered as they sensed something unprecedented, guiding the undead ranks. Orders rang out to reinforce the front lines before the skeletal army closed the distance. Confident in their strength, dragon soldiers prepared to shatter the enemy in a single charge. Impact came swiftly, yet the expected collapse never followed. A skeleton absorbed a heavy strike and retaliated with unnatural resilience, startling the attacking dragonute. Momentum shifted as blades of bone pierced scaled flesh. Shock spread across the battlefield when one dragon warrior fell under the relentless assault. More skeletons swarmed forward without fear or hesitation. Imperial troops formed a defensive wall, struggling to halt the advancing tide before it overwhelmed their position. Skeleton warriors pressed forward relentlessly, surrounding dragon soldiers and striking from every direction. Blades of bone clashed against armor as Imperial troops struggled to maintain formation under the sudden assault. Shock spread through the ranks when the undead resisted attacks that should have shattered them. Realization dawned that these were no ordinary skeletons, but enhanced minions fighting with unnatural strength. From the rear, the dragon general watched his forces being driven back step by step. Confusion deepened as disciplined skeletal units advanced in coordinated waves. Advisors urged withdrawal, recognizing the monsters exceeded their expectations. Concern grew that remaining would only lead to unnecessary losses against an enemy they barely understood. Pride battled caution within the general as he clenched his fist. Though urged to retreat, ambition and the promise of conquest made him hesitate before conceding ground. Tanaka walked through the quiet camp with his sword lowered, his expression steady after the fierce confrontation. The battlefield behind him remained unsettled. Facing the dragon leader's hostility, he calmly rejected any claim over the kingdom. Tanaka stood before a towering lizard warrior near the village camp. Dark clouds gathered as the creature called his name and stepped forward with killing intent. Without hesitation, the enemy rushed across the ground, blades drawn. Tanaka braced himself and raised his sword, preparing to meet the sudden charge. Steel clashed between them, sparks scattering from the impact. Both fighters pressed forward, testing strength and resolve in close combat. A swift kick from the lizard warrior struck Tanaka's guard. He slid backward yet maintained balance, refusing to yield. Power surged as Tanaka unleashed water breath, while his opponent answered with flame breath, their forces colliding violently. Flames spread across the battlefield as Tanaka faced the advancing lizard warrior. Smoke drifted through the air while both measured the distance between them. Suddenly, the enemy unleashed a spinning sword technique, fire swirling around his blade. Tanaka tightened his grip and endured the blazing assault pressing against him. Calmly he answered with firm resolve, refusing to retreat despite the provocation. Determination hardened his expression as their conflict deepened. Blades collided repeatedly, steel ringing across the open plain. After breaking apart, Tanaka studied his opponent's movements with caution. With a decisive motion, he launched a wide slash, sending force racing toward the lizard warrior. Tanaka's sweeping strike surged forward, carving through the ground toward the lizard warrior. The enemy leapt aside, yet the trailing force chased him relentlessly, landing firmly. The lizard warrior studied the flowing energy and recognized the presence of magic within the blade's attack. Understanding the nature of the assault, Tanaka advanced steadily, prepared to counter any mystical technique directed at him. As another wave rushed forward, he raised his hand and released a dispersing force that shattered the magic before it could reach him. Shock crossed the lizard warrior's eyes while Tanaka stood calm, proving his control exceeded ordinary sorcery. Tanaka listened as the lizard warrior acknowledged his strength, yet refused to accept inferiority. Tension thickened between them on the barren plain. Pride drove the warrior to declare his own hidden power. Confidence sharpened his gaze as he prepared to reveal something greater. Both swords struck the earth, and the ground trembled violently. Dust and fragments rose while energy gathered around the towering figure. Dark force spread outward, cracking the terrain and distorting the air. The pressure intensified beyond ordinary combatability. Transformation followed, as the lizard warrior entered dragonization, his body expanding with overwhelming strength. Before Tanaka, Tanaka remained composed, despite the dragonized warrior towering before him. Confidence flickered in his eyes as he prepared to rely on his own power. Energy erupted around him, cracking the ground as he activated a forbidden skill. Dark force wrapped his body while his stance grew firmer. Black wings formed behind his back, spreading wide as his presence shifted. The battlefield felt tense under the surge of new strength, facing the massive opponent. Tanaka stood unchanged in form yet sharpened in ability. Hidden enhancements reinforced his speed and endurance. Vampirization completed its effect, subtly amplifying his body beyond its former limits. The dragonized warrior sensed his earlier advantage fading as Tanaka steadied himself within the dark aura of vampirization. Across the broken plain, Tanaka spread his wings and faced the towering figure without hesitation, inviting him to advance. Suddenly, the dragon lunged with crushing force, slamming into the ground and shattering stone. Tanaka dodged aside but felt the shock tear through the earth. From the rubble, the dragon rose and declared lethal intent. Tanaka moved forward instead of retreating, studying the immense strength before him. High above the battlefield, he reassessed the situation, realizing the dragon's raw power exceeded expectations, despite its imperfect transformation. The dragon opened its jaws and unleashed a concentrated beam, the blast tearing across the sky with overwhelming force. Tanaka darted sideways with his wings spread, realizing the creature's breath had grown far stronger than before. The massive beam swept across the battlefield, carving through earth and air alike. Escape offered little safety against its relentless reach. From a distance, the dragon pursued him without pause, determined to end the fight through sheer destructive power. Midair, Tanaka felt pressure closing in as danger intensified, beyond his expectations. The dragon intensified its beam, driving the massive blast across the shattered battlefield and tearing deep scars through stone. The attack continued sweeping forward, crushing rock, and sending debris spiraling into the air as heat distorted the horizon. Believing the strike decisive, the dragon laughed, while smoke and dust concealed the ground below. Suddenly, the earth split apart as a force burst upward from beneath the rubble, disrupting the dragon's confidence. From the rising debris, Tanaka charged straight toward the towering figure, blade ready as he prepared a decisive technique. Tanaka pierced a precise point on the dragon's back, driving concentrated force into its scales and disrupting the flow of power within its transformed body. Pain surged through the massive creature as its movements faltered. It staggered across the broken ground, struggling to understand the sudden weakness spreading from the strike. Keeping his distance, Tanaka advanced steadily while the dragon attempted to track his position across the battlefield. Using the earlier explosion as cover, he revealed that he had burrowed underground to evade the beam and prepare a counterattack. Finally, he summoned skeletal warriors behind him, reinforcing his advantage as the dragon's fury grew. The dragon collapsed onto the cracked earth as skeletal warriors surrounded it, their blades raised while Tanaka watched from behind. Undead soldiers leapt onto its massive body and drove their swords into vulnerable points, forcing the creature to roar in pain. More skeletons advanced in formation, tightening the encirclement and striking repeatedly without hesitation or fear. Despite its resistance, the dragon struggled beneath the relentless assault, its strength gradually weakening under sustained attacks. Standing firm with sword in hand, Tanaka observed the battlefield as his summoned army pressed the advantage and secured control over the fallen foe. With the dragon defeated, Tanaka approached the fallen body across the silent battlefield, confirming the enemy's life had completely faded. A system interface appeared before him, listing numerous skills obtained from the dragon and offering them for collection. After accepting the rewards, further notifications reported evolved abilities and the combination of techniques into a newly formed power. The system announced the addition of a skill called Restore, prompting Tanaka to examine its function carefully. Activating the ability, he repaired his damaged sword instantly and studied the restored blade with clear satisfaction. Tanaka activated Restore on the dragon's corpse, directing energy into its ruined body while observing the effect carefully. The wounds closed under the glow, yet no sign of life returned. He confirmed the skill repaired damage, but could not revive the dead. Turning away, he allowed his skeletal soldiers to finish suppressing the remaining threats across the battlefield. Standing tall, Tanaka declared the fall of General Ganon and secured control of the area. With calm authority, he ordered his undead army to eliminate the last enemies still resisting nearby. Imperial soldiers struggled against advancing skeletons, stunned by the fall of General Ganon, as Tanaka pressed the assault from behind his undead ranks. Across the mountains, dragons and skeletal warriors overwhelmed retreating troops, cutting them down while a few survivors fled toward Marcy's fortress. By sunrise, the battlefield fell silent, and the kingdom secured victory as the remnants of the empire scattered into the distance. A temporary restaurant opens under a simple banner, attracting beastmen and travelers. Staff serve generous plates, promoting hearty and affordable meals. Among them, a young elf waitress carries dishes confidently. Nearby, a smug armored man mocks her abilities. His hand moves inappropriately, testing her patience while underestimating her strength as a mage. Without hesitation, she channels magic into her palm. Energy bursts forward, striking his face and sending him crashing to the ground. Fury fills her expression as she rejects the insulting nickname and asserts her true ambition. Afterward, frustration overwhelms her, while bystanders scatter and the fallen man lies defeated. Tanaka works at the outdoor stall, while a muscular coworker suggests taking a break. He refuses, reminding everyone that steady effort keeps customers coming, despite past troubles. Nearby, a young girl is invited to hang out by a persistent man. She calmly considers his offer, then firmly declines, choosing her responsibilities over distraction. Later, a bald regular greets Tanaka and asks for the usual meal. The familiar exchange shows how stable the restaurant has become, as food and drink are served. The regular reflects on the month since the battle and fears of an imperial attack. With the Demon King's army defeated, relief spreads. Tanaka listens quietly, while peace finally settles over the forest town. News spreads that the emperor's faction was defeated and key nobles were executed. The empire declares it an internal purge, attempting to contain unrest within its borders. Tanaka listens quietly while a regular drinks beside him. He reflects that the empire created its own crisis, and unity should have been maintained from the beginning. Discussion turns to responsibility, compensation, and apology are mentioned. Yet Tanaka believes the compromise is acceptable, despite the kingdom's losses. He states he will not question the ruler's judgment. As the talk ends, someone approaches the stall, drawing his attention. A hooded man steps forward and calmly requests a meal. Tanaka studies the stranger while the elf waitress watches cautiously. The hooded visitor tastes the dumplings and drinks his beer, expressing quiet satisfaction. A bald regular laughs and pats the stranger's back, praising the shop's dumplings and beer as its finest offerings. The mood appears friendly, yet curiosity lingers. Tanaka and the elf observe from a short distance. The regular remarks on the visitor's confident bearing, while Tanaka calmly notes other dishes are just as good. Suspicion rises as Tanaka questions the man's true purpose, and whether such behavior is normal in the capital. The hooded man denies any hidden motive, claiming genuine fondness for the stall's food. The hooded visitor reveals he has another matter to discuss and presents a sealed booklet. Tanaka accepts it cautiously while the elf looks on, unsure of its significance. As the contents are examined, Tanaka remains composed. The elf suddenly reacts in shock, staring at the document in disbelief. Excitement replaces confusion when she realizes it grants entry into Naji. Joy spreads across her face as she proudly shows the permit. She imagines Naji as a rare summer haven by the sea, accessible only to a select few, and eagerly suggests a vacation, while she celebrates. Tanaka considers practical uses for the permit, weighing business against leisure. Tanaka questions whether the permit is truly a reward. The hooded man calmly insists it belongs to him, and may be used freely. The elf gladly claims she will use it, ignoring Tanaka's hesitation. As excitement rises among the girls, the bald regular prepares to leave, sensing the discussion has shifted. Before departing, the hooded man mentions unfinished business and states he must return to the royal capital. The regular wonders why Tanaka is kept nearby. The visitor reveals his army won the battle, yet one mystery remains. The imperial forces were annihilated in a single night. Rumors blame beasts and monsters, but he doubts that explanation, leaving Tanaka deep in thought. On a barren battlefield, Tanaka stands alone among fallen soldiers. He recalls the night he chose to withdraw, leaving one person behind. Soon after, the Empire's army was completely destroyed. Days later, every corpse vanished without explanation. Tanaka notes the strange link between his retreat and the army's sudden defeat. In the forest, the hooded man admits his evaluation was mistaken. He hints at unusual methods, but avoids directly asking what Tanaka used. Tanaka denies involvement, insisting he is merely an adventurer focused on business. The visitor warns him not to turn that power against the kingdom. As the man departs by carriage, the regular quietly asks Tanaka who he truly is. Beyond the forest town, a vast walled capital stands under royal authority. The hooded visitor is revealed as the kingdom's king, quietly observing events from afar. Shock spreads across a man's face as hidden truths surface. Fear mixes with disbelief at the scale of what occurred. On a distant battlefield, the aftermath of war becomes clear. The Empire's forces were wiped out, and the food stall's quiet efforts contributed to that victory. Tanaka stands before rows of skeletal soldiers, calm and composed. The undead gather obediently, acknowledging him as their master. Barrels are opened as skeletons celebrate their triumph. Tanaka allows them rest, while their existence remains a secret behind the kingdom's peace. Skeleton soldiers relax inside large barrels while a dragon lowers its head nearby. Tanaka watches as they drink wine, noting that even undead can recover strength in their own way. One skeleton asks about memories of past lives. Tanaka listens and learns they retain none, functioning only through his magic. Despite creating them, he admits there is still much he does not understand. A system message appears, announcing another evolution and asking for confirmation. He accepts without hesitation. Orders are given for the skeletons to finish their tasks while he withdraws. The next day, during travel, the elf notices the change and questions what he has become this time. After evolving, Tanaka senses greater strength within himself, though his appearance remains unchanged. He learns his new form bears the title, Homeless Emperor, a result that feels both absurd and fitting. He jokes about gaining more arms, masking curiosity about his limits. As the carriage rolls on, the estate of the Schmidt family comes into view. The mansion stands beyond its gates. Having once paid a large sum to stop there, Tanaka considers visiting again, instead. They arrive at a quiet grave marked by a cross. The mood shifts from humor to solemn reflection. Kneeling before the stone, he announces his return, while his companions stand respectfully behind him. She chooses not to return to the mansion, deciding instead to remain by her parents' grave. Tanaka stands beside her, understanding her wish to protect their resting place. With quiet relief, she assures them she is fine and expresses gratitude for their support. A gentle smile replaces her earlier sorrow. Tanaka signals it is time to move on. He rests a hand on her head, offering reassurance before they leave the cemetery together. Excitement returns as he announces their departure. The elf eagerly confirms they are truly going on vacation. Under a bright sky, their destination is set. the northern island nation of Naji, where a new chapter awaits.